Hey, welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's the holiday hang. We're here for the afternoon. Hopefully you're doing well. I did not realize that right now at the specific moment, there's a whole bunch of people who are leaving work in the EU mostly. We're done for the year. Congratulations. Well timed. We did it. Happy holidays. Hopefully you're doing well. Let me catch up on chat. We got a big stream today. We're going to be hanging out. I think I said 8 hours. Maybe 7 hours. We'll see. We're just hanging out today. It's really casual. Mind you, the channel largely is going to be shutting down until just about the end of the year. So we thought we should take some time. Oh, it's really bright in here. And just, wrong way, to just like chill for a bit. The lighting will change radically once it gets dark here in about 4 hours. So we're just going to be slightly blue today for a bit. That's how it goes. Hey, Chuck Penguin, how's it going? Holiday Hangeki, more like it, am I right? You're now required by Streamlabs to make a Hangeki deck today. I don't know if it's on the list. I think there is some stuff we want to do today. We want to play through a bunch of the QTM posted decks. I also saw this really wild deck that was just behind my head that we'll look at in a second. Hold on, I can't move my camera. Oh, I'm free. Hopefully y'all doing well. Time for a mythical 8-hour stream. Yeah, let's see how long we go. Let's see how's it going. Seamer, good morning as well. Surprise my stream. Yo, Chinsling, what's up? Friday stream, an early Christmas present from me to you, Eric. Finished teaching for the calendar year. There you go. Come home to stream. Yes, please. Connor, congratulations on making it through another year of teaching. Hopefully it was a good one, and hopefully you're ready to enjoy your holidays, huh? Really good question from Penguin. What are EU-based players who got a CBI invite going to do? If we'll start Saturday night for us, not sure if there's a good way to handle that. Sleep very early on Saturday and wake up for the tournament, or pull an all-nighter. I think if it depends what your expectations are. I think so. The CBI starts at like 5 p.m. Eastern on this side of the ocean, right? Which means for a lot of Europe, it starts at like midnight to 1. And it's a 2-day event. So come back the next day at midnight or 1. I would recommend that if you really want to be serious, you should sleep around it to some extent, right? Like sleep really late in on the Saturday morning and then wake up late and go from there. Obviously, that could be hard to restructure your whole life around Netrunner tournament. Of course it is. But it's really hard to get a tournament that makes sense for everyone. Like even for us, like the event here ends at like 2:30 potentially on Saturday, which for casting is the latest we've ever casted, and it will probably be pretty quiet by the end of it because I have neighbors. So we'll see, because it's definitely like, yeah, your day is going to start when it's over, which is a bit awkward. Considering just joining for a few rounds and then banning the tournament when I get too tired. I think you're going to see a lot of people do that. They get this sort of like attritional based fatigue strategy where they will drop off, unfortunately. You can still obviously get your participation prizes, play a couple rounds. If you're not feeling good, obviously, unfortunately, you can drop whenever you want. And I do think you're going to see a whole bunch of players drop just because the time zone isn't amazing. I'm going to play round 1, I think, and drop if it doesn't go well. Yeah, that's a good way to go. All-nighter is the way to go. Yo, Phil, I totally wasn't getting push notifications. I missed like the last 2 Shadow Nets. I just listened to them recently. They're fun. Still love the Shadow Net. Yo, finished work for the year, not yet. Welcome. Let's go holidays. Play deck from which win or lose in 4 turns, nap between rounds. Hey, bah. Oh, in terms of like the CBI, ID for nap is like not going to be unheard of. ID to nap it out. Happy holidays. I'm here for the Patrick. Oh, wait. Hey, John. Very jealous of those people I'm working up through New Year's. Ah, sorry to hear. Hopefully it's okay. It's the Gridler. Yeah, how's it going? I got 45 minutes left before I'm done, so you're almost there. Still grading finals papers, but by this time tomorrow, all done. Not too bad at all. I'm working up until you, only 3 more days. Okay, we're getting close. We're getting close. We're almost there. I was catching up on last night's stream, and now there's even more stream to watch. I know, we're going to bury that shit. If you want to see Patrick, he's done. The feed is not going to recommend him anymore. Ejectivist, how's it going? And here I thought I was about to finish up grading for the semester. There's a lot of folks grading who watch the Métropole Grid. There's a lot of teachers out there, which I absolutely adore. Hopefully the grading is going okay. I feel like last time, Janktivist, you asked like an Arkham Horror question, and I didn't fully answer it, and I just got sidetracked. And then when I like think about it after, I'm like, wait, oh, shit, and I feel bad. Hopefully I didn't mess it up too bad. Ah, crikey, I was just firing up the VOD from last night. Tanuki, how's it going? Andre telling us that to improve a Netrunner, we have to sleep around. It can't hurt, right? I'm planning on sleeping in and having a nap if possible. Staying in the Discord call with friends between rounds to stay awake. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of like support structures, unfortunately. It's really difficult. Like, I don't know what you're meant to do for the CBI when it's like the internationalist event. Like continentals are time locked sort of. So there's one that makes sense for you. And then when it comes to like worlds, classically, it's been a 2-day event sometimes. So one day has a better time zone. It's really hard. I know it's going to be rough for a bunch of people. ShadowNet is it's alright. Yo, Step Tabby, how's it going? Yeah, Friday. We're gonna be streaming today. Just hanging out. Hey, Rahi, saying hi and then going audio only for a while. Hopefully the rest of your Friday's going okay. Gonna try and publish a holiday fiction piece this weekend like RLC used to do. Oh, I wasn't familiar with it. That's awesome. Yo, Phil, let us know if it's out. It's fine. We got something about figuring out a way to get you Arkham spoilers. Oh, that's it. Still sitting in Edge of the Earth. Haven't started yet, but will once I finish the semester. I think you're in a really good time. Edge of the Earth obviously has to do with winter, which for our hemisphere makes sense for the holidays. I know I played through Edge of the Earth for like, I don't know what time it was, third or fourth time, but I played through it over the holidays. We always bring Arkham and my brother-in-law plays, so we do an Arkham campaign over the Christmas break. And we're going to do another one. We're doing, I think we let my sister pick who doesn't play. And she picked Innsmouth. So we're going back to Innsmouth for the holidays. I still don't know what I'm playing, but I recently finished a two-handed return to Carcosa playing alt parallel Zoe and parallel Jim. I think parallel Jim is really good. And I'm worried that the new character, I don't remember his name yet. I'm not too familiar with it, but the new mystic that does Blessed Cursed from the new set, whether that's going to be absolutely make him miserable because it's a very similar design. Yo, David, how's it going? Hey, XDG. Run Last Click would release those MR James Ghost Story readings, to which was fantastic. I hardly suggest people find the MR James Ghost Stories from X-Men Special from the 1970s. They're on YouTube. I don't know what half of those words are, Sean. I don't remember RLC putting out Ghost Story readings. And I listened to a lot of Run Last Click. I must have missed something pretty good. Okay, speaking of something pretty good, welcome to the stream. We're going to be hanging out. It's going to be a pretty loose stream. We have a pretty, we can hang out, do whatever we want. My plan is to play a whole bunch of the QTM decks that I've been posting daily because they're pretty sick. I'm to catch up on that. You can submit your deck list. We can do AMA stuff. Convince me. I'll show you how to play Marvel Champions online. There's a lot of stuff we want to do. I wanted to start here because I thought this deck looked really interesting and we don't have enough time really on the stream just to dive into weird stuff. So like this is definitely the strangest of the strange. It's unclear if my story has ghosts. Up to the audience. Yeah, like most medias technically has ghosts in it. You just, yeah, bring your scanner. Zarba's first published deck, throwing another deer on the Barbie. And this is an Akiko list. I only wanted to play Akiko mostly because we got this sick size spinner from the CO. Shoutouts to, I think this came from Sovereign of Subways. It got moved its way up. And Akiko is an ID that I don't really like. Run R&D, play a side game. If you win, which means you spend different. Oh, if you spend the same. So unlikely. But at a minimum, if you hammer R&D and pay 0, the corp has to pay a credit a turn. Whee! And then you have 12 influence. Hooray! And then you get to see another card in R&D. Let me tell you, all of the IDs that let you see slightly more cards in weird circumstances like Mercury and Akiko, they generally don't do that much because it's really easy to put cards in your deck that allow you to see other cards and then have an identity ability that allows you to play the early game and gives you, an engine or economy or card draw or any of the other fun stuff IDs do. But like any of these IDs that just allow you to see more cards in weird circumstances generally haven't popped off. So we'll see how it goes. We did a Secret Santa at my local meetup and 2 people gave a Kiko to each other. Yeah, Kiko's fun though. 12 influence, that's not a great start. The narrative here about like not the first. I think actually Kiko is the first, considering if you don't know, the Nisei clones, their first letter of their first name is meant to be like their mark, basically, like what version they are. So Kiko being the A, from my understanding, was meant to be the first crack at the Nisei clone. That apparently didn't work out for them. Kiko's now a runner. But Caprice is meant to be, I think, the C string, right? Like the third iteration. It's kind of like the naming way that they name hurricanes, from my understanding. I don't have a citation for this, but I'm convinced this is correct. Might have been in one of the lore inserts. Let me know. I got the feeling that Kiko, Andre doesn't like the Kiko. No, it'll be fun. It'll be fun. This list looks really interesting. So this list is playing a bunch of strange cards that I've seen other people try out because it has some cool interactions with other stuff. And then we're going to be reminded about how charge doesn't work the way that we want it to. But we have this weird concept called Mind's Eye, which is really weird. The text on it is actually different. If you want to read the NSG text, which is more relevant and actually I think is better for us. 3 credits, 1 MU, not bad. Whenever you make a successful run R&D, you may place 1 power counter on this hardware. So as long as this card has power counters on it, it's technically a charge target. Then we can spend a click and 3 hosted power counters, so that's a lot, to breach R&D. So this is one of the few ways that you can breach R&D without running. And that's really interesting, as much as you have to watch out, because some of the cards that say when you breach R&D, do this and this and this, require you to do it during a run. So if I'm not mistaken, the twinning says whenever you breach... Oh, this actually would work. I thought this would be during a run. I think Wake and Plan is during a run. I think I played this on JNet. Being able to see 5 of R&D from any central is wild. It can be really interesting. This is also not during a run. Huh. Okay. I think maybe Zaya is only during a run. In the books, they suggest that Caprice's performance at the NAPD will determine whether they continue her line, as she described themselves as her sisters. Yeah, that's what I remember, right? Cool. So this is actually really interesting because you can stack on any other breach R&D effects with this, and you have a button that in theory you can click to just see the top of the deck. Genuinely, like in Shaper with these sort of weird decks, it's one of the spots for Chrysopian skimming that I don't think is terrible. Because if you're able to access the top 3 cards of the deck, seeing all the top 3 cards of the deck is kind of cool. I honestly don't know if this is the worst inclusion for the deck, as much as the deck already has a lot of like things that it has to do, but that's cool. We're running Nyasha. So the idea is that this we can charge because it comes in with power counters, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it does. And then whenever you breach R&D, and mind you, not during a run, you can see an additional card. And Nyasha isn't unique. So in theory, if you install every single Nyasha, which like, good luck to that. And then we have Mind's Eye, we can click to see 4 cards. That's kind of really cool. And then of course, Akiko also isn't during a run. So it's a potentially another card if you spend the same amount of credits. Yo, Alec, how's it going? Good morning. Other wild stuff is we have ways to pressure R&D from different servers. This is the deck that's playing Beatrice that seems like it might make some sort of sense. Double click to run HQ, and if successful, breach R&D. And when you do access an additional card, and then you have a Kiko's ability, you'll get a Mind's Eye counter, I'm pretty sure. Is Mind's Eye when you breach? Oh no, Mind's Eye won't work because it's not a successful run. Yeah, so that doesn't actually work. We have Eero 2 for going archives. Now, Eero's text is always a bit tricky. Run archives. If successful instead of breaching archives, breach R&D. So you also don't make a successful run on R&D, so you don't get like a Mind's Eye counter, but you will breach R&D, which means Nyasha and Akiko will work. So there's a bunch of cool stuff there. One of the Kikos that are secret standard thinking was RNG and key and Crispy and skimming. I'm not sure if it got to fire. Those are really cool ideas though. Like RNG key, that's not still a legal card, is it? RNG key Chrysopian actually makes some sort of sense. Wow. Not genuinely terrible. That's a really cool payoff for knowing the top of the deck. I like this card. How is this deck breaking? It has very limited. Is there a paid ability window between using Mind's Eye and the Axis? Sort of. Not exactly. Like if you hit the Mind's Eye button, there's no more paid ability window because it resolves, but it's worth knowing that these sort of like interrupts whenever you access, there is like a paid ability window during the breach step in which you determine how many cards you access. If that's what you're referring to, yeah, you can use all this stuff because technically it works, but it's not like we can hit the Mind's Eye button and while it's resolving, like crack a stone chip chart room or something like that. That doesn't work. How's it breaking? It's a good question. It's actually running this breaker suite that we kind of seen on other cards before. And these are these cryptids, which technically still exist, but nobody plays them. You can play a full playset of each of these. Gabali is the more expensive one. It's a virtual resource that you can trash this so one time it breaks the last subroutine on encountered piece of ice. The last subroutine on ice is usually the most important one because that's often the one that ends the run. Most Netrunner ice is structured as do a bad thing, end the run. So this is the one that will allow you to get through the thing as much as the bad things have happened to you. Kangamato, you'll notice, is half cost because it breaks the first subroutine on a piece of ice, which is usually not the end of the run. It's very unlikely to see an ice that says end the run, then something. So this one's a bit more situational, and you're more often than not using it on ice that has a single subroutine because the first subroutine and the last subroutine are the same subroutine. But where it gets the most interesting is we, of course, have Poison Vial. It's another charge target. It's wild that we're playing so many charge targets in the deck. Could we consider playing, Pudma? Maybe we lose a bit of, R&D pressure, but we get more influence. But the idea is that if we break any subroutine with Kangamato or Gabali, or even the boomerangs, which hopefully are coming back, then we can just break the other subroutines with some poison. And this sort of breaker suite, this was called like Pirate Haley. There was entire decks that were just based off the power of Gabali and Kangamato, and they could recycle them because Shaper used to be really good at recycling cards. And so this breaker engine actually is not super unheard of. It's just we haven't seen it in a long time because a lot of the package that supports it doesn't exist anymore, as much as Poison Vial is very much that. You can Poison Vial twice in the case of envelopment. Yeah, you can use this as many times as you want. It's not once per encounter, let alone once per run. And that's mostly how we deal with ice. I think you could, I just don't know if we have the money, but like you could easily go out of the way to play a single copy of Engolo, which is just like a flexible enough card that will get you out of a pinch and doesn't require resources to like cheat through the smaller stuff. Breaking, 3 credits for a magnet's not great, but that's genuinely an option. You could put another card in your deck. And otherwise we have the minimum amount of unfortunate economy, right? Like our economy here, no economy resources, no economy hardware, no economy program. Our economy is just 3 sure gamble, 3 dirty laundry, and 3 creative commission, which is probably not enough. But the idea is that if we're not breaking subroutines, we don't need that much money. I'm also interested about the rigging ups because rigging up is unfortunately a bit of a cursed card because you can only charge a card if able. And I really do not like how charge turned out where you can only charge a card that already has a power counter on it because you would assume that you can rigging up a Mind's Eye. You can't. You can rigging up a Mind's Eye to play for 0 credits, but you would hope that this would get a power counter on it, but you can't because you can't charge a card that comes in with no power counters. That stinks. I really don't like that. And I think the idea was that NSG realized that having a card like rigging up a fermenter so then it has a virus counter and a power counter is convoluted. I'd argue that just having a flat rule that any card can only have 1 token on it is fine. Our pheromones can F off, but yeah, it just sucks that like a bunch of the cards don't have synergies. Admittedly, Niashia is fine. It comes in with another power counter. Poison Vial with another power counter is reasonable, but there's not that many good targets in the deck. There's Psych Mike. It's almost not bad with how it goes on R&D. You're right, but I'm not sure if Psych Mike says during a run or not. I don't know how to spell that. Probably like that. Yeah, Psych Mike is like one of the cards that came with a Kiko. The first time you turn a successful run on R&D ends. That is your answer, Neil, because there are certain cards that care about a successful run, and there's certain cards that care about a breach step. And what's the difference? Genuinely don't know. It's not very consistent. But in theory, if you're running R&D and actually sing 3 or 4 cards, this will fire and get you 3 or 4 credits, which is kind of a sick payoff. The problem is like we only have one way to run R&D, which is running R&D, and they're going to ice up R&D. So we're largely going to cheat around it with a bunch of the other tricks we have that don't run R&D. So that's a bummer. I think Slap Vandal will be good with this archetype. I think it could be good. I feel like Slap Vandal falls too much into the same camp of these cards, where it's like it's pretty click intensive, and then like, I guess if you put a Slap Vandal on R&D ice, it might be actually better than Congo Motto. I think you're right about that. And then it works really well with Poison Vial. I think you're right, actually. Slap Vandal probably makes a lot of sense, because you just put it on the R&D ice, and then like, what are they going to do? Trash it? That's probably way better than Congo Motto. Yeah. Oh, Wavioli, what's all this? That's what the deck does. Flux sounds nice. R&D will get ice, so Padma doesn't seem great. Well, Padma you can just run off of and bounce. Admittedly, like, that's the problem is when you have entirety of your thing on one server, it's really hard for it to like, just to get value in the mid game because they just ice it up to the point where it doesn't make sense. But yeah, the other thing that's shouted out is Flux, and Flux is also really annoying because Flux is slow if you don't have the click compression to get it out. It doesn't charge empty cards. It's like, man, it's the thing where like I was so excited to play Kurapura in Padma, and then you realize that you can't charge it running R&D until you break another barrier. It's just like the charge mechanic kind of stinks. You have to go through so much effort to make something that seems really simple to make it do anything good for you, and I'm bummed out by that. Kind of wonder recently why Psych Mike hadn't made a 1x appearance in our Sonic Conduit decks. It's not worth it. It's just not worth it. It only fires once a turn. It's not a great card in your opening hand. You're better off just playing Cubon or even Aeneas Informant. Those just generally do way more for the slot than any of those other cards, right? Like draw this on in your opening hand. Psych Mike, mind you, never saw consistent play. But draw this in your opening hand. Is it good? Nah. It's really, really, really not good unless a very, very specific board states. And even a lot of times the Arsana decks don't win off Conduit Dig. Flux can happen every run, not just once per turn. Yeah, but this deck is also not good at running that much, right? Like it's just literally not good at running that much. Is there a card on that tree? On this one? Yeah, there is. 1 second. By the way, how's it going in Narco? It's a Christmas foil cracked bauble. It's a Flesh and Blood card. Flesh and Blood for the December like organized play kits, they put out promos that are like holiday oriented and they're really goofy. Cracked Bauble, mind you, is just like a dud card you can put in your deck if your deck is not legal that doesn't do anything but pitches. But they printed a like a holiday version of it, and you can win that at an event. And I won it at an event, and I gave it as a gift to my partner. And so now it's on the tree, which is really cute. I really like that, the holiday themed kind of participation prizes for just like showing up in December, because specifically December when it comes to Flesh and Blood. And again, I haven't played Flesh and Blood in many years. This is a really slow time for Flesh and Blood. Love me a Christmas bauble. Yeah, right? Kind of wish there was a Trojan-like subtype for cards that could be charged. What do you mean, Seb? How's it going? 2 Andres in a day before the break. We're stuck for winter. That's exactly what it is, Mello. I'm glad you got it. Looks like I'm just in time for something heroic. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun. Also, yo, Trillion, how's it going? I missed your message. You can poison ball twice. Yes, 100%. Gotta do something with my jack-o'-lantern promos for Halloween. Yeah. Holiday oriented or Christmas oriented? I think Flesh and Blood does Christmas oriented. It doesn't say, sorry, holiday oriented. It doesn't say Christmas on it. I think that's probably for the better, just so more people can feel like, you know, they're represented. But like in the world of Wraith, I don't think there's Christmas. There's still like a Santa kind of character though. Virus equals takes virus counter, something like a charge subtype that you could have a power cookbook. I'm surprised in some extent we didn't get cookbook for power counters, but I think it's a bit of a like flat design. Like I think the value of a power counter is abstractly higher than the single value of a virus counter. So having charge being attached to interaction, I think it makes more sense than cookbook, which is just charged attached to installing. So I'm not too surprised. I also think, right, like, and I don't think this is the biggest reason, but charge is the sort of thing that they can print more, you know, things for when the card pool changes. Like Earthrise Hotel being around, and it won't be around next year, is actually a kind of a gate on the power level of infinite charge, right? Like if Pudma could charge an Earthrise Hotel every single turn and she was just drawing 2 cards a turn, that's pretty good. Like that is genuinely really good. So I think when you know the power counter pool changes over time, we might see different charge targets, and you can kind of push the level. This should work. Why don't I do this? Do I have to copy the legacy URL? I think I have to copy the legacy URL. I think this works. I know I saw Jeff do this the other day, and I was like, wait, this still works? It really feels bad you have to charge a counter on it. It feels awful. It feels really, really bad. Liam, how's it going, by the way? Failed to import deck. Okay, hold on. I know this works. It's not just about cookbook, but things that can be charged when not hosting power counters. Yes, the idea that you can put counters on anything, but like you classically could put like power counters on anything, like you could put advancements on like runner cards. I don't think it breaks the game. It's just like unelegant. I've successfully created mulled cider. Yo, I'm going to attempt to make pumpkin pie as a Brit. I've never eaten this before. Bondage. It's really good. Yeti, let me know how it goes. It's really quite good. One more time. Devastated to find out there's no Christ in flesh. I've played a long time, but let me tell you, we're used to a country. Yeah, so sorry about that. He's coming. Don't worry. I think they're building towards the Messiah in flesh and blood. Oh man. Okay, we'll get back. Remember tenanting the runner's ID? Yeah, and then I don't know if it didn't say installed card, right? So you were able to do that. Shit, that got me good. Kiko and say, let's go. Try copying the ID from the URL. I tried it on the second time and I don't think it worked, but I might have just botched it. Pretty funny saying there's always a Santa character and then immediately hovering over Barf Thule, Netrunner's own Santa. That is true. That is very true. So charge should just be place a power counter on an insert subtype card here. That would be really cool. And then they retroactively have to change the cards. I see what you mean when you say Trojan subtype. Yeah, that power counter is a type of card, like a power card, whatever. That's obviously a ridiculous name. But so then you can just say charge a power card. So then you don't end up in the situations where you end up like charging, I don't know, daily cast or whatever. Yeah, I think that could be a workaround. Unfortunately, you have to like do a huge functional errata, same way the Trojans did. Gotta go buy some whole chicken. Maybe I'll catch you later. Enjoy the whole chicken laundry. Hey, Manister, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. We're playing Runner today. Let's go. I like the sweater. Thank you. It's my partner's. I don't know where she got it from, but it is a fun sweater. Closing stream now. Let's go. Ateya, cool. We got. Oh no, please. Oh no. I am a clone. Please leave me alone. This is like one of the worst matchups in terms of the canon. We got Ateya out there hunting down clones. We have clone subtype. It's hard out there. Oh boy. Chargeable or battery. All right, we have a Mind's Eye. In fact, we have a double. Kangamato, it's hard. There's a lot of Jiteki Ice that has a lot of subroutines. So Kangamato doesn't go that far. The only like single subroutine Jiteki Ice I think we could see play is like Tattoo or Thimble Rig. Both are relevant. In fact, just a single Thimble Rig on R&D is really annoying because we have to break it multiple times potentially. Otherwise, we have the one economy card. We have a Mind's Eye. They have to ice up R&D. I think we can mulligan here. The best case is like Mind's Eye run R&D. That doesn't seem stellar. We have 45 card minimum, yeah. We have a Link too. That's kind of nice. Not in this matchup. I would say that's better. We could Lucille kept, but we could just like, you know, jailbreak whatever central isn't iced up, which is probably R&D is going to get iced up. Oh, never mind. Capacitance. We should really write the flavor text for all these no sorry quote matchups. I think some of them slightly get added. I'm not convinced that they are. A whole bunch of folks wrote it. Like, in fact, just the person underneath you, Zeroth Maxima, wrote a whole bunch of them. I was told that people in GLC are working on them, but like it's the sort of thing where I fear like if you put something together, somebody will probably be like, that's better than nothing, as much as it will probably be pretty okay. Okay, so we've gone through 6 cards. LL kept. She might have an agenda in hand, so we can just do like Gabali, Jailbreak. I don't think we have to do that. I think we can just set up a bit. That is more economy than the deck expected to have this early. This isn't a cool not die button. It also does charge things. It looks like it should make the mulligan screen a bit smaller. Andre's always zooming out. Yeah, it's just like slightly too big, I think. Slot of 3x envelopment and a Tea for sure. I don't know. It's like Vampire Nasa is hard. A Teeny's hard. A Nancy's a nightmare. Like we have no good way to deal with a Nancy barring poison. Now her economy's not good. So resing 1 ice might be it. The mulligan screen gets zoomed by Cyberfeeder. Yes, it gets locked, so the end screen and the mulligan screen is the same, which I'm cool with. Okay, this is probably an NGO front. She did install. Hold on, she undid it. She installed advanced and clicked for credit though. Why would you click for a credit if that's an NGO front? Tune in today as we find out. I'm not dirtying laundering here because we need oh, we already had a Gabali. What is this trap? Why didn't she advance it? It's like credit better. I forgot we had a Gabali. We didn't need to install that. Okay, here we're 7 cards in. I think we can draw in probably Jailbreak HQ. Doing a last click? I don't know if we have to. Maybe we can just sure gamble to get out of this hole. Sophie, ask the mods in GLC to put you in the secret code channel. Get cracking. Oh, Sophie, ask the mods. Yeah, Trillion, ask if you can. I think there's a lot of really... That's like such a fun place to be able to put your stink on the game. In the best way possible. Just like real life dinosaurs and crocodiles lose to spiders, but a poison ball will catch the tiny criminal. Is it poison or is it venom, you know? I'm not a pedant. I added the feature because I'm usually super zoomed in, but the button goes out to frame, forcing me to zoom out. I usually play. Yeah, I do generally zoom in and out for the mulligan. It's almost perfect for the way I do it, but like for other people, it might work even better. All right, I think we're just going to continue to set up. I think that's an NGO. We could check. Airblades doesn't really do much of them. Oh, no, it prevents damage. That's actually sick in the matchup. What am I talking about? I'll check this for respect. We don't really have an aggressive start. Okay, respect. We'll draw, we'll get the Airblades down. If it's a Rashida, then we can like Jailbreak HQ. But this is nice because it dodges damage, so we can face tank it to stuff. It's a Rashida, okay. So now here, she's going to have nearly a quarter of her deck in hand. So there's definitely agendas in hand. Big fan of Cyberfeeder here? Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Cyberfeeder, obviously. Have you tried Shadow Gambit's new DLCs? Paul, I didn't. Because like I was working on the 85% completion for Shadow Gambit. I'm pretty far. I'm at like 80. I'm almost got the achievement on it. And then the new DLCs came out and they were like, I was playing other games. Like right now I'm playing Lies of P. My partner just bought it so that we can play together on the couch. And it's been really great. So I'm going to go back to it at some point. The DLCs were like way more expensive than I thought they would be. It's like the 2 DLCs cost basically the same as this full game, which is a bummer. I know that I want to support the studio. I will definitely sooner than later. It's just I have other stuff I'm working on. And they just recently released like a new modding tool. So you can make like your own missions. And it seems like a really generous modding tool. It's probably similar to the tool they used to make the game itself, as much as you don't have like level creation. I don't think. But I should. It looks really good. I should clone on roller skates. It's a lot harder. Okay, so something in the remote server, double ice, right? Like on average, we're seeing 8 credits, 7 credits. A poison vial would be actually pretty slick here. This is where like the interaction is really difficult. An Eero would be okay. Unfortunately, I think she's flooding up, so like we're not gonna get an easy run off of what the what's it called, the scientist. They are costly. I'll wait a bit. I did got me to try and unlock the last characters as well. 81%. Yeah, I don't want to spoil the final character for the folks who don't know, but I'm at like around 79, 80, and I'm having a really good time. The game's great. It's one of my favorite games of the year for sure. Oh, we could have drawn with Stone Ship there. I think we do. I don't think we need to be that precious with the charge on this. This is where it's like, Beatrice, thank you. Where it's really worrisome, where like we lack the tools to be running consistently, so we have to make targeted runs. And unfortunately, we don't. Friday stream? Yeah, Mondi. We're off for the holidays, so we thought we'd hang out for a really long time today. As like a last hurrah. I guess, but like this doesn't feel like we're doing anything. Hopefully you're doing well, Monday. Do you have your event this weekend or next weekend, or did I miss it? I wasn't gonna go, but in case you wanted to shout it out. Okay, I wonder if the promise shaper you I know. It's because she has been kind of flooding up that she probably has 3 agendas in hand. I think we probably just send it HQ. I just kind of want to get a poison vial down. It's 2 and 31. We'll find one here. Sick. We still get like pretty hard wrecked by Anansi. I guess we won't. We'll break it. I think we'd also, yeah, okay. So this is the Anansi. So this, we probably want to break all the Subroutines. So this is where you can Gabali it and Poison Vial. But now we don't have that many more breaks left in the deck. Besides Boomerang. We will continue. Ah, literally the worst possible Ice Res to run into. Prevent a when encountered and just take 3 net damage. That's interesting. If it's just 3 net damage, that would be 3 Kangamatos, which is 3 breaks. I think we probably should just break it. But losing 2 Gabali is not great. I just think this run has to succeed. She might be on Fuji too. It was last weekend. Oh, sick. How'd it go? For what it's worth too, Banhar actually makes a lot of sense with this Breaker Suite. It's just like you don't have influence, like, but Banhar Airblades is like probably better than Kangamato and all this other stuff. Yep. Well, it's in the deck because she wants it, so I'm going to destroy it. Hate this card. That's cool. That means we could win sooner than later. Hey, Dirty Deeds, how's it going? How do you always manage to wish the right cards at the top of your deck? It's a great skill to have. Knowing what's in your deck and then saying what the best case would be and then just playing the game gets you there, like, no joke, 80% of the time. Right? Like, the big thing is understanding why you're drawing, right? Like here, the only reason we wanted to draw is find Poison Vials, so we say it out loud, and then, like, obviously it happens every once in a while. Is there no times you just block 3 damage with Airblades? It's a possibility. It depends on when it is, right? Like, if we steal Fuji and we don't want to, like, die, or, like, keep our Kangamatos, that's a possibility. I just don't think it's all the time. I think we're more likely to use that than on the win encounter. Because the win encounter in Jinteki is not incredibly strong. Okay, so the problem is, like, we have no way of charging Mind's Eye besides making a successful run on R&D. Actually, I need to, how do I click on this to get the NSG text? Okay, whenever you make a successful run on R&D. Okay, so that is the actual text. I didn't mean to install that. Fantastic. Is a JNet shuffle memorized? I know the algorithm. Iru's going to get us out of this. And Iru's threat 3 or threat 4? Iru's threat 3, I think. Iru can do something really gross here. My jank brain makes me make this deck smell like Pedma. Yeah, it's like Pedma adjacent for sure. Here we need Lucio to overextend on the remote server, because if she reses the ice on server 1, barring a Tattoo Bola, she can't res the ice on the other server we want to run. Because we need to run R&D here. The problem is it's quite expensive. So I think our next turn is like Boomerang run. We jailbreak R&D. So that means we'll get down on Yasha. I think we will rigging up Poison Vials more important than getting another charge on the Yasha. Here she could seamless that launch out, right? Like, that's the problem with this 4-3. It's like, oops. So I think we'll just play these. Then we'll just do Boomerang jailbreak R&D. Fortunately, I asked the PA meta to come kick our asses and chromatically took that to heart and took first. So now I got to go to the CEO and restore honor. I would say chromatically overall is like a pretty good villain to have. Like, he's humble enough. He's good at the game, but he'll enjoy when he's losing. I think he did well there. Is Rejig still around? It is. Terrence, how's it going? It is still around. If they score out a brick of a 4-3, I don't think I mind that much. If she scores one out. Oh, it's not for Lapis. Okay, that's better. I thought it was going to be vulnerability on it. I'd be like, here we go. 4-3. Okay, let's send it. Let's Boomerang the outermost, I guess, and then we'll just jailbreak. Is it worth it for a Vial deck? Is what? Oh, rejig? No. because NSG has been saying anytime the card are empty, trash it. I don't know why NSG is doing it, but it's maybe so that we can't realize that the charge mechanic doesn't work the way we want it to. But like every cool power counter card that was in the last like set, and when it empty, it trashes it. So like it's really hard to get value out of rejigging a poison vial. Super frustrating to me that all of the really cool cards have terrible payoffs because they trash themselves. Anyways, yo Kato, how's it going? I guess we'll boomerang it. We don't really want to take the net damage. Drawing up to 2 cards, our money is like not that relevant. So we don't want to poison vial this. NSG hates 8-stop gamers. There's some sort of design like balance. Either they didn't want the field to be cluttered, but like all the cards that came out of this cycle trash themselves when they're empty, which stinks. It does kind of stink. But I do think people would then try to charge an empty poison vial and get frustrated. So at least that's okay. Them drawing here with 3 cards in hand, so we've seen only 2 agendas. We haven't seen a lot of economy operations, so they're likely to draw those. We don't want them to gain 2. I think that's the bigger problem. When we realize charge doesn't work the way, the jig is up, the rejig is up, yeah. All right, they drew 2. He's so nice, and of course he already had an invite, so we gotta pass it down. That sounds about right. Is Stone Chip more important to charge a poison vial than the draw? Yeah, I think so. At this point, going forward, yes. I would say that we charge the poison vial before it goes. So like if we have to use the poison vial here, we'll charge it. Looks like we're gonna have to use the poison vial here. So we'll use the Stone Chip to charge the poison vial. Then we'll continue counter. We'll break a subroutine. We won't do that. Oops. Oh, it's fine. Oh shit. Sorry. That's better. So many power counters on the board. Wouldn't it be cool if it was a good idea that cares about power counters? Come on, Kato. You know it doesn't work. You ready? What are y'all thinking? They don't have a lot of money. Going 0 here actually makes the most sense. Oh, that's not a good stop. It says 1. I think they're going to go 0. Ah, we went 1. We're going to see another card. So we're going to see a lot of cards here. Yagi Uda. Braun. Holy shit, Akiko's good. Damn, you make 1 good run? I don't know how we charge this thing. Like this is where like having sort of, and we've seen this also in Padma, is like charging this with the program that charges things. The Trojan's really cool. Apparently they weren't flooded. I mean, that's why it's a good idea. For what it's worth, the Kiko axis was the last axis. It didn't matter. Get out. I thought you might have been flooded by now. Yeah, Flux. Yeah, with Flux charging Mind's Eye is actually kind of interesting as slow as it is. It's probably like worth considering. But the problem is like we can't fire Mind's Eye consistently. Now the double ice on HQ is really strange. I thought Lucille was flooded. That's why she did that. But getting Eero down eventually is actually like relatively good here. She's like halfway through her deck. But then we run R&D, it is. And then we see like 4 cards. But unfortunately it doesn't charge Mind's Eye. Because Mind's Eye is run based. Vulnerability, you said? Yeah, that's right. Audit. Hey, Kira. What are you doing? That's what I was reading. The HQ early ace was super strange. Off, Vun, timely public. Did she keep? She kept that hand. Why? The best D3 I've ever seen. It's really fun. It is genuinely really fun. I've never touched a fidget spinner. I avoided that fad, and now it's like sick. Beans. Are you running Waking Plant? No, we're not. And like 12 influence, right? It's hard. Well, thanks for the game. All right, we'll run it back. It's cool. You got to play with cool cards. And like seeing the engine, if you haven't seen like the whole Cryptid Breakers suite, it's like really kind of fun. I do not know if it's better than just playing it's probably not better than Slap Vandal. At least Kongamato is almost definitely not better than Slap Vandal. Let's just make that change really quickly. Because I think it's a pretty easy change. Without changing anything else. Because it's like the same thing. We just put it on R&D and we just go. I don't know if we have to play Urban Art. Hey, Captain. Getting back to Netrunner for the first time since FFG. Enjoying your vids. Getting caught up. Yo, welcome back to the game. Let me tell you, it's in a really great spot. And NSG has been doing a better Netrunner than FFG has. So if you enjoyed it back then, I'm going to promise you, you only have more to look forward to. Welcome back. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask, even if you think they're silly or like easily Googleable. It's fine. I tried to make a Wake Mind's Eye Padma deck work once. Folks are playing my meta. I think they're reasonable. They're fun. They're fun. And back in stream. Get game, Lucille. Cringe is the best cringe. I don't know what that means. Catching one chat. Neon Stag. I didn't slot at 3 of Envelopment, but I wish I did. It's my favorite art in NR. It's really good. Classic Scott. Doing good job. All right, let's try it again. I want to hit that Mind's Eye button. I want to win with the Mind's Eye button. When do you think you'll start queuing into PE Grinder Day? I don't know. Friday afternoon, maybe. We'll find out. Trying to plan when we can take intermission and go skate for a bit. Yo, skate whenever you want. We'll be here most of the day. We admittedly have to make... Oh, this is probably a kill deck, right? Like, this is probably re-education. We have stone ships for that. Airblade works into Toll Booth and Messness, sort of. This hand's good, though. Like, we actually have pressure on centrals, which is pretty good. Yeah. Akiko's only illegal in standard. Is Biz not playing standard? Oh, no. Rain and Reverie will rotate out when Dawn comes out, right? So, like, next year? Do you actually mull for Stone Ship? I think with 2 diesels, we don't have to. But we could consider it. If it's the core damage one, which is like the deck list of the week, I would think it's more likely to that. It doesn't actually do anything. Thanks, you too. But if it's if it's Tuno's version, then yeah, we might want to consider getting Stone Ship down. But if it's a Jupstad version, we're really weak to it. We don't have Pinhole, and then we just don't beat it. Oh, actually, we could. We just have to crack it and then wait another turn. But this is really good too. Like Boomerang, Kagamata, Gabali is really good into them pushing in remote server. Ban turnover being too rad, yeah. Should be a fun matchup. Revenge. How's it going? Float a tag in the Airblade Hydra value? That's true. Ice up. Blown and went back into the deck. Okay, classic. All right. You want to force a res on 13 credits? We can't really afford to if it's Bologna. I think we like running HQ is useless here. We rather set up for a future that we're expecting to play into. I don't think we want to drop Mind's Eye on turn 1. I think we could if we drew into the Beatrice. This is slow. This is definitely slow, but we know what we're doing. Like, we know what our deck is about, so we're going to do it. Diesel again, something of value off Ismari. Oh, I totally forgot there is Mari. Yeah, well, at least creative. We could have double Diesel there for sure. Oh, yeah, because we can discard a Mind's Eye. Double Diesel is probably right. I totally whiffed that Ismari called event, and we should have played around it. I was focusing on our thing. Okay. So now they just drew 5 cards, so running Essentials is good. They can still res a Hydra. Going HQ while we have at least 5 credits is valuable. I'd rather go R&D here and force them to res. I think we can do Slap Vandal, run R&D, and just see how things are. Like, forcing any money down here puts them away from putting money in the remote server. Charging Archives and Spin Doctor is also pretty good. It is a toll booth. Okay, so we actually break this for 1 credit for a couple times. So, should we pay a credit to get an access? I think so. We can't steal Bologna, but we'll see what they're drawing into. We can't trash Jupstead either. But we made them spend some good money here. We just want them to spend any money, so we'll pay 0. Seamless. Okay, that means that they're on the Neurospike version, which we're better into. Yeah. We have to trash that. We have no good way of dealing with that. We charged a Mind's Eye, which is nice. So now we just do draw credit. Sorry, draw credit. They don't have a lot of money, but we do break this toll booth for 1 credit, which is kind of unbelievable. And they have a Seamless in hand. So Seamless means that this is closer to Tuno's version, which is not Jupestad, which means it is care about Neurospike. NEPT Cordon also confirms that. As much as this could be Dad's own list as well. Slapbound on Toll Booth, so many lore wins today. It's really good. It's genuinely really good. We could do 4 credits. I think we do 4 credits. We could draw once and 3 credits. Okay. For 4 credits? No. We'll airblade it. We're going to go through for really 1 credit. I'm not going to talk about the install cost, but we have 3 runs that is 1 credit. Yeah, blades. Yeah, for sure. It's really funny. It's like Airblades when it comes to Toll Booth, or Airblades when it comes to like Funhouse, is like literally a telework contract that it takes no clicks. It's every time you use it, you gain a click and 3 credits. It's sick. Yeah, no, ice, our weakness. Okay, that's a mess in chest, though. Airblades is really good for that. I think here we'll do Boomerang, Credit, Gamble, Gamble, just to only play, you know, as many events as we can. Gabali's also really good against Mesa Chesso. Good enough. It's also really good into Toll Booth. Hydra is a bit of a problem, but they end the run subroutine on Hydra is the last one, right? It's gain 5 credits. No, do 3 net damage, whatever. Gain 5 credits, end the run. So we can go Bahali to a Hydra. Okay, so we can lose as soon as this turn. Now we've seen not an NGO front. We know that's a Mesa Chesso. So I think we just do Airblades Gabali run. No, we do Airblades Boomerang run. That's better. Now they need a res, so if it's not an NGO front, it has to be an NGO front. This is probably a pretty bad run. They actually resed here. I think you strength the Boomerang. Around the stream just started my game watching on 2x. We'll catch up soon. Yeah, let us know when you get there. That's one of the beauties of YouTube. Oh, it's a Bologna. I'm surprised. We will take that. So I don't want to diesel because they gain 2 credits. I think we can run HQ here. We can also consider running R&D for a credit, but we won't be able to steal Bologna. I think if they had the other agenda, they would gem the other agenda. I haven't been paying too much attention to how they're drawing. They might be flooded here. I think it's more important for us to like draw deeper into the deck. Rigging up doesn't have a target. Nice, 5. Okay. I threw out 1. Feel the deck is missing the correct companion. Dig. Probably. You're probably not wrong. Dig is like, you'd hope it'd be good in this deck, if any deck. There's a chance that Dig is just not worth anything. Especially in a deck that only runs like 3 agendas. Or 6 agendas. I still don't want to diesel. I just don't want to give them money. I think it's a fine trade for us. We can rigging up Nyasha. The other options are like, I think Poison Vial is still really good. Playing Dag makes Morgan happy. Playing Dag makes Bucha happy. And I don't know who Bucha is exactly, but that is my favorite cat. Just because cool Slavic name. Bucha, mind you, means like pumpkin or squash, and it's somebody at NSG's cat. Probably an orange cat. It can't be worse than Fueno. No, this deck actually has Fueno, and I forgot to shout it out. Fueno is kind of cool, because you can use Fueno money to play the Akiko trace. Kind of cool. Like, generally, having an ID ability that makes Fueno, you know, interesting on any turn, as much as like we have to do a lot of, you know, bending to make that make sense. Kind of sick. They're doing nothing. Yeah, Fueno's getting better and better day by day. I'm not sure if I'm like Fueno pilled because of, I will diesel now, because of what's it called? Bio bans, but you know what I mean. I don't think there's an agenda in here. We want to figure out what they're throwing at. Double Neurospike, but why? Why would they throw a double Neurospike unless their hand is like super messed up? Do we just do Slap Vandal on HQ and Jailbreak? I think so. Like, this is probably, oh, if it's a wraparound. The deck is running 3 wraparounds. Holiday Hang, what's going on? Yo, NetDead, how you doing? Oh, they have 11. Ooh, because we played this event. They didn't res. Oh. Okay. I thought they'd be flooded if they threw out 2 Neurospikes, but we're on game point. We actually can win on Mind's Eye. I think we could do it. I think we could win on Mind's Eye. We just Nyasha charge a Mind's Eye win. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Literally Nyasha. We have to run once more on R&D. Shit, hold on. Oh, we're so close. We're so close. But we can see 4 cards, which the deck has a density of like 1 in 7, so it's not the best, but it's also not bad. Oh, it'd be so sick. Need Bologna money? Yeah. These cost what, 2? Yeah, we do need Bologna money. How many more of these do we have? We have a bunch more stone ships. I think we draw for economy. I think I'll play an event here and I'll rigging up Nyasha just to scare them. But we could lose as soon as next turn. This extra counter doesn't matter. Need a way to get through the Freight Ice? Yeah, we do need Bologna money. Yes. Ideally, though, if they res this ice, we can't get through this. But, like, we can install a Gabali. I think it's more important than Yasha. But, like, they must have the combo in hand to some extent if they're throwing out Neuro Spikes. I don't know if they do. So they could do Seamless Advance? No, we can't lose this turn. This might have been worse, because this could be a slap. What's it called? I think this is wrong. I think I'm more worried about this being a wraparound. How are you using Nyasha? Yeah, we can install a bunch of them. So Mess and Chessa will lose 3. Oh, that doesn't do anything. So we break the end of the run. That gives us exactly 5 credits to access. And we can see 2 here. In fact, we'll pay 0. So they have to pay 1. Slap bundles are sick. Really easy change. I think it makes the deck a lot better. Yo, Noff, how's it going? You spent 1. Fantastic. We'll spend a counter. Hedge fund up the top. Non-equivalent. Okay, so 2 money cards. We need to make sure we have enough cards in hand, but next turn we can see the top. Well, it wouldn't make sense next turn, so we'll set up for a while. We need a credit here. I think we will Creative Commission. We haven't played an event, though. But if we Creative Commission... I don't think we Creative Commission. I think we credit. Because, like, we're not going to pop up next turn, are we? Oh, they chose Program? Sick. Wait, did they get their 2 credits then when we undid the program? Oh, no, we undid click proper. Okay, so they have hedge fund, they have non-equivalent. If they advance once, that was Rashida, right? Okay. So we could lose to this if we don't have our stone chip, but we have our stone chip, which is maybe why they threw out the Neuro Spike. Because in theory, they do seamless, advance. Do you care about money if your plan is to Mind's Eye? Yeah, because I want to drop 2 Nyasha and still have 5 credits because of Bologna, right? So it just drops us to 7 to 5. This is only access cards. Okay, so there's a chance we lose in this remote server if we use our stone chip right now. Okay? So I just want to let y'all know that the safe play is just to draw to 3, a draw to 5, and then play another stone chip if we have it. Now, the other option is we just install Nyasha. We install Nyasha. Killing through 1 stone chip? Yeah, no, it's totally doable. So we should, to be safe, we should draw up fully. But to be exciting, we can install 2 Nyasha. We can click for credit. We can charge the stone chip and access. And then we'll see 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a Kiko side game. It's wild what return stone chip is. Yeah, stone chip is really good right now. This is a weird card because it's a very good tech card, and then it's like not terrible on tempo in the off matchup. I think I'm going to go for it because like I want to win off of a Mind's Eye, but the safer play here is just to draw up. I'll be very clear. Yeah, this is a Wolf 2 play for sure. I'm going to play for credit so the side game gets slightly more interesting. In theory, we could run HQ, actually. Running HQ is better than the side game because they could pay 2. How do they win? They need double seamless? Yeah, they do double seamless Neuro Spike. We know they have 1 seamless. They probably have the second seamless. I think double seamless Neuro Spike is how we lose. I think clicking for credit is worse than running HQ. Let's go. I'm going to pay 0 because like we need Bologna money. They paid 0? Wait, why do they pay 0? That can't be right. Oh, I see. Okay, that stays. We need Bologna money. No, 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 no. Shit. Good game. Seeing 5 there is sick. It's a wraparound. Oh, they got us. So we probably die here. We took our shot. The safer play was to draw up and wait. Because like if they can't win and they have to score on multiple agendas in the remote server, it's very difficult. Here they need double seamless into Neuro Spike. Ah, shit. Okay, we know the next 4 and I don't remember any of them. That's a spin doctor. We know the next 2. And now we have to make another run on R&D, right? To recharge, which is a bummer. So that's a Rashida, I think. I was really hoping the game would be over because it's really hard to come back on this board. Wait, no, it's not. We just play Iro and we win. It's so easy. We just play Iru. Oh, I can't believe we have Into the Depths. We literally cannot. Oh, you ready for next turn? There's an NEPD in there too. Yeah, that is true. If it was the last card, we maybe. Oh no, because we're gonna run HQ. It's funny, we have no way to break wraparound, I think. Besides Tumor Gabali. Okay. So we should run archives to shuffle cards back in, and then we should consider Iruing it. Wraparound NABD spin Rashida. Okay, I think it's wraparound outside of R&D. Okay, so we're not gonna lose this turn. So Iru coming down is fine because we still see like a lot of cards. So we want to have 7 credits, 8, 9 credits. Let's draw once more. Stone Chip is fun. Just take 2. Yeah, if they play the Corden, we're in a bad spot because then we have to pay 9 on R&D for the Bologna. That's not easy. They overinstalled? 2 wraparound and archives? Oh, so true. Oh, they didn't play Corden. Okay, you ready? We could have clicked for a credit. Oh man, I've never got Iru to win a game. This is gonna be sick. I don't think this charges Mind's Eye. Here, we'll pay 1, so they have to pay 2. Yeah, could have paid 0 then. No. No. Oh, we know where every Neurospike is. I don't remember any of those. How sweet should it be aiming for? Pretty sweet. It's actually like sweeter than you think it should be. Okay, here we know they only have 1 Neurospike, so we just want to get down the Stone Chip and we'll be okay. Pumpkin puree is usually sweet when it comes out, Ken. Yeah, so I think that's like one of the hallmarks of homemade pumpkin pies is they're usually not as sweet as you think they should be, and they taste more like a yam kind of pie, right? Because like it's at the end of the day, it's a squash pie of some sort. So I think it generally should be slightly sweeter than you want it to be. I think it's the sort of thing like Coca-Cola, where there's like way more sugar in a commercial pumpkin pie than you think it would, and it doesn't taste grossly sweet. They're going to drop both Neurospikes, yeah, but they don't know that. But you're right, they are going to. So this is where note taking is important. I just thought we'd win, so I don't know what they're going to draw into. But if now the problem is we can still see 4 cards, but we need at least 9 credits. So we have a couple plays here. So we need at least 4 credits, 9 credits for Bologna. Now we're assuming that's re-education. Thank you, Pumpkin. Stream back on band. Yeah, I fixed it. I don't know how it happened. You don't run the spin in Iru again? I don't think we run the spin. Iru is only once per turn, isn't she? Yeah, once per turn, so you can't. But here we could do credits at a minimum, run R&D, see a whole bunch. If that doesn't work, we can play the Stone Chip. Rashida Hydra NGO Neurospike is what you saw. Okay, so the problem is they're going to draw into double Neurospike. So there's only 3 agendas in the game. There probably is agendas in HQ. The issue is we can't get through this wraparound. We only have 2 cards in our deck that do get through the wraparound. What did they do on their turn? They drew 1. So we saw Rashida Hydra, NGO, Neurospike. So if we go back, they drew the Rashida. It's Hydra. It's the normal access. NGO, Neurospike. We see 1 new card. It would have to be exactly the last re-education. Run spin to force reshuffle, then credit Iru? I don't think they'll force reshuffle. They'll just let us trash it. Right? And then we waste a click. So they don't draw the spike. It's really difficult though. It's 11 cards. I think you're right though. Yeah, you might be right. But I think it's actually more likely that we just draw, install the Stone Chip, and we don't Iru this turn. But if they shuffle, then we send it with Iru. But here, like, they should just let us trash this. Oh shit, they shuffled. What? Okay. Credit Iru Stone Chip. We can't steal Bologna. There's no way. Might have been 1 in archives. Yeah, maybe. We can't pay anything here. They know that. Okay, our nice shads are empty. Bologna, Seamless, and Geofront, Tollbooth, Rashida. Damn. The other re-education's hand, yeah. I think they know it's in hand. It's probably in hand here. So here we just put Stone Ship, and we have to crack it immediately so they can't trash it. I think we probably still die. Oh, Boomerang gets through wraparound. So we know there's a Bologna in hand. So if they can't win this turn, and we know there's not Neurospikes coming up, I think we survive this. I think we survive this strictly, right? Because I think we know what they're going to draw into, and we know it's not Neurospike. Ideally, we keep the Boomerang, which is our way to get into HQ. Yeah, with 3 cards in hand, they don't have double Neurospike. We were totally gassed out our engine, though. We saw a lot of cards. Trashed Iru, yeah, it makes sense. They can't bottom 4 cards. All right. All right. Oh, no, undo click. We know there's a blown in hand. Yeah, they have to put in the remote server. And this is where like charge just doesn't work because you need a counter on the thing. It's so unfortunate. Okay, so we know there's a blown in the remote server. We have no way of breaking this. There's probably re-education in hand. For Nyasha, we got 4 from this Nyasha and then 3-3. We literally got 10 extra accesses across a bunch of turns and like still nothing. But again, this agenda is cursed. This deck is super cursed, and it's really hard to play Mad Dash in this list. Don't know there's a Bologna. They refreshed 3. I'd assume they would want to jam the Bologna, but you're right. They bottom 3 and redrew 3. I played last CO where I bluff scored a re-education to 2x Stone Ship, bottoming my whole hand to dig for 2 Nerf Spikes. Yeah, I've gone for the digs before. They're pretty fun. And yeah, Endurance could bring back its base counter. Yeah, I know, but you paid 8 for it, right? You'd hope it would. But yeah, Endurance is not a charge thing, which is really wild. Okay, so we can do credit, Boomerang, rigging up HQ. They called event. I think that's fine. There's a chance that there's an agenda in there. Do we have enough money for that? Credit puts us on 6, puts us on 4. This puts us up on... I think we go for it. I think it's our only line. They might have drawn to... Oh, no, we know they don't draw. What? Oh, I thought it was an Into the Depths. I thought that was an Into the Depths. That's a rigging up. We had an Into the Depths in our hand, right? Hey, Linkpink, how's it going? You need some rejig? Yeah, Nyasha doesn't trash itself. I just don't know if it's really good because that's so few targets in the deck. Sorry, 1 second. Do you mind? If anything, we should just rejig the Boomerang, like, whatever. All right, Tabula Rasa, right? We were on 6? No, that might not be right. We were on 4. Fair. ASIPs and simulchips, again, it doesn't really work well. Right? Like, it's a lot of slots for the engine, and we don't have that many things we sell, right? Like, Airblades shows itself out. Fantastic. These are the only things that stay around. Whereas, like, it's probably not worth it. Okay, so we know that they have a blown in their remote server. They didn't draw, apparently. So they just threw out 3 cards. So we know the next 4 on R&D. This actually could be a Rashida. They might have bottomed the Bologna. I think if that's the case, we should just set up with Iru. Because I think Iru is the way we win. Unfortunately, we showed a Boomerang, but they know we have Boomerangs. We don't need to play that. They have planograms as tag punishment, but they played all 3. I think we can draw once more. Installing Stone Ship, they could trash it. Huh. They could trash it. I think we'll just play a Poison Vial. Do we need to play a Poison Vial? What does a Poison Vial do? If they can gotten through all the charges in the Ashas, you should have won. Usually, yeah, no. It's the agenda swoops density in this deck is messed up. Like, I don't think we have to build for using all 3 Ashas. Remove tag, Dirty Laundry next turn. I don't think we ever need to remove the tag. I don't think the tag interacts with anything besides Hydra doing a slightly more damage, which is why we have this, I think. I think we just do credit throwing out the breaking up? No. They're going to do triple advance next turn. Just remove tag and laundry. I don't think we need to remove the tag. I think we're going to win with this tag. We have like one more resource in the whole deck. Right? I think if they trash the stone ship, it's fine. Like, we know that they're not drawing into, what's it called anytime soon. Neurospikes. Because they didn't shuffle, they bottomed. That's fine. Like, that's fine. I think that's fine. That's a Bologna, right? If that's a Bologna, they don't win. We know that's a Bologna. Well, we're pretty sure it's a Bologna. It might be another re-education. Maybe that's wrong. I like Laundry Archives because they showed ice in hand. Yeah, I didn't want to give them to 2 credits. So we should know what's on the top of the deck coming up. I mean, Alice has a ways to charge non-as targets to get counters. In respect to what, Joe? I think I missed it. Okay, we need to draw into Beatriz. Beatriz. And Beatriz. How many seamlesses are out? 1. We could die this turn. It's possible. It's a resource now, by the way. What is? Beatrice? Yeah, she's a resource, but like we'll use her once, and then the game's over. We could die here, I think. How do we discard the chat room instead of rig up the violin? Oh wait, they add 2 adjustment. Why? Because they have to spend a click and 2 credits to trash it. The Bologna is on the bottom of the deck. Like, we didn't want to play an event that turn because they got 2 credits. By the way, how's it going, Kona? Is that right? Konana, excuse me. So it just like didn't do that much. Attitude adjustment, pace 2. So they didn't shuffle, they just drew. Okay. So I think they broke lock. Thanks, I totally missed what they named. Yeah. It's subtle. They are changing their name, which is like kind of interesting. Okay, so they would have to do seamless, and then have the kill in hand. It's a possibility. In terms of the stone ships, we might have been a bit too lax with our last stone ship there. So the only top deck that wins us here is if we top deck Beatrice exactly on this click. Oh no, then we need a way to get through the wraparound. Shit. Okay, let's talk about running R&D, right? This is 1 credit. This is a boomerang. I don't know what the outermost is. But the other options we could do like boomerang, slap vandal, poison vow run. We would have 8. We could do this one for free. This would be 3. So we'd have 5 credits. This is not great. This is free. This is 1. So we'd be accessing. Ooh, not good. We literally just need Beatrice. Beatrice is sick. We see most of the deck. Now there's 2 more agendas in play. 1 in 8 and then 1 in 5 maybe. Assume Hydra. I think if they res a Hydra here and we break the game 5 credit subroutine, we're pretty happy. Wraparound's basically screw with Vandal. Skip on, how's it going? Wraparound is in this deck. This is like a Tuno's list from last week. And it's just really good. It does deal with Slap Vandal really well. But also it's like not bad against Amakua. It's really interesting. Yeah, Beatrice is 2 clicks. So we have to draw her and install her and then we can't break the wraparound. So we're actually too slow. Yeah, I think Rap's in a better place than it looked like a couple months ago. So, how do we try and win? We're assuming that's a re-education, right? The deck has Rhyme, that's worth noting. It has Mess and Chesvo and Toll Booth, and then it just has wraparounds. It has doesn't have that many different ice, but all the ice are annoying. Good against Audrey. Good against Audrey, I think, more important than Amakua, but very good against Audrey. That's actually huge how good it is into Audrey. Try for 1 in 5 in HQ. They might have Agenda Z. I think going HQ is probably our best line. I just want to see if we have jailbreaks. We have 2 more jailbreaks in the deck. So we can do draw for a jailbreak. Draw. Boomerang, jailbreak, HQ. I think that might be the best line. They didn't shuffle back agendas with attitude adjustment, though. I think that's generally our best line, though. Cool. And we have enough money to steal Bologna. We're also probably going to see the way that we lose the game when we access like all the kill pieces. Need Plongi to paint the wraparound as a fractor. This does not work. Rashida, we need to keep our money up. I think if they draw, we're not too upset because then we can go HQ. Seamless. Okay. So we died to Seamless Neuro. We'll shuffle back. It's hard to imagine two. Oh, it's not unique. That's kind of cool. Wraparound isn't on encounter. It's just static text. Seamless. Okay, we probably died here. Ah! Ah! So you think that's a Rashida? Is a single propeller worth it? I would argue that like probably something like an Ngolo is worth it. Maybe the person who made the deck wanted to go out of their way to like not put breakers in it. But like a single Ngolo, a single propeller, there's a lot of like weird things that are reasonable. Seamless Neuro has a lot of cards. Yeah, I know. So we don't lose in the remote server. There's no way we lose. All Seamlesses are out. So they have to score out another 5-3. So I think this is the Rashida. So we actually have to consider winning on R&D, which means we have time to find our partner. Or Arsana's partner. That's not Stolen Valor or whatever. That doesn't make sense. Okay, so I think it's Rashida. Hey, Jai. Into the Depths just gives us money. They drew an unknown card. Ugh. Okay, so there's only 2 agendas left. Surprised they didn't angle for advance to 3. They threw out their neurospikes early. I don't know exactly what their priorities were. Okay, I think we should get this down because it gives, thank you, some reach. So because we know we can break this for Boomerang, we can break this for Gabali. So I think we actually can consider running R&D eventually and seeing a couple cards. And by a couple, I mean side game, literally a couple. I honestly think that like having Dig might be reasonable because like our mindset can only fire once a game. Because once it's empty, we have to make another run, and then like we only have so many charge. There's only so many ways in the game to charge. Like Orca, probably something in the deck. Okay, we'll try and win next turn. I think Rashida goes off there, which puts like 4 cards in R&D, so we can either run HQ or run R&D. Build the Polykill and register as an LLC. This deck is so cool, Jai. It's really cool. Flex would still looking for home. Yeah, Flexible will be a good card one day. They didn't res in their remote server. They drew 2. R&D, mind you, there's 2 agendas left. There could be one in server 1, but here they should just go advance. They might be scared of the poison vial. Advanced Mess and Chesto is fine. Named Program. Okay. Looking at our heap. I don't know if they have an agenda. That might be the Rashida they don't want to fire. They realize they are going to deck out. So we have one more Jailbreak and 10 cards. But also we have an absolutely fantastic Educator in our deck. Let's find the Educator. Different Educator. Arguably not an Educator. Those. Oh. When someone cooking the good stuff when Dig and Orca feature in the same sentence. Hey, they say charge on it. Fencer. Can use this to steal Bologna. We don't lose next turn. I think we should just set up for war. What is our war, though? Our war is like Gabali run HQ. I think we just draw once and click for credit. Oh, that's the play we wanted. So next turn, we can do like Boomerang. I think we keep drawing, right? Like, as soon as they double advance, we know that running the remote server is the winning line. Oh, no, there's one more NGO front unaccounted for, and I think we know they were going to draw into it. Okay, so Fencer, Nuka are gone. Poison Vial is gone. So finding the teacher, we need to top deck the teacher. Shit. Poison Vial's gone. Nuka's gone. Fencer's gone. We have to do one more. Boomerang is really good. I don't know if we need 2 though in 6 cards. We'll try that. That might be wrong. One time I fluxed Nuka to like 7 counters. That was a good time. It's supposed to be a Giga stream, right? If you're still up in 8.5 hours, I'll be streaming my CO finals versus Radiant. Yo, Jai, let me know. I don't know if we'll be up in that long, but I'll plug it at the end of the stream for sure. Probably means I should be getting some sleep right now. Yeah, maybe. Okay, install advanced. They overinstalled and trashed. So that was the Rashida. This is the winning agenda. We have to win this turn, if at all. If that's the final agenda, there's only... Okay. Tank time. There's one more agenda in the game, right? It's here is one of them. And mind you, getting to this remote server is possible. We know this is Mess and Chesto. They went out of their way to advance the ice, which gives us full information. And the cool thing with Gabali into the depths is that if we lose the 3 credits on here, losing the 3 credits on here has no implication to the math unless that's the Bologna. So they told us what this ice was, which means this is Toll Booth Hydra. In terms of like what it is, we haven't seen the rhyme. We know all wraparounds are accounted for. There's one Hydra somewhere. If they res a Hydra for 10, they can still score out, but they can't res both of these ice if it's a Toll Booth or a high. Because if it's Toll Booth and Message Chest, that costs them 13, right? Could be the NGO front. So our chemist is in the top 6 of the stack, also known as colloquially the entirety of the stack. Now we have to figure out if we get her down, it has a double to run. So we'd have to, we can't actually do it, right? Because it's literally too late. That's why we were drawing. So we can run HQ C2. The other options, we can run R&D, right? We can boomerang the Mess and Chesto. Okay, that's solved. This is solved for 3 credits, which puts us off the Bologna money. Can we crack R&D? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think we might be able to. The question, what is the outermost here? So if we install Kabali, we can break through this for free. Boomerang, we break through this for free. This we break for 1. So we can get an access on R&D. The thing is that we won't have money, so we need this to be the Bologna. It's a 50-50 where the Bologna is. I don't think there's any way that we can get an access here besides on HQ that does respect the Bologna. Right? Because if we put the boomerang on the Mess and Chest, so we're down on 5 credits. We install the Gabali, we're down on 3 credits, and then we just like jailbreak this. So we'll have 0 credits when one of these subroutines fires. In fact, it has to be it doesn't really matter. I'll be at 0200 UTC on my Twitch channel. Gyroscope, thanks for the shout out. Jack, can you do me a huge favor and tell me what that is in Eastern Standard? Because that, I'm not sure. Good night. Good luck on the event, eh? Looking to the depth for money. We have no server to looking to the depth for the money. And it comes at the cost of seeing another card. And I'd argue that seeing another card here is probably more important. Unless it gives us the 5. Okay, so say that we do boomerang. And then we do into the depths, right? So we have to do boomerang Gabali into the depth. So we go to 5. We spend 5 on that. We're on 2. So then we only have 4 credits. We're 1 credit short. 9 p.m. Thursday Eastern time. Friday. 9 p.m. Friday. Yeah. Thank you. Should be 9 p.m. Thank you, Jai. So at 9 p.m. tonight, Jai has a game on. Ah, shit. Okay. The question is what's in the remote server too, right? Like equally, we could do the remote server. We could do boomerang, Gabali run. They can't res both of these. If they res both of these, we're fine. You can't deck both Mess and Toll Booth costs? Yeah, no. So we Airblades the one that ends the run, right? We Airblades the Toll Booth. So like we just lose the 3 to this and we Airblades it. We'll be fine. We'll functionally be fine. The other option is if they overextend here. I think we just go HQ, go R&D and see 2 cards with jailbreak and hope that the Bologna is not an R&D. I think it's the best we have. I think we just do Gabali, boomerang, jailbreak, and then just hope. With Iru, we would have seen like potentially 3 cards. It's kind of cool. I think we do it. I think here we could boomerang this one. We could Gabali this one. Wait, we could slap bandle this. And then we're hoping it's not a blown. Like at the end of the day, it just comes down to figuring out where the blown is. Watching a GI stream is highly recommended trademark. Right? Like if this is not the Bologna, we can run this, right? Like we boomerang this, we Gabali this, we slap bandle that. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we run. We have 2 credits, right? So chat, what are you thinking? Do you think we run this and hope it's not a Bologna, or do we run R&D and hope that we see not Bologna? Because this is random. Living slap bundle gives them +2 credits. Yeah, that's true, but I don't think it's gonna matter. Right? Like if they go to 16, so they have to jam through remote server whatever they top deck. I think they're more likely to jam the Bologna though. If they can, if they have a choice. So going R&D sees 2 cards, and then we have to hope on the 50-50 that there's an agenda in there, that one of them is not the agenda. If you say, did you count the Into the Depths? On the remote server, I'm not sure we did. But at the end of the day, Into the Depths only gives us 4 credits. I asked him, it's Bologna? Yeah, I am. Shh, 1 second. Okay, what about Into the Depths? So then we do Gabali for 2, Boomerang for 2, Slapball for 1. That puts us down to 1 credit. Into the Depths gives us 1 credit short because it only gives us 4. If you say you did count Into the Depths, yeah, we're 1 credit short. Because, yeah, 1, 2. So this is install, run. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Rigging up would have been fine. 5, 6. Wait, that is credit perfect. You're doing great. Wait, maybe that is credit perfect. I think you're right. Gabali for 2 gets us to 5. Boomerang gets us down to 3. Slap Bundle gets us down to 2. Oh no, because we have to use the Slap Bundle. And because we think it's double message chest, so we're going to lose 3 credits anyways. Airblade, yeah, Alvin ignores on encounters, which is really nice in the message chest, but credits actually matter if it's a Bologna. I think we're going to try and win on R&D, and we're going to assume this is a Bologna. Fencer Phono would have been reasonable as much as we're tagged. But yeah, Fencer Phono would have been fun here. Okay, so I think we just boomerang the Mesnachesso, install the Gabali, and then jailbreak. Any useful programs in the deck to get? No, there's no more programs in the deck at all. The deck has 3 programs. They're all here. And then we added 3 slap bundles, so they're all there. I think the remote feels like a Bologna. Chesva? Yeah, no. Hey, Scrub, how's it going? Let's go for it. If any of the remote ice are Hydra, they can't afford to run 3x ice. I think they could overextend here, but you're right. If it's a Hydra, they can res it, and then we'll bounce off of it. We give them 2 more credits, but Hydra is a really expensive res for them for sure. There should be re-education R&D. I'm hoping that this is a Bologna. Like, this is wire play. Makes sense. So we install the Gabali, and then I think we just jailbreak. We could click for another credit, but I don't think it matters. Because we're going to lose our 3 credits to the message chest so we can get through the toll booth. So we'll have 1 credit. 1 credit makes a side game force them to pay 2. From when they bottomed the first re-education score? Oh, maybe. Yeah, we haven't been note-taking because we thought we'd win on R&D. But yeah, there's a chance we have a bit more information what's on R&D. The problem here is we only see 2 cards. I'm going to click for credit here. The Rashid is in archives, so you can't run. Yeah, I'll just click for credit. Did they shuffle? I don't know if they shuffled. Attitude adjustment didn't shuffle. I don't think they shuffled. It's a Hydra. That's sick. We shouldn't have clicked for credit because we could actually run the server. That's not good. So now here we have to Gabali this, and then we'll poison file. It's really nice when you break that for cheaply. I haven't been following Netrunner recently, so how have things been in your humble opinion? Really, really good, Scrub. No joke, kind of the best. So we'll lose the 3 credits to the Mess and Cheswo. Yeah, we shouldn't click for credit because we could actually consider charging this. Not really. I think they shuffled a while ago. It's credit perfect, mind you. Prevent. So we have to prevent this one because this one ends the run if you don't have the money. And then we get in for exactly 1 credit. Oh, we had to click for credit. Okay, never mind. I'm a genius. Yeah, it was a long time ago. What are you thinking? What should we go? Let's roll a d6. 4? I'll go 0. Fuck! No! Oh, no. They paid 0 too because they knew where it was. Oh, we could have ran the remote server. Oh, we got baited. They played us. They had to jam whatever agenda they got. Good game. Was convinced that'd be the Bologna. But because I saw one in hand, but I think you bottomed it. Brutal. Yeah, we almost got there, right? Like things were bad. We saw a lot of cards. Oh, I just closed the thing, but we saw a lot of cards. That's a really hard matchup because the density is bad, but like it was kind of reasonable. Yeah, sick. Well played. That was fun though. Yeah, they paid 0 because it didn't matter. Wasn't Bologna you saw that one they scored? Maybe? Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. I was praying you wouldn't go there. I think I could have. I think I had the money. But not Bologna money. So I was hoping R&D be where the re-education was. Yeah, so this is like a toll booth or a rhyme. It's a rhyme. We actually could have ran this, right? Like we just have to get through 2 of those. This one doesn't really matter, and the strength subroutine on rhyme doesn't matter. Yeah, yeah. We definitely could have run the remote server. I think it was good to tell it as soon as they advanced the message test. So I think it's like, it's cool because it kind of makes it more obvious that it's a Bologna potentially in the remote server, but it tells us exactly what ice this is. At the end of the day, we break all the ice for the same, right? Like we still just get through it with Poison Vial. But like it's cool in this deck is that you see fundamentally, like some of the pieces are really nice. Like Boomerang with Poison Vial is okay. We've actually seen a lot of multi-subroutine ice. Yeah, thanks you too. Some cool stuff going on here. Hey, Greg is a new AR player. Thanks for the in-depth replay videos and informational videos. Glad you enjoyed them. Thanks for watching them. Welcome to the game. If you have any questions, please ask. The game is sick. I think you probably know that now. I think the worst case scenario in the remote server was wraparound and 2x Messney because they can actually throw into resident and score next turn. Yeah. Yeah, that's the 6-pointer deck, huh? Yeah, so we did a whole video on this. I need to plug this video more. I need to get on the front page, but we did a whole video talking about like agenda densities and how many accesses on average you need to win. This deck is one of the biggest outliers. The runner needs somewhere between, I think it's 20 and 21 single accesses to try and win the game off central servers, which is really hard when they're threatening to kill you on turn 2 or turn 3 to combo. Thanks for the game. Cheers. This deck is neat. It's fun. Shout out to, mind you, give them this love if you can. I'll have the deck list in the description. But Zarba said this is their first ever deck list posted, so give them some love. This is really fun. It's genuinely a fun archetype, as much as it's a bit more passive than I think some folks would like it to be. Really, really cool. All right, how you doing all? Mind you, it's a Friday. We're gonna be streaming today for a while. We've been up for about an hour and a half. We'll be up for a fair bit longer today, just hanging out because we'll be on holidays in a minute, and then there will be no more Metropole Grid until nearly New Year's. So I'm thinking that we're just gonna dive into some of the QTM decks that have been being posted. I forget what the tag is, countdown to 2024, because they're really cool, and I haven't had time to do these at all on the channel. How long was that game? It's hard to tell. It was probably about 40 minutes. Did that not work? Hey, Bane, how's it going? Yeah, that was a fun game, though. I really want to believe that Isuak Dream is the QTM deck I'm most excited about. It's weird, because like that one I think is the most by the numbers. It's just like, it's a Glacier deck, and we're short on cards. So, in short, if you don't know QTM, it's Querying the Message. They're a queer testing group, and they have a podcast. They haven't put out an episode in a while, waiting on the Worlds episode soon, I hope. And they've been doing really good stuff, both competitively, also obviously as like a community for queer folk. And then on top of it, they've been kicking ass in tournaments and doing a lot of like really cool stuff like this. So there's a lot of, they've been posting one a day, if I'm not mistaken. It's like an advent calendar. Maybe some days got skipped, but they're really cool decks that either existed in testing that QTM tried out, and they were like, we don't think this is really worth doing, that show off interesting interactions that just don't come to fruition as consistent competitive decks. So we're going to be going through them and playing a whole bunch of them because they seem really good. Thanks for streaming. How's the last MTL event? Oh, it was sick. It was really, really fun. We had like 15 players. We played at L'Abyss, and some of the last times we played in L'Abyss, we were in the basement where like they have the miniatures gamers, but instead they put us upstairs, which is like the cafe with like the Christmas tree, and it's really decorated, and it was super, super cute. Cat sweater's already dressed. It's a great sweater. Thank you. It's my partner's. I don't know where it came from. It came as a gift from someone in the Americas, from North America, from the United States of America. All right. I want to start on this one. Theory of Mercury. This is Izzy's list. Izzy came 5th. Their team came 5th at COS, which is sick, and Izzy just played this Mercury deck. I know Izzy's been toting on Pisana's Mercury tech, which I really kind of like. I don't know if it's the most consistent thing. I think you can easily change this, but this is a deck that's like kind of close between the sort of like, you know, Katurga, Breakout, Maker's Eye, multi-axis list, and that's generally what Mercury does. QTM, hell yeah. Yeah, right? Gotta make it back to IRL events. Loving those decks. It's really fun. If you could come out in person, let me tell you, especially like, we're playing single-sided Swiss. Single Slice is so good. It's just so good. There's so little downtime. You're meeting new people all the time. I can't comment enough. Thanks for the QTM shout out, of course. Thanks for all the cool stuff that the QTM's doing. Reprises Mercury tech? Yeah, for real. Actually, it is really good Mercury tech, because that's the issue with Mercury. So I don't like Mercury. I think Mercury as a character, really cool, but Mercury as a playstyle, I'm not a big fan of it. It hasn't been really good. And generally, criminal aggression is actually better now than it looked for a long time. However, getting more accesses is something you can do with other parts of the card pool. And then having your criminal ID give you economy, clicks back, generally is a bit more consistent. So if you're asking me if I want to compare Mercury to, you could play this in Zaya, and it'll probably be a very similar deck and probably perform better. I think that's an issue. We've been getting a lot of Mercury support support cards, and we're going to see more. I think Mercury probably will make more sense in a couple months when the new half of the set comes out. But overall, not the biggest Mercury fan, and that's okay. It's still a lot of fun to play because it's seeing extra cards is always kind of nice and fun. I had a bit of pessimism about Mercury too, and like I know that also Whiteblade was saying this on one of the recent podcasts, but like if Mercury is good, I don't think the game is going to be fun. And this is the thing that like really caught me by surprise when Mercury was revealed during spoiler season, is the sort of play that could be canonically correct in some Mercury board states, where it's like inside job centrals, C3 cards, get something bounced back, is not very interesting, and it's hard to play around. So I think if we're in a world where Mercury does get really good, like the playstyle of bypassing ice, which inherently is like your ice doesn't matter .deck, is not fun. And I don't know who's actually excited for that if this ever comes together. Because at the end of the day, people complain in Netrunner when your ice doesn't matter. And if Mercury is good, I think Mercury's going out of the way to make your ice not matter. It's a bit of a bummer. So like, I'm not excited for Mercury to be good. Right now, Mercury is fun out of 10. Hey stream, this list looks familiar. There's Izzy. Cut Ampassan for Reprise would probably not make the deck worse, and cutting Ampassan for good cards would make it better. Estebrado would make sense if we were on Twinning or Wake. Yes. And that's like the big difference between this list and like the other, you know, we played Zaya last night with Pat, and I really like that list too. And it's a very similar idea. Like you get that sort of, I think 3 Hermes makes a lot of sense for Mercury. We're on Kurapira, which is good Hermes tech. We're not on any of the tricky bypass stuff. I think we're almost there at bypass D-Res being like a good engine with cards like Capybara, and I think Bachlan Botchkin's underrated. Seikos are excited about it. It's weird. It's like not a fun play style. Like I don't understand why people are hyped about like, I'm going to inside job centrals and see 4 cards in R&D. It's like, that's just frustrating. We're playing casino. Feel like Mercury would be more problematic if the same old thing was still in. Arguably it's a bit too slow, but recursion is good for, it's not good for a lot of reasons. Ampassan feels just better than stuff like Hippo because Crims have so much bypass packages. I think though, like if you're playing against Mercury and if an inside job happens, you should probably res your ice if you're comfortable, because then it means that you're playing around Hermes, you're playing around Mercury in the future. Like it is in your best interest a lot of times, if you can afford it, to even when your ice is being bypassed, to consider resing it. Like that is a really important skill that some players don't do, because like resing ice when it doesn't do anything is bad and you give off information. But just keep that in mind. Every once in a while when inside job happens, like it's not that you're playing around on Passant, but like if they inside job HQ and you have an agenda in there, res your ice. Because if they steal the agenda and bounce the thing anyways, they're just going to come back, right? So just keep that in mind, that resing your ice during a run, even if it's being bypassed, is correct probably about 50% of the time. There's so much Mercury tech that nobody plays. Tranquilizer's Mercury tech. Tranquilizer's cool. I think E-Shutdown's also really good. Yeah, I don't know E-Shutdown though. E-Shutdown's actually a better card than its amount of play. Yo, real quick, Izzy, if we want to make changes to this, what would you do with the influence? I'm not the biggest fan of Liberated in Criminal. It's great with Career Fair. Bad blue card I kind of want is now it's FAO or Forged. Forged is tricky too, because if you don't want them to res their central ice. Sneak Door is really good. I really like Sneak Door in this list. Sneak Door in general is fantastic at Mercury. New runner deck. Yeah, but Izzy kicked ass with this at COS. Her team did really well. The Theory of Mercury. Okay. Not a big fan of E-Shutdown because of how many ice have res effects that just hurt you. Yeah, but you choose which ones they are, right? No Banner. Banner is like so much worse than Kurapira, unfortunately. I don't know. I played Banner and I just did not like it that much. Kurapira is like just good enough. I'd probably put in Companions and Twinning and then put different shape deck. Yeah, then we just end up playing like, you know, the Zaya decks, which is unfortunate, or the Sable decks, where like you cut that for the multi-axis package. Let's play it as is. Let's add a Reprise. I don't know what we cut for the Reprise. We can maybe cut a Shibboleth. Oh, we have no mutual favor, I see. I think with Ampassan, Capybara is workable. It's cool how that works together. But like in terms of bypass, we only have inside job, right? Like we don't have that many. We're not playing backstitching. It's actually kind of hard. Leave No Trace is the best Ampassan tech. I don't know if Mercury wants to do it on their motive or not. Let's just play it as is. Like I assuming that you want to can you leave No Trace centrals? I think you can. We established yesterday that runner decks are additive. Oh, the Breaker Suite was because we were a Peak virus. You can totally swap out a Turtle Mutual Suite. Oh yeah, that tracks. I see you playing Turtles here. Like I kind of want to play better Breakers. Tread Lightly is the best Remote Buster. Yeah, Tread Lightly is I think a bit better than potentially than the other one. But I feel like again with Mercury, you want to generally like trash centrals. So okay, so we can do 1-1. We can do Mutual. Revolver Carmen's fine, and then we can do an Amakua, Canonical 47. Seems fine. Yeah, it's weird. It's like Mercury did not get enough, what I would argue, like, feels like playable support from what we understand. And we might be missing something. That the way that Mercury plays out feels like a lot of the other criminals. And that's strange to me. Because almost all the other runners that have been released for a while have, like, for better or for worse, a really synergistic package that like sings and shows you like, oh, this Arsana deck is not like other Shaper decks. But Mercury has so far been like, this is the most like every other criminal that I think we've seen in a minute. Which is really strange. At some point during this stream, I will need to eat. I don't know how we're going to cross that bridge. I think printing too much bypass tech makes ice feel even less impactful. And that's like the sort of thing that I'm worried about is like people were really excited about, you know, I think there's a lot to be excited about the character Mercury, but when it comes to like the mechanics of Mercury, like bypass is not fun. Nobody enjoys bypass. So I don't know about the Mercury hype on that side. But I'm so stoked to see what the other part of the set holds because obviously there's going to be some cool parts there. Ah, fuck. Hyperglacier. There's not enough turbine out there. So this is going to be a really slow game. Breaking subroutines by clicking through them is considered breaking. Having D-res here is good, but they're just going to put a bunch of ice down and go really, really, really slow. No one wants something akin to the old blackmail days. Yo, Justin, how's it going? Yeah, that's kind of the idea. But it's kind of worse because it's on Central, so it's like random. Security Nexus would have been so cool. Mercury. It's weird that I like Security Nexus based off of everything I've said, but yeah, exactly. It's going great. Good to hear. I don't love playing against AOT. It's one of those decks where interaction is like not in your favor because they res stuff really cheaply. They mulligan, so Sneak Door on turn 1 is like kind of okay. Ideally, we want them to res ice on HQ that ends the run and then we can bounce off of it. This hand doesn't have any economy in it that's playable. Diversion's like pretty reasonable if we can click through their ice, but then if they res ice, they don't have money. All right. So Mercury says, whenever you breach at least once per turn, they hide that at the end. If you did not break any subroutines, you may access an additional card. So it's once per turn whenever you want it. So not breaking subroutines means either allowing them to fire, bypassing, de-resing the ice on encounter so it doesn't fire, or on approach, I guess, sort of. And that's mostly it. You can also prevent the subroutines from resolving, or sorry, you can have them resolve. So in theory, like Banhar and Airblades is like reasonable. Features Eero and Sneak Door Mercury Tech too, but not Mind's Eye because it's on the run. Yes, technically. Oh, they drew and iced. Okay. Well, we can see 2 on R&D. Our money's going to be pretty bad if we get this down first. I guess we're going to. Because if we see 2 here, we can bounce. On sell off the top. Ikoa will steal. We'll bounce that. That's our turn, apparently. Yeah. I think it's like Eero is probably just worse than Sneak Door. And it's a lot of influence. Until we see like tag synergy packages. But Beatrice is not really great because they're going to be icing up HQ anyways. But Eero makes sense. So we know they have an on-sell and whatever ice we just returned to hand. We have no money though. But Mercury was relevant. On-sell is really good because if they res an on-sell, it doesn't do anything. So here I'd like to slow down because we're in a lead. Like I think we just clicked 4 here. Thunder Gallery's tag synergy package. I really enjoyed my time playing tag as like with Chesla clearing tags during runs. Like that is really cool. I think there might be a deck there. Like here, I don't think we do anything. They don't do anything quickly. But Thunder Gallery might be an important card the next part of the set because tags clearly matter for the Anarch. Ah, they're doing... Okay, it's Spin Doctor. That's fine. But we can play this really slowly. They need to stick an acid generally to get money. If we don't let them res their ice, their economy doesn't really function. I'm so curious about HP for the next set. Yeah, like Wayland, obviously, because we don't have an ID. HP is really mysterious. How's it going, Dan? Like, to understand what their goals are in the region. I think HP are arms dealers now. But, like, Wayland's up to some secret nonsense where they're just, like, developing a part of land that they need to protect. Which is, like, again, peak Borealis. Just like, oh, this ground here is really important. Why? Not telling you. Okay. It's interesting, that's for sure. Do we have dirty laundry? We do. So we should draw once to check archives. We want them to flood. We'll do that eventually. I'm assuming they're shuffling back here, which means that we want to run R&D more than HQ. We could get our Carmen down, but the later that we install breakers, the better it is for us on the basis that we have to deal with an on-sell on the table. And on-sell, we break terribly for 5 credits. I think we just do triple credit and throw out the en passant, unfortunately. If we install this, we go down to 2. It's not great. Like, they're going to ice up archives sooner than later, and then we can't dirty laundry out of it. And then in terms of the money that gets us out of this hole, it'd be like career fair into something or like the one of fermenter. So I think we just hoard money and play slow. If they're on 5-3s too, like that's really good for us because they do install advance and they don't have seamless. Like Hermes means they score out, we get a bounce, or we can run centrals with an inside job, see 2 cards and bounce. Yeah, this is why we don't go to low money. Discard on passant a lot of worlds? Yeah. I do discard that one a fair bit. Yeah, that's fine. We can do something else with the influence. If that was a fermenter, we'd actually be pretty happy about it. As much as fermenter isn't amazing in the modern meta. I think we just install this, click 2. It may be a shame that we drew there. Because we ate the filter draw, but it's very likely we can just do diversion next run. Oh, they iced up R&D, or sorry, they I didn't see that they put an upgrade on R&D. I'm assuming it's a mana garm. There used to be a lot of really rude upgrades that interacted disfavorably with clicking through Biroids. I don't think there's anything like that really anymore. But here we just doof them. Probably go down to 0. Like, unless this costs a lot of clicks, I'm just going to send it. Mind you, we only have 2 clicks, but that gets through most things that matter here. Now, if they res it, they can res another thing. Oh, fuck. Shit. Oh, shit. We found the big one. That's okay. Now we can charge server 2. So the runner can spend a click to break any subroutine from this. Do 2 core damage. Losing breakers is not great. Just about as bad. No, this is fine. Them spending 10 is totally okay. Trash 1 installed runner card. I think we can lose either of these and be okay with it. And the run is fine. If we go through this, they gain 4 more credits. So I think we just let this fire and then we just run server 2. Like this doesn't matter. Losing a revolver, not the best. Losing a revolver and Carmen means we don't break sentries anymore. That's a problem. We could consider clicking through that. Perfect. We lost. What did we lose? Lost something. Oh, they gained 3 credits actually. That's the worst part of that. Okay. So is there any Biroid that messes us up? If it's 2 core damage is not that bad. So we're more worried about this being a Rashida. We could bravado this. I think the worst case blowout here would be what's it called? The 3 cost. Yeah, low key time would be bad. I'm gonna go for it. Like we're gonna take some high variance runs here. But I think the worst case scenario here would be Ravana 1. Because it copies tier subroutines. They can't. Oh, they could res a Loki. This is totally fine. This does like next to nothing. Okay, so we want to just break the last one. Install a card. Wait, they could on-sell loop us. It's not the worst. So trash installed runner card. That's fine. Install a card from HQ archives. That's arguably fine. The runner cannot steal trash corp cards for the remainder of the run. That seems important. Look away for a second. We face checked a tier. Yeah, we diversioned. Like, this is fine. Like, if this is a Rashida, they have no money unless they can put a Rashida on the table from hand. And if it's an on-sell loop, it's like fine. Yeah, that could be a Rashida on the table. That's the worst case. Here they get a 4 credit res, which is like not great. Imagine the holiday scenario where the corp scores salvo testing on you in 2 turns. They can also replace this if it's a spin doctor. Yeah, totally. So if it's a ganked, I think we're okay with it. It doesn't really do anything. I think we have to discard the revolver. Imagine having the E shut down. Okay, there's a Ravana. So they overinstalled. So whatever card's here is in the bin. This could be a spin doctor. It's a regolith. Okay, so they do credit. They can't really do much about that. So we can run through that next turn. I think clicking the ETR on tier wasn't the best option to siphon them. I forgot they would gain 3 credits. Not knowing they're going to gain 3 credits, they would have res nice though, so they would have been on 2. I don't know if it's great, right? Because once they pass the tier, they get the free res. I think this was reasonable. So I think we'll keep the Carmen. A Revolver is much better, but like a lot of the Sentry buy roads have a lot of subroutines. Here you might as well res the Regolith. Actually, do you? R&D is where the game is at. On 3 credits, there's only a couple buy roads they can res. I think we want to run R&D here to force their credits. If they don't res, we see 2 cards. If they could res Eli or Ravana, we can click through it, and then they don't have a buy road to res. Also, the upgrade. If they res an Adrian Sice, that's totally fine. We just have to run this twice. So we can access Adrian? Oh, no. So I think this works. Seamless off the top. Eli. Okay, scary. That's an Adrian there. That's really good. That's a really good piece for there. Mind you, this only has 12 influence, so this is a quarter of their influence. So it was Seamless into Eli. We probably need to take this down, let's be honest. So we should run through this and just double click. They'll be able to res this ice on RNG, but I don't think we can give them all the credits off of the Regolith. That's way worse for us. Because this deck just doesn't have them. We're giving them 4 credits, like. So if we don't have cards installed, you don't have to worry about that. So let's see if they can res this. It has to be 7 credits or less. It's hard to imagine. It's not. Another on sell again. Doesn't do much. Yeah, this is where like playing your Shaper deck with 2 turbines makes a lot of sense. And it's good that there is a release valve like that in the format where like just having big ice on every central doesn't lose you the game. Hello. Hey, Alex. How you doing? So we know they have a Seamless in hand. The tier is like something we inside job through. We don't actually have to break it. We don't really have to run R&D here. We can consider slowly setting up. Run back and trash the Sice. Oh, it was probably correct that turn, yeah. But then we have to pay like 3 credits at a minimum. Well, that's a good top deck. Like here, we just play the waiting game where like they flood up and then we inside job HQ. They have an Eli, which they have to put somewhere. Yeah, in some ways, D-res is good, but also like they just res it cheaper. This is the first time? The first time. That's the Eli probably. They have a Seamless in hand. I think we do inside job this. What? Wait, what's that about? Sneak door? Okay, I think we can run this. If they res the Eli, we're happy because then they can't Seamless out. So I think we would just run this anyways. And then we click through an Eli and then they have to res the Eli. Like in theory, you let us go through the on sell and then you res the Eli for free. A lot of players mess that up though, where they just res the ice on the outermost, but letting us go through the Eli so they can res it when we pass the on sell is better for them. This is, I think, wrong. Because they could have res this for free. Now we can double click through this, go through the on sell, click through 1, but then they can install Rashid on the table. We don't want to do that. We also can now, like, we need to get our another console down. We have 2 and 34. Pinel is hard to play. Fermenter is really good here. Bye, Pinel. Pinel's really good in the matchup. I think these cards are a bit better. Oh, that's fine. Oh, fuck. I see now why. Oh, we installed the Fermenter when on sell was weak. Oh, we could have gone through on sell this turn. I still think we run through on sell and we just triple click. We see 2 cards, we lock the top of the deck. They can't get a res. I think that's for the better. It seems like there's an agenda in archives. The D-res doesn't matter with Byroids. Like, that's one of the tricky things. Is like, if we're not breaking them with subroutines. Obviously, we can't see Aquas here. Yeah, the Fermenter down in some ways doesn't make sense. Now they can just res the Eli again. So they made, what, a credit? Jinja. Fuck. Oh, we broke subroutines. There's only 1 card with Mercury. Never mind. I forgot Mercury's tags. I thought we'd see 2 there. Mercury's tricky. Okay, so they're only on 1 credit. Where's Adrian gonna go? Nowhere. We could easily inside job this. Mind you, really don't like Jinja. Just getting ice out on the table. Stacking your ice deep is really important because we can, you know, always click through some of these. We can't click through all of them. So the question is, what is in this remote server? If we inside job through, we go through the Eli, we get through the on-sell, we click through 3 of the subroutines, unfortunately. We've seen 1 seamless launch so far. It's a Rashida. Do we know that? Or does it look like Rashida? It looks like Rashida. Do you earn 1 credit? Yeah, I don't think they would score out here. So it has to be probably Rashida. Or it could be another Jinja they're setting up. I think we can just let it cook. Career fair is good because we can top deck a thing like that. Could be credit advance seamless. Yeah, it's unlikely. Yeah, Rashida makes more sense. Tell me, Joe, how's it going, by the way? Like, if it's credit advance seamless, that's tricky. It's worth noting they're playing 3 Stegodon, so like their agenda suite's already a bit strange. Like they don't run as many 4-2s as some other decks do. In fact, some only run 3-pointers and Stegodons. Because a full set of Stegodons takes you to odd number of points, so you're likely to play an odd number of 3-pointers because you don't want to run 21 points often. But now we run HQ, right? Like now they just drew a lot. And if they don't jam their mode server, we definitely run HQ. They should be jamming their mode server every turn. Right? Like the remote server is hard to deal with. But like running HQ here, seeing 2 with inside job is really good. After they do a Rashida draw. I worry there's an agenda in archives. Like the Adrian in archives is so strange. But at least if it's there, it's nothing anywhere else. Is the deck Santa told not to play because it takes hours to play? I don't know. It might be. I think there's some really, really, really slow Architects of Tomorrow Glacier decks. Shit, that's good. So they have agendas in hand. I don't know how Adrian works with Sneak Door Beta. Earthrise for 2. Okay, class deck we can install and then just click for credits. If they purge, they purge. But like we don't have to do anything that quickly. This is what we want. We want the Hermes sooner than later. But here we assume they have an agenda in HQ. That's a Jinja. Okay, so remote server is a bit difficult to deal with. They didn't purge the fermenter. They could Mavirus at our start of turn. It's okay. We do like credit, sure gamble, install Hermes. We have a lot of cards in hand. Okay. Things we could do. We want to get rid of the fermenter so the on-cells matter less. They have Brawn somewhere, and like bypassing a Brawn on central servers by farming an Eli is pretty good. But like breaking Eli costs us 5 credits, right? Like Eli is legitimately pretty good into Kurapira. Most barriers are, if they're above 1 strength, let's be honest. We don't know what's in the remote server. I'm assuming it's like a Managarm and tops of something. We're going to see a Ginger Res on HQ. So like the only way that we get access on HQ is generally through the Ravana. And Ravana is also pretty cursed, as much as we're not on threat 4 yet. So we only break Ravana for 4 credits. Okay, so the big part of the game when you play Glacier is running at the right time. I think if they have an agenda in hand, there's probably 1 in hand, 1 in server 2. The rest are obviously in R&D. Credit seems absurd when we have Fermenter, but I think we can greed the Fermenter here because any turn they take off is pretty good. We'll get the Hermes down, so if they score out, we got a window. We can install the Shibboleth. It's unlikely that we're going to lose the threat text on it. Doofus. Oh, we have to get rid of a lot of cards here. Oh, that's really ugly. So I guess we shouldn't have credited. We should have fermented because Inside Job is the most powerful card in the matchup. I think Bravado is better for credit. You're right, because we could have bravadoed the Eli. Thanks. Yeah, you're right. We should just bravado Eli. No, it's all good. Okay. So Fermenter Earthrise. I wonder if we bottom the Inside Job. Just because we're going to throw it out. I think we should, right? We have to plan our turn here. We're going to be on 9 cards in hand. And we can play 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think we bottom the Inside Job. We already have one. Yeah, this is much better. This looks similar, but Adrian's different. Yo, Santa, how's it going? This is just a click and 3 credits for us. If they de-res their ice, it's totally fine. right? Because now they have to res it when we run archives, which we will do at some point. Yeah, that's strictly better. That's a much better turn. Big take back. That's a surprisingly big take back for this channel. Unfortunately, they didn't res anything. Like, they had no window to interact, so I don't feel bad about it. Like, we just put our cards on the table. Like, if anything, we gave them more information on whether they need to like worry about the remote server, but it's okay. Purge, fine. They probably don't have a virus, mind you. We haven't seen a spin doctor. We've seen one spin doctor. Adrian cites a lot of influence. When are we going to see out of faction Pyroid? I don't think we are. Adrian stays there. Okay. That's a Vovo. Oh, sick. Cool. Sysop City. All right. Fermenter Earthrise. Maker's Eye, nice. Enjoying the early morning stream. Glad you are. Are you back on the West Coast now? Have you made the Hengeki deck? No, Sean, we haven't. Vovo. Okay, Daily Cast is good. Ampison is reasonable. In theory, we make a run and then they de-res it later with like, what's it called? We can trash it. I think I kind of want that. Is the flipping motion with the res some kind of mod? Yes, Tammy Joe. We're using the Cyberfeeder plugin for Firefox for JNet. It's sick. It does so many good stuff. Like putting the names on top of the cards. Like that's sorting the bin. Like this is all the plugin. You can't see it that well. I think here we take like Maker's Eye is probably how we win. We eventually can just break ice. So Ampison's slightly too cute, I think. It looks so good. I've not had a chance to use it. Oh, it's really good. It's only Firefox, which like for me is perfect, but yeah. It's great. So once they double advance in the remote server, oh, we can consider just running R&D. We know there's no defensive upgrades on R&D anymore. Remember, Axis is so sick. Love Cyberfeeder. Wait, it remembers your accesses? Kira, I haven't messed with that. How do I do that? There's a log, right? I know that there was like additions. I haven't checked all the features. They just add them secretly. Labels and face downs when you are playing corpse, yes. Labels and face downs for streaming is so nice, so that if you tune in, you know what this ice is. If we're on the corpse side, you don't have to be like, what's the ice there? Which like a lot of people just don't ask because it's annoying, but you should ask. I think we just click 4 here, right? If they score out, we can react. Seamless, that's not good. One more, come on. Damn. I don't know what Agent's doing on archives, I'll be honest. I have no idea. Click for 4 cards, Mercury confirmed Anarch. It's like, we have all our breakers, we just need more money. And we're clicking for a turn, right? Go look at your settings later if I'm still around to point it out. Thank you. Vovo Azeti. Vovo. Okay. If we run archives, this is our window now before Shibboleth gets messed up. No matter what, we at least trash Adrian. That seems like worthy. And then we can get our Carmen down. I think we will do that. So we run archives. We break that for only 4 credits. That seems good. Oh, no, it's more because they can de-res a card. That's fine. It's 6 credits. That's enough. We can deal with it. So Stegodon, it's a Ravana. We can also double click through it. I think double click is better because our clicks are not worth the 6 credits. Like we're clicking for credits. So our clicks here are not worth the money. There's a few bugs when you turn on JNet face down labels and settings, but will be fixed next release. Butso, how's it going? Thank you. Hey, hola, Pichar. Friday stream. Love the Christmas catcher. Thank you. Hopefully you're doing well. How do you say Friday in Spanish? Viernes? Feliz Viernes? Is that right? I'll just pay the minimum. 2 to trash Adrian's good enough. They paid money for that. We could draw here, but then we have to discard. We can go back. We actually flip the cards up. Oh, there's a Stegodon in there. I totally forgot. Yeah, Adrian flips. So we can go back and steal. It puts us onto annoying Shibboleth. They res a Ravana on R&D. Do you think we'd let that cook? Viernes, así es. Ah, gracias. Okay. So we can run back. It'll be 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we steal and then we're on game point. We steal Stegodon, which has been in there for a minute. I totally forgot that you flip all the cards, but you don't access them, so you don't keep your secrets. With Hermes on the table, it's too costly for 1 point. I put something in game point, though. AOT is only once per turn. So they already used it to res this Ravana. I think we go back, because it also plays around Stegodon, which is annoying. And then I think we'll disrupt the scoring remote server. It makes Shib bad, yeah, but Shib's gonna be bad. Steggy, steal. Let's be annoying on the remote server, because I don't want to bounce the HQ ice. We could. Yeah, like we have, you know, next turn we just do Fermenter Maker's Eye and we could win. Oh, Carmen, getting Carmen down would be nice. Sprint, okay. So we have no idea how they're going to react with that, whether they want agendas or don't want agendas. We might greed for a bit. Getting the Carmen down would be okay. Shibboleth now will be negative strength, so now it's going to cost 6, 7, 8. So I guess we double click through this. And then we just, I guess we have to break this. We're in game point, they're not. That's like the really big thing here. Is that they need to score 2 more agendas. We can win on 1 if we're lucky. It's hard to say when that Stegodon and why it ended up in archives. Oh, that's a problem. It's good they don't know about the killer. Yeah, they'd have to assume. Like, we threw out some good cards. That sucks. That's, like, we need to draw our last pinhole to deal with that. Adrian Sice clones at HB. It should be illegal, but it is strange to see it. It is totally true. Card in the Motera as well. Okay, so could see Rashida. Let's see if Vovo slides over. Probably does. But this upgrade means we can't just like send centrals and win. Immediately if they score out, we could bounce the upgrade. It's not the best thing to bounce. Working for that wage. Okay. Oh man, I think the Liberate is way better. Right at the end of the day, money beats most things. Oh, it's a Jinja. Shit. If that's a Rashida into Jinja, that's really bad. Mind you, Jinja says whenever you draw an ice, at least they'll reveal it and install it. So they just drew a non-agenda. Clones in HP just shows how far they've been willing to go to take over Brazil. It's thematic. Well, that's the whole wage workers idea, right? Like they're hiring anyone. Wage workers are clones. It's a Rego. Okay, so this was from hand, because otherwise they would have clicklessly installed it. So here, I think the game is still in the deck. So what do we do? Ear would be so good in this board state, I know. We're going to have to cure Pura through Braun just sooner than later, let alone Eli. Okay, so I think we can consider running. Another ice is okay. We empty the Liberated, we click Fermenter for 12. If they purge, it's totally fine for us. I think we need to consider getting the Carmen down. Oh, that's really good. So we'll install Carmen for 5, whatever. We might have wanted to, like, they might purge here with the Fermenter, but now we can just Maker's Eye next turn. R&D double upgrade seems to show up properly now. I guess it can remove that fix. Oh, sick, yeah. I think the problem sometimes is when they're not both rezzed, but I'm not sure about that. It's been a minute. Okay, so I think we just take 12 credits. We'll be on 27 and we Maker's Eye. One of our breakers is going to be lowered strength, but I don't see a world where we don't get in. So they can Stegodon something here. We were just complimenting Cyberfeeder and you. Thanks for the very cool and good thing. It's really, really good. Holy shit, is Cyberfeeder good. Eli, outermost. Wait, all their breakers? Hold. Oh, shit. Wait, what? Because ideally we bounce off of this and come back, but the problem is we played the Maker's Eye, so we can't do it. No, Stegodon's all breakers. I forgot about that. Yeah. Because ideally here, like, we run and then we bounce and then we Maker's Eye. So unfortunately, we're just going to spend an arm and a leg here. It changes some of the break math, but like this is 2 more credits. This is 2 more credits. This is 2 more credits. So it's not huge. It's a 6 credit swing. It's like whatever. I think we'll be fine, but we can do the math once this outermost is res. I'm not sure how we got through that. I think we both mashed. Okay. So we need to do the math here. This is 7. Okay, math. 7 plus, then Ravana will be, we have to boost to 5. So it's, we go to 1, to 3, to 5. So it's 6, 7, 8. We can click through 1 subroutine. And then on cell is 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 plus 8 plus 7. Yeah, this is where if you have twinning, it's so easy. You just run, you bounce off of it, and you come back. So 7 plus 8 plus 7 is 22. So we can do it. It's going to cost us everything, but what else are we going to do? Yeah, Stego's only once per turn, which is why like you want to run, you want to jack out, and then like end the run and just go back. Corp can fire Stego twice this turn? No, Stego's once per turn. Yeah. Turning wheel on the pro bounce strategies, yeah. Again, like twinning. Twinning eats this matchup where you just sit back, you click for credits, you set up. We also broke ice here. Like Mercury has not been impactful this whole matchup. And it's really hard because like this is one of the matchups that plays around Mercury really well. Because even if you run HQ, right, they can res the ice on R&D. We just want to make sure we have Stegadon money here. So we need to win. Not yet. Hermes. We have inside job, we can go HQ. Jinja. Rashido. We'll trash that. Jinja. Okay. Okay. What did we see off the top? It's just a Jinja. So I think we just do draw credit. If they have an agenda, it's going to go on the remote server next turn. So we can consider running HQ here. We have an inside job. We've seen 1, 2, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 points. And there probably is agendas in hand. Let's be honest. I think we just inside job HQ. We can't play around Iqua, which sucks. It was a 20 credit run, I know. It's a Stegadon issue. So we can inside job HQ for a double. So many good reasons to play flip switch right now. I'm not sure if this is one of them though, right? Because we had to Maker's Eye there. Like E shutdown would be okay. You had a 2 at the start of your credit total before the run, so now we'll have a 2 at the start of your credit total. Wait, what? Okay, so again, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there's 11 points across R&D. So we should probably go here. Feels like they have Iqua, 3 steg, and a bunch of pointers. They're often on multiple Iquas because if you have too many agendas, like at the end of the day, Architects tomorrow is really clumsy and slow because you can't score out behind a single Biroid, so you need double Biroids. So generally having 9 points of Iqua and then having the rest on like, so you go to 12 with Stegadon and then you can play 3 off-world office and the Luminal. That's really good. Because like this is really good. When people can click through your ice, this is a really good threat. I like clicker cards for Liberated. Is it too slow? I just think we have a window here before they double ice because I think they're going to finish the Regulus jam in the remote server. And then like, this is cursed. This is cursed. So like this doesn't play into Iqua, but I think this is our only really good run here. This is much more evil. Hey, Anonymity. How's it going? I think inside job HQ is like kind of fine here. Like obviously we can't see the Iquas, but like again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 11 points somewhere. The problem is the only agendas we can interact with are Stegadon, Offworld, and then the Luminal. Yeah. Yeah, Mercury, we get to C2. It's fine. If we could get 2 credits before this, we would definitely do it. We also know one of these is an ice. Come on. Because I don't think they score at the last Stegadon. Oh, thank God. Yeah, I think that makes sense, GG. On the basis that we saw a bunch of R&D, and like the points have to be somewhere. Like 16 cards in R&D is not a lot. 2 in hand, yeah, that tracks. The math was whether we could afford to IJ without respecting the Iqua. And so much of that is just like trying to step back and looking at the math. How many cards in R&D? How many agenda points are out? They have to be somewhere. Run HQ, right? We accessed on the first card, so Mercury didn't matter. Just don't get that mistaken. Let's go, yeah. Yeah, Wolf 2 did the job there. Wolf 2 went pretty well. That run sold 4 points in 1 turn. That's good, as much as it costs us every single credit. Wolf 2 is always goated with the sauce. Wolf 2 is thoughtful, though. That's a thoughtful Wolf 2. It was fun to start 10 points in the first time. Oof, oof. Just for chats and my interest. You're on 3 Iqua, 3 Stego, and then the rest 4 2s and what's it called, Luminal? Every credit's totally fair price for winning the game, I know. Yeah, if you win, you win. That's fine. You don't need the money when the game's over. There's this card in Arkham that allows you to offload your credits on it, and then next game, you can start with more money based off of how much you put on it. And it's like such a point of tension because one of the players in my local group is like a very greed-based player who like really loves that sort of stuff, and it comes at the cost of like playing for now, and it's hilarious how much tension it causes. Okay, cool. But it's cool. At least you can share the money next round. It says like at the beginning of the game, like as up to the 10 credits on here, you can get 5 credits divided against all players, which is sick. Triple A, I generally hadn't even thought you could just play 3 of them. Yeah, you can. And it's really good because firstly, you're already on an odd number because you're playing 3 Stegodons. So this evens it up when you're playing 9 on this. And then again, the problem with Stegodons is you add a lot of agendas to your deck. And so then adding a bunch of 3-pointers dilutes that and gets you more to a conventional distribution. You want to do that. Oh, neat. Mind you, this Kamali 1.0 does a bunch of core damage on different things, which like you can just take the core damage. Like R3 hand size had no impact on the game. That's like a big thing about core damage. It doesn't matter that much. I think we could have interacted with the tier differently. It's good, reasonable numbers. Yeah, it's not so much the numbers on it. It's like all the subroutines have to make sense for the game plan. And like they do. You can't continue to let fire through this. But I can like trash the Hermes on the winning run or trash a program on the winning run. That's a problem. But yeah, it's not bad. You res it for 2 credits. Like you can't feel too bad about it. It's been a while since we've seen a buy ride, right? Hey, choose. All right. Cool. Mercury, fun. Ability, fun. It's very similar to all other decks though, which is unfortunate. It doesn't feel like it has too much going for it that makes Mercury sing more than anything else, but definitely cool deck. Congrats to Izzy. Thanks for posting it finally. We're super excited to see that at COS. Let's see what else we got. Ooh, sports metal. I want to play full sports metal combo, but this isn't full sports metal combo. So let's just run through the list. Okay, wait, we should do them in order of date, but this one didn't have a, oh, the dates are only attached to the search term. Okay, hold on. We'll do them in order if y'all want to do this. Do kind of relish sports, please? Yeah, I think we will. Countdown to 2024. Okay, so can we sort by date? So this started, remember 4th of December. So this is the starting point. It has more character when you're not playing to full Glacier. What are you talking about? Yeah, I know. I was 6'3" with it in Gunslinging and Cascadia. Oh, sick. Oh, with Mercury, right. Yeah, we're trying to do the countdown decks, Tommy Joe. Okay, so this is sports metal. It got some Archer in it. Archer's really good right now. Program Destruction is pretty reasonable into half the field. That's fun. Gatekeeper, Enigma, Hagen, Brown, Ablative. So some big chunky stuff. 14 agendas is a heck of a lot. We don't have too much to work with it, if I'm not mistaken. A single next, you don't see this a lot. I don't know what this is relevant for. +2 strength is not bad. The non-icebreaker clause is less relevant than it's been in a long time. Double audacity. So this is kind of like the world's winning deck list from last week, which is a mixture of a Glacier deck and like a tempo forward deck. But this is running a lot of agendas. So we're on the 3 Mega Prees, which we have a single biotic and 2 audacities to score it out. That's pretty fun. Planogram for like whatever draw. That's cool. We don't have a lot of tricks. We have a Giordano, which is great. We don't have Tucana. I thought there was a Tucana in this. And then we have ADTs, which is like fine. We love Crofy decks. Yeah, shout out to Crofy. Crofy is mind you, part of the balance team. I really like Crofy's articles. Give it a shot. I rejoined Q-Tip and Server and saw a conversation from a week ago. Thought publishing lists we didn't take to events to count on 24. I thought it'd be cute. Something silly. Tinkering back in October. General goal is pretty simple. Play typical sports deck, scoring out initially behind ice, and then later from hand once the runner has secured the board. It takes a lot of inspiration from Mars Metal lists from last year. But while I found Arella to be frustrating and lackluster influence spend nowadays, yeah, Hermes is pretty bad into Arella. Archer really is no Tithonium though. 4 credits is a lot more than 0, and while I was cold on Arella, it's very true that without her, forfeiting agenda was too high a cost. Okay, cool. That seems fun. It seems straightforward. Good 420 influence. Let's go. Artemis. That's a nice name. I'm going to try and import it the classic way. The other way it hasn't been working. Next seems good against mulch using Botulus. Like next ice. What am I doing? Sometimes you just lose focus for just 1 second. All it takes you to be like, I'm lost. A new corp deck. Why is it called Artemis? Sports metal is a lot of fun. This is rotating eventually next year. We got a lot of time. Oh, next activation command. Sorry, I thought you meant the ice. Against Botchus, it's really quite good. Against Mulch, it can be annoying. Or sorry, against Audrey, it can be annoying. You can get weird break spots. Porque Sports Metal has fallen off the radar. Sports Metal is not in a great spot right now. There's a lot of imp decks. There's a lot of Hermes out there, but it's a really fun ID because it gives you so many different points in which you have to make very important choices on both turns. And I think that's one of my favorite things. Like, as much as R plus doesn't exactly get you there, any ID that forces you to care about the opponent's turn as much as your turn, which, okay, most Netrunner turns, that is like that. Of course, you care what the opponent's doing, but having so many decision points throughout the game that are really impactful, like the difference between draw 2 and game 2 is game winning and game defining. It's super, super, super cool. Yeah, but Hermes is not a good start for sports. 14 agendas Hermes is not great. It's Hexel. Yeah. Woo, wait, 53 card Zaya? Okay, I'll take it. Yeah, it's really fun. Ho? Ho, ho, ho. Thanks, you too. Liking the festival look. Jason, how's it going? Thank you. This hand in some ways stinks. Hagen's really nice against Zaya. We do need ice up centrals. We're okay with them stealing an early Hyperloop. A big other thing with Sports Metal, as much as Hermes is not a thing, like we have so many decks like this that are actually hammering centrals, and it makes sense for them. So like, not great. I've grinded a lot of sports lately and find Archer works very well with Corporate Troubleshooter. Yeah, Corporate Troubleshooter's it's like a pretty unfair card. It's cool. How's it going, by the way? I could see it. It's like if we trash Zaya's program, Zaya's in a bad spot. This hand is like not great, but it's also not bad. Like we ice up HQ, put a Hyperloop on the table, click for credit. Like that's probably good enough. And like sports gives you that kind of confidence to keep a bad hand sometimes. Oh, Gatekeeper, nice. How are you liking the Hemlock Veil spoiler so far? Been really good. I'm honestly like, and I think this is a thing when it comes to obviously Scarlet Keys, is I'm more interested in seeing more about the campaign itself, because the player cards are almost always good. It's the like the encounter. Oof, let's go. Let's go. Maker's Eye 2 Influence, mind you, this is a huge deck. So we're gonna get 3 cards off this. Here, do we want money or do we want card draw? I think we want the money. Our hand is like reasonable. How are you liking, Jason? Rashida went off with the Chesva. Cool. They're going to get 3 credits from this. Overclock? But why? Oh, they think they're going to trash something. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, they're on 2 points on turn 1. Feels okay. And Hagen's really good at trashing the Chesvas. So here, our play next turn, like we have to get the Mega Pre behind ice, but it's really weak to Boomerang. I think we're gonna get the Gatekeeper on R&D. So I think here with Sports Metal, we'll draw cards. It breaks R&D lock. Hyperloop for 3 is enough, and we'll just draw 2. Dasty's great. With this hand, it's not amazing. De-resing the Gatekeepers is reasonable. So I think we're gonna go R&D. I think we will build a new remote server. This is weak to Inside Job and or Boomerang, but at the end of the day, if they steal a Mega Pre, I think we're happy with it. And then if we res the Gatekeeper, we can always de-res it with Alavigao, which is like very reasonable to criminals. 6 strength code gates are hard to deal with. They're speed running a win, but they're also speed running their Shibboleth being butt. I think we will seamless this with another seamless in hand because we're going to Audacity sooner than later. Scoring this out as a 1-pointer is not great, but like, hey, it's something. Oh, backstitching. I wonder if they're in deep dive. You don't see that often. A virus. Okay. I think we will seamless this. We should have figured out what to do with our last click. I think jamming the virus is fine. I guess we draw 2 here because it puts us on 6. Hedge fund is okay. We could double ice HQ. I'm not worried about the HQ pressure. If they diversion us, it's like fine. Hagen eating the Chesva is nice. The game's in R&D more than anything else. I think getting the hedge fund before we res our ice is pretty okay. And then next turn we can Audacity that. Well, no, we'll score the Elagao. After the whole SK incident, it's the campaign I'm more curious about. Player cards look so strong. Investigators look interesting, especially Hank. Yes. Yo, Jason, you did a really nice comment in the, like, you know, the every month, every 3 months, there's like, why are people think about this, about what's it called? Like, what is everyone's thoughts on Scarlet Keys? I know it's very divisive. And I think I read your comment and it jumped out. I really like it. Sports Metal is always so much fun. You always have a game. Yeah, exactly. That's what I really like about Sports Metal. It always feels, it's like it's Reality Plus, but it feels more fun. It feels more scrappy. It does feel like you're playing a sports game where, like, you know, it kind of looks like a football game in there. Has anyone zoomed in enough to know what sports that is? Normally SK is Saskatchewan for me, so now I'm curious what's happening in the prairies. There's some globe trotting. Jailbreak with the backstitching onto the Gatekeeper. So I'm going to res the Gatekeeper. It obviously will get back stitched. However, we can now de-res it with Elevigao. It's a bit expensive, but we need to use this sooner than later. They'll see 2 cards here. We have real 2-pointers though, so this can blow us out like that. I think here drawing, like we scored the Elevigao next turn, we'll just gain 2. But like, that's as simple as it is sometimes. They've only seen 4 cards from Centrals, and like this is what happens. Just backstitching Jailbreak is a good reason why sports feels a bit worse. Hermes? Oh, that's not good. Now we can't score out the Elvigao easily. I feel like it's American football given the shape of the stadium. It does look like it. But like we have no idea whether this is in America. Like this could be a soccer pitch. It's just like the stadium looks like a football. Maybe it's CFL. Okay, so now we have to slow them down a bit. We'll put this in the remote server. But like they win in a single axis going forward. This is a bit cursed. I'd love you to check out my Sports Metal brew. I've just published it earlier this week and it'd be great to hear your thoughts. Sorry if it's a faux pas. I'm not trying to self-promote. No, Vital, how's it going? Not at all. Do you have a link? If you can post it in YouTube chat, you just have to like make it not obvious because it won't let you post URLs. But if you can give me like the thing, I'll at least pull it up between this game and the next one. So let me know. R&R was set in Shiloh. Yeah, sorry, you're right. It is Northeast America. We need a crossover between Metropole Grid and the Playing Board Games channel that does Arkham content. Yeah, I watched their like 1 year later review. I don't watch a lot of playing board games as stuff. I should probably watch more of it. Ideally, we're doing some Arkham stuff next year. Carpe Diem, no mark, just 3 credits. Okay. Wasn't this supposed to be in North America? Yeah, it was. I'm wrong. Can I post URLs in YouTube chat? Let's find out. You can't. You can try for science. It's not gonna like have an effect on your account. It just doesn't post it and doesn't tell me. I think there's a chance that Chilo got really into Canadian football in like whatever year this is. Estebrado Essentials. Come on. Come on. This is where like I really do not care about what's it called? About Mercury. If like the right play is Estebrado Essentials. We should res. Eaten by the Void. Check the 2020 World Celebration pack art for Sports Metal. So you can see the timing chart I shared here in the other stream. Yeah, you couldn't. It eats it. I'm very sorry about that. You have to like play around it. So they only see a single card here. If they steal the Elvigar, we're in a really bad spot. But like, I'm just going to let this through. Does Twitch allow them to be shared? I think Twitch is a bit less strict. Link above. Thanks so much. Vital, it ate it. So the link didn't go through. You might see it, but it's been shadow linked. My crowdfund copies of Sleeping Gods just showed up yesterday. My partner and I excited to play. Board games are cool. Oh, that's like one of the narrative type ones, right? I don't know if I said hi, Ryan. Hi. All right. Well, we have a huge uphill fight. Like, really big. Funny enough, deresing the wait, deresing the Gatekeeper means they can bounce it. I thought we are gonna be so smart by deresing it, but now like it's Elevigao is really bad into Hermes. Oh my god, I've never seen that interaction. It looks so terrible. Fantastic. Yo, Renata, how's it going? Friday stream, hey all. Renata, is this Dana? I don't think I pieced it together. I might be wrong. Board games are cool. I've heard good stuff. Got somehow scoring a gen on the runner turn? Yeah, right. Yikes. I'd be down if you want to crossover with other random board games. Yo, I'm telling you, the stream goes too late. Eventually we'll just play Marvel Champions. There's an online client. It's pretty good. You want to learn how to play it? The game's good. Nice little Slay the Spire. Plan B moment. Did Plan B score agendas or like add them to the score area? I think you'd rather put 2 ice on R&D in the remote than an HQ. At this point, I just didn't want to score out the Elevigao and then have an open HQ. Here we'll res the Hagen, otherwise it gets bounced. Speaking of board games, I played Spirit Island for the first time last night. It was a fun time. I'm like convinced I'll like that game. I played it twice and bounced off of it, but I was taught at like way too late in the evening. And my brother's not, bless his heart, he's not the best at explaining board games. It's a hard skill. But this'll whiff. I mean, that's fine. Plan B with score because nobody in the history game fired it. I fired it. It's fun. Okay, so now drawing is risky because they can access the agenda. So we'll just get the 2 credits. Great. tried Champions once and couldn't make sense of it. I have so many cards for it I haven't played. Oh, Sean, it's like super straightforward. It's like one of the simpler LCG games. If you can play Arkham or Netrunner, you can definitely get through Marvel Champions. Been sick, been watching all the VODs. Have you listened to MUR catalog? I think I'm pretty similar feelings to TSK. Yeah, that's what I was saying, because you brought it up and I'm like, wait a second. This is Dana. And then, yes, I recently watched or listened through the 2 videos y'all put out for TSK, like the kind of informal went over for a weekend and played through the stuff. And then like the, you know, the couple games later. Plan B viral organization Neural MP was a dream. Does that work? Oh, I'm not even gonna consider how bad this is. But when in Rome, you do that, you draw 2 cards. Oh wait, we were at Glacier. I forgot about that. Number of virus rows for net damage. Could have sniped a breaker. What breaker? There's 53 cards. You're right though. I never even considered it. I'm not sure I can play Netrunner. Remember you swept me at US Nats? I know that happened. I don't remember the game that much. But I think I was playing a mean deck. Spirit Island's great. Definitely the best co-op board game. I've heard so many people say that. Like the theme is amazing. I know there's a lot of like very interesting decisions. I feel like the sort of survive kind of like wave-based horde type idea that, you know, does exist in that game. That kind of makes me more anxious. I don't like those sort of games where it's just like hold out. Oh, it's all you. They have no target there. It still says Hermes. Andre makes the rounds on these games podcast circuit. Yeah. Invite me on your show and I'll talk about it. Kidding. Game night pack version of Sports Metal ID shows some dude in fantastic uniform holding a ball. I think this might be low G ball stadium like Angel Arena Moon. Oh yeah. So if you haven't seen the art on team sponsorship, it's similar to that where they're like futuristic. But you're right. There is just somebody holding a football. Spirit Island would be my favorite co-op game if Arkham didn't exist. It's excellent mechanics to theme translation. Yeah. I think a lot of people like this sort of theme. So here we have to play very carefully because the winning point is in hand. Setting up a bronze server is important only if we get 2 ice. Ooh, we could win by scoring that out. We have 1 biotic left and we need to find. I mean, we should. I mean, like I will. The problem is it's the outermost. It's not great. Thanks to Andre, there's officially Friday Marvel Champions Night in my home since 2022. Wait, for real? Yo, I had no idea. That's sick. Genuinely like my if I, you know, have an hour on a weekday night, I'll just crack out Marvel Champions and play. It's really great. I haven't played Arkham. Need to check it out. I have a good thing. Santa, tune in next year. We'll have a channel up. I swear. It's really good. It's also if you like Netrunner, it's the same sort of like click action economy thing. It's really good. Promo was made by NSG though, so not the same people who made R&R. Giordano, mind you. Whoa, Giordano is wait, you can't run here. You don't have a mark. Oh, I don't think that's gonna work. Yeah, Tunnel Vision's only a mark. And because they don't have a mark, their mark is identified to start a turn. So this jailbreak will just end the run here. Let alone Gatekeeper would be pretty sick. Love is a 1-player game. People think it's sad. No, 1-player game is how I play it most, like 8 out of 10 times. The other 2 is with my partner. Just got my copy of Earthborn from TC. Have you played? I haven't. I played the Earthborn beta on what's it called? Tabletop Simulator. You can take that back. Take that. Many moons ago. I didn't fully enjoy it, but I don't have the VOD labeled enough to go back to figure out why it was. But it's the sort of game that it's hard to get. It's really expensive, so I want to try it out on TTS if that's an option before considering pursuing it. Because I think the game does a lot of really cool stuff. I'm just worried that it's a bit expensive because it produces sustainably. Of course, that's how it is. But yeah, I need to try it out before I dive in. I have friends in a local area who are like really into it. Funnily enough, Arkham would be my favorite co-op if Spirit Island doesn't exist. Marvel's close behind it. It only got better. Spirit Island is mechanically more of an action efficiency puzzle than a horde survival game. Multiple small, well-defined problems in discrete regions, and you have to allocate and prioritize. For sure. But just that sort of like emotion of being like, oh, next turn is going to get worse if you don't fix it now. Next turn is going to get worse. You're going to fix it now, which is weird because you think like Arkham would give you that sort of anxiety, but that's sort of like pressure. And I know I use anxiety not in the way that, you know, medically it actually matters. Excuse me, that's inappropriate. But that's sort of like tension to me where there's like, you don't got a breather. Seems like it would be the same sort of stress you get something from Marvel Champions or for Arkham, but it doesn't. Games where Spirit Island, where I know that they're just going to come back next turn if you don't deal with it now, that to me gets a bit more, it hits me in a weird way. you remember like Gears of War Horde mode? Like that. Never liked that. That's the start of it. I do like Netrunner. Arkham similar concepts. Yes, it's a really nice base. Some folks are putting together like Arkham also, mind you, Netrunner Arkham crossovers where it's like cyberpunk-esque Arkham scenarios, which like obviously there's gonna be some problems with that. Okay, so they can get an access on R&D. I think we'll draw 3 here. We want to find a spin doctor. Or like that, I guess. We have to score on a remote server. Like we have to. I guess the tunnel vision, we're pretty good at it. But like if they have to 1 in 3 roll the R&D mark. If they 1 in 3 the R&D mark, then we're in a bad spot. So our game plan is to score at the Ela Vigao and then just like biotic at the last point. Spirit Island is the most I felt like playing a CCG in a board game ever. Cool. Did you ever play Millennium Blades? Oh, they got the R&D mark. No, stop. No. There's not many agendas in R&D though, but like their accesses have been absolutely so hot. Just the hottest accesses. Hey, David, I have the board game, but I haven't gotten to learn the LCG. Arkham Horror? Oh, LCG. For sure, the LCG. It's not the next turn gets worse. Next turn, you have a completely separate set of problems. You can let problems go and they have an effect. Oh, we got lucky there, but our density in hand is huge. They should realize that. I hope there's never an Arkham crossovers. The cards have the same effects. No, they definitely don't. Backstitching, that means the Archer's not that hot. They know the next 2. They didn't trash any, did they? No. So the issue here is if they bounce the, like if we score out, they bounce the Archer. And then if they bounce the Archer and they roll an R&D mark, HQ mark, we're totally hosed. Yeah, there's actually cards with the same name. Arkham, Marvel Champions, and Netrunner have cards that have the same name, that have the same different effects, like Sure Gamble is in every game. What's the one where you yell no? Defiance is in like a couple of the games. We need to let them res the Archer for us, and then we can score out. Because if we do a Seamless here, we're weak to Central Axis. I think we're weak to Central Axis anyways. Stupid Hermes. I'm kidding. Okay. We have a good amount of board game players in my city. What would be the best way to convince them to come play Netrunner? Show them Netrunner. Once people see Netrunner, that's generally huge. HQ is the Mark II. Oh, that's cursed. So we're going to have to res the Archer probably. Play Springer Island against 6. 1v1. England feels like a horde survival for sure. How many agendas in this? Are there any in R&D? That's a good question, actually. I didn't fully check. So Artemis is on 14. We're looking at like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 1 in 21. Whoa. Okay, never mind. This ice was not great. We should have double iced HQ. One thing I really like about Spirit Island is everyone has such unique and interesting things going on with different powers and cards that it's hard for someone to just run to the game. I've heard that quarterbacking is really difficult because you don't know what's in the opponent's hand. They're on 2 consoles. Mind you, this deck is like way bigger than hand size, but they're on 2 consoles. You don't see that every day. Okay, I'm going to hope that they just don't roll the HQ mark, because if they do, they win. Right? Like, if they do, they win. Let's agree on that. 1 in 3 times. We could arguably draw 2 here. It's more important than getting the hedge fund. Yeah, that's fine. 1 at a time with patience. I blame MTG. My board game acquaintance play stuff like Katana Ticket Ride. I don't think showing them Netrunner is going to convince them. That might be true. Just don't run a HQ mark. And even if we do, I guess that draw there was not the best. But we need to have 7 credits and we have to draw the Biotic or a Spin Doctor. Level 6, England. They're tough to deal with. Okay. Test of Will is the same card in both Lord of the Rings and Arkham. Yeah, and it does something similar in both. Defiance is basically the same text and same flavor text in Marvel. Endurance exists in all 3 games, I think. Sure Gamble is common. Easy Mark is in a couple of the games. There's a... Okay, just don't roll an HQ mark, right? Here we don't really want to res the Archer. Gatekeeper will do enough. Okay, it's just not an HQ mark. Not an R&D mark. Sick. They're finally going to roll our cards? I doubt it. Here they're going to inside job HQ. We're going to lose. At least we only have 3 cards in hand. 3 agendas. But we, the Biotic and the Spin Doctor are both like pretty good draws here. Sure Gamble, they're on 9. And like, this is a Sports Metal problem. It's like, there's a lot of decks that just want to smash Centrals, and Sports Metal, inherently you get your effect, but like, Back in the day when, you know, you played a 419 deck that had no multi-access besides a single Stargate, it was such a different game. That like it was easier to like leave R&D open enough that it wasn't going to cost you the game. No endurance in Arkham. If it would be a boat vehicle, that beep 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 over Cthulhu's. Oh, they're going for it. Last click too. Wait, what is their mark? R&D? Okay, I'll res the Brawn. It gives us still 7 credits. This is any ice just on the mark. So this one's a bit expensive. I do agree with the designer of the games. What's the one flaw? Whoa, they paid 6 for it. Again, there's only one agenda and 18 cards here, so we don't mind that much. If they trash the Spin Doctor, we're a bit upset. But there's one agenda, right? Because if we look at Artemis, we're on 14. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, there's 2 agendas in 18. Wait, what? Oh, they backstitching. Oh, that's why. Yeah, okay. I was like, that the money did not go down enough. The designer said he does not like how passive the Dahan are in the game. Oh, those are the folks that live in the wood huts. Biotic off the top wins. It's a 1 in 18. Spin Doctor, they should trash here. Big part of my learning at Spirit Island is that Blight is a resource, not a punishment. Learning to accept that some problems are too expensive to solve is a big step in the strategy. Zaya for 2, they didn't trash anything. A Manny. Okay. So we need to find, not that. So we can still lose at any moment. We need to get a bad archives mark here. HQ, stop it. Stop it. Roll archives. Get the salt. Where's the salt water? There's no way. My introduction to deck building was board games like Dominion and Clank. And Dominion was my first deck builder too. I played a lot of, what's that one with the bad art? You know what I mean. Oh no! All right, we 100% lost here. Actually, they have 15 credits. Yeah, we were cooked. Ascension has good art, not the first set. We laughed at the dice bias investigation. Here we are. Tell me about it. Yeah, that's game. We have too many agendas in hand. Dude has a reactor monk? Yeah. How expensive is this? 6 credits? Yeah, we're lost. I had some need powers that moved Dahan around and they have proactively dealt damage. Ascension has great art. It got better. I don't like the Ascension art. It's fine. Yeah, man. Not great. Turn 10 actually is, it's not that slow. I can get the link to work. The deck name is 1331 no quotes. It's absolute blast to pilot. Thanks again. Yeah, I don't know if we'll check it out for sure after this run. Trank. Oh, good game. We got absolutely bodied. And that's all they did. Like, all they did is put down central pressure and run. They had no support for running their remote server. Thanks for the game. And it works. It works. It does work. I think the combo-based versions that are a bit more unfair, I think they're maybe a bit better suited. Oh, cheers. But if we look at our deck, our way out here was to draw into a Biotic, which is literally the last card. Which is literally the last card. So we need to draw into... Crophie, what the heck? That deck has no Spin Doctor. My game plan was to draw into a Spin Doctor to get the Audacity back in. The deck doesn't have Spin Doctor. What the heck? Hey. Okay, so we were cooked anyways. We're trying to draw into a win condition that wasn't in the deck. I feel like you maybe should mention that in the write-up. Crophie. Spin, not even mentioned. I'm not upset. We were gonna lose. Just score agendas. Yeah, but we threw out 2 Audacities. Spinning to use a leg helping stick. Oh, nice. How's it going? Dominion's probably still my favorite deck builder because it's just so all in on combos and decks that this is the game. Yo, Jeff, how's it going? Have you played Trains? I played Trains, and then I was like, wait, do you know what's no longer worth playing? Dominion. And admittedly, there's a lot of Dominion I haven't played with, but like, you know how Dominion is mostly a game, especially if you play with the early cards, where you just don't care about your opponent's turns, unless you're really good and you care about their drafting. Trains is a board game that is basically, you know, the Dominion deck building, except there's a board in the middle of the game. that people care about, because your cards build out on the board and it's about building train lines. So it has exactly the same really good deck building. It has this really cool idea where every time you expand, you add junk to your deck, and then you have to get rid of the junk because expansion is just inherently not good for you because it adds trash. So you have to expand sustainably, and sustainability is a big part of the game. So it's basically like the cool crunchy deck building of Dominion, but then there's also a central board, so people are coming together to interact with each other. So it's like the worst part of Dominion is that it doesn't have a lot of player interaction, barring like witches or whatever. I don't know how the game works. It's, again, I'm not a Dominion expert. But then there's a board state where people are building lines, and then there's races, and like you have to beat there and make things more expensive. So if you want to play a really good deck builder that also has a board state to care about, Trains is really good. It's really, really good. And I don't know why I would play Dominion when this is an option. That being said, I haven't seen more Dominion besides the base core set, and it's such an important like intro game. But I think that's my favorite thing about this game is anytime you expand, you add this junk to your deck. Junk literally does nothing, and so then you have to sustainably build engines that get the junk out of your deck. So the faster you expand, especially in the early game, the slower, the worse your draw is, and then it's all about like recycling. It's really good. Trains is amazing, and the expansions were very, very good as well. I didn't love it as much, but I mostly played Dominion with a lot of expansions. Base Dominion is mess. That's not really a fair comparison when I think about Dominion. Yeah, I don't know much more about Dominion besides the base game, so I'm probably missing out where the design really popped off. Because like base Dominion was like, here's what deck building is, which on its own is revolutionary. Crofy, thanks for the deck list. Let me catch up on chat. I just want to pull up this sports metal deck that I don't want to mess the name up that Vital mentioned. Just draw better. For years, my primary game was Legend of the Five Rings, but that was a rough game to teach, even for a reboot. I bought the core set of Legend of Five Rings like this year. And I know this was a criticism, and also we're bad at the game. But for the life of me, my partner and I could not play a game that was shorter than 2 hours, which like, that's not good. The person who taught me Dominion over curated what cards he played with, which made me not like the game. Like he picked stuff he knew comboed well. I preferred randomness when he'd have to figure out. Okay, so teaching a game and playing it to make the game fun on the first teach is so important, and it's something that people don't talk about. Have you all played Scout? So Scout is a really cool game. It's really simple. My mom likes Scout, and she's not a big board gamer, and she's good at Scout. But Scout is a board game in which you hold your hand of cards, and it's one of the games where you can't shuffle your cards. You have to keep them in the order. You've probably seen this. Shut Up and Sit Down did a video about it. You have to keep your cards in hand in order, and then you play the cards from your hand, and then you want to play runs or pairs. And the idea is that if the player here plays the 2 1s, then the 6 and 5 will be together, and you can play that as a run on a following turn, whatever. I was taught the game by my lovely brother-in-law, and then the first game, he ended the game in like 3 rounds, and so I started my first game with negative 12 points. That means the entire game, which is 4 rounds because we were 4 players, was basically lost in the first turn, in the first match. And on top of that, I made no decision with the first match because the game was suddenly over. Let me tell you, I thought the game sucked, and then I played more of it, and I was like, oh, that actually is super, super rare because he had a cracked hand. But like, if you are teaching someone a game, don't put them in this spot where they get negative 12 points on turn 1 and I made no plays. I picked up a card, I picked up the card, the game was over. So don't do that. Daniel, mind you, I really love the game since then, but Scout is both a slapper of a game, and just don't do that when you're teaching someone the game. Don't do it. Let me catch up on chat. Is Dominion deck building game like Legendary Encounters? It is. The recent deck building games exist from my understanding, which might be a bit ignorant, but it's just strictly deck building. There's no like cooperative thing. It's a competitive thing. You're trying to get points, but similar to Legendary exists because Dominion existed. So many games these are doing interesting stuff with deck building is just a part of it. Dune Imperium, Undaunted, yeah. I was gonna say Arc Nova, but Arnak. There's a whole huge thing of like, deck building adjacent games that popped off last year. Yeah, Scott's really good, Phil. Do you like it? Curated card pulls are only worth doing when the table has a strong understanding of the game meta, yeah. Whenever I taught L5R, I made sure folks knew they were going into a heavy board game made with cards instead of thinking of it as a card game. Yeah, that makes more sense. Imagine playing 8 tournament rounds in a single day of L5R. I know. Dies to snare, Netrunner bad. I think dying to snare is exciting though, but you can tell your opponent like you're risking dying to snare here, and they made the decision to die to snare. In that game of Scout, I made no decisions when the game was over. My friend uses Scout to play a card game where I'm not impulsively Kibble shuffling my cards. Yes, it's hard. I once played a game of Bang where I was eliminated on turn 1. Hey, Andre, Alpha Bar is super prone to analysis paralysis. Each decision has 2 or 3 decisions with it. Yes, it's overwhelming. It's like incredibly overwhelming. That like, it also doesn't tell you, it doesn't do a good job, at least in the core set, of telling you what you should be doing. you're teaching game, it's your job to make sure the other player has a good time. Winning against someone who's playing for the first time and learning is only winning in the loosest sense. I know, exactly. Okay. Question for chat. I recently got into Sentinels in the Multiverse and love Deck Builders 2. Any suggestion for games that can be played online in person? Not an option for me. Yeah, Vital. Eventually we'll get to it on the stream over enough time, but like you can play Marvel Champions solo and co-op online, and you can play Lord of the Rings LCG solo and co-op online. There's web browser versions of it. They're really good. Sentinels has the online client, like they have a Steam client. I don't think the Sentinels re-edition, which is like the nice edition where they've rebalanced the game after like years of learning, I don't think that's out yet. It'll be out eventually. It's hard to say. Dominion can be played online. Yeah, that's true. And you can play almost all like board games on BG Arena if you pay for the subscription, let alone free. All 5-hour tournaments were brutal. Gonna have dinner now. Hey, Lucille, thanks for the games. Forward to seeing more of the stream when I'm back, chatting up 2x speed. Have a great stream if I don't catch you live. Enjoy your dinner. Thanks for hanging out for the game. It's hilarious, and then I got just for the rest of the game. Star Realms is on Steam, but it suffers from being a yeah, Star Realms is like, it's a game you can play. Won my first game of Betrayal without taking a turn. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna catch up on chat before we go into the deck list. Just taught a new player today. Overinstalled an Axis Urtica with another Urtica. Okay, they figured out how to play the game. Natural Sicko, yeah, for real. I usually will show snares or other nasty ambushes. Yeah, I think you need to show the opponent Urtica at the beginning of the game to be like, why don't I run everything as advanced? And this is why. And I think that's very, very interesting. 3 months before L5R was discontinued, I bought the whole collection and played with some great people online. The ban list was worse than MWL had ever been. Balancing was an issue. What's really fascinating is like Legend of the Five Rings. The designers put out an alternate game mode to the game very late in the life cycle, where it was obvious there was issues with the length of the game. So they basically reinvented the game and made a whole rule set with its own like legal set. And unfortunately, that wasn't enough to like bring the game back, which is really wild. So yeah, I don't know. It's obviously like a strange game. Maybe balance was an issue, but there's also like a bunch of like core mechanics in the game that just didn't shake out from my minimal experience. Like there's this round in which players are meant to bet this currency called, I think, honor. You know, it's L5R. I don't like those terms that much, but like the more you bet, the more card draw you get. But if you bet more than your opponent gets the difference. And if you ever run out of honor or they have too much honor, I think one of those options, it had an impact and you could win the game on that. But at least for the very early part of the game, everyone just bet 5 all the time because having cards in hand was more important than potentially the 2 or 3 honor swing off of the bet. And that's something I think they might have fixed later by getting decks that had a benefit off of winning that sort of bid. But just at the end of the day, right? Like that's a hard thing to fix when that's inherently a big part of your game. No max hand size, yeah. So drawing 5 every round was like almost always correct. And then the game became this like weird game from what I saw where it's just like, does your opponent have the answer in hand? I don't like those card-to-card games where it's not so much do they have the thing on the table that they interact with, but like if you make a play and then they beat you with a card from hand, then you're talking about card advantage where like if they're one of their counter tricks beats 2 of your cards, they're up a card. And then it becomes like playing Magic the Gathering when everyone's just playing blue, from my understanding. Yeah. Monster Train is so underrated. It's a great STS alternative. Monster Train's really good. I'm a big fan of Wild Frost. There's a really good update recently. Is it possible to install a non-advanceable asset with mitosis? Because my opponent did on Jaina, it was just dumbfounded. Yes, mitosis just says, it doesn't say a card that can be advanced. I know chat has the back here. But there's a whole lot of cards that say you can advance a card that doesn't matter. So mitosis install 2 cards, advance them, take that charge mechanic, Lamau. Lamau. Wait, that means you can mitosis. Holy, what the fuck? Wait, NSG, you can mitosis a sandstone. So you're telling me that you can put 2 kinds of counters on a card and this is why we can't have nice shaper stuff? But you can mitosis a sandstone? How does JNet deal with that? Where does it put the counters? Am I mistaken? Like we bend over backwards to not put 2 counters on a card, but we can mitosis a sandstone? The heck? Let me have nice shaper cards. You're playing around this so we can mitosis a sandstone? And I have to tell my opponent these are virus counters, these are power counters? Anyways, you can do anything. And that's like a problem too. It's like in theory, you can seamless launch a sandstone. Which if you're asking me, make charge be reasonable by just saying that no card can have 2 types of counters on it. Because you can also seamless launch a sandstone. It's nonsense, but you can do it. Mitosis envelopment for sure. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, that's a better option. Is that you have power counters, advancement counters, and you can put virus counters on it somehow? I don't know. Oh man. And if she puts different color counters on it, yeah, on JNet it works. But like if so much of the balance of things is gonna be about the fact that you can't put the problem is you can put two kinds of counters on a card, just ban that and then make like charge work. We don't want charge to be good. It could be really interesting, unfortunately. Charge only works on cards with power counters for other reasons. I imagine there's probably something we're not counting about, but like, do you want to say why, Jeff? Charge's peak install runner mechanic. Eric, how's it going? I just caught up on the Shadow Net. Hopefully you're doing well, man. I want regionals back. I think there's a lot of charge that is run based though, right? Like Padma's run based. The Trojan's run based. Like I don't think it's totally install based runner. Like they tried to make Padma want to run it. Obviously endurance is run based. So I think that's a bit more pessimistic, but whatever. What does this have to do with charge? So the big thing about charge, right? And we just ran into this. What is the modded card with charge in it? Orca run based. Yeah, so true. What is the card? Not Into the Depths. What is the card that I think is good that it's not? 3 credits and you charge something. Charge is bounce around endurance. Yeah, 100%. What are you trying to argue is that you should be able to charge a virus card? No. So what I want to be arguing is that the charge mechanic probably was balanced around it, obviously, but you can only charge a card that has a power counter on it. I think most players, myself included, want to play Rigging Up to install a program for 3 and put a power counter on it. However, you can only do that if the card already has a power counter on it. So the idea is that if you Rigging Up a Kurapira, you'd assume the way that would work is that you get a Kurapira with a power counter, but you don't, because you can't put a power counter on the Kurapira because it didn't have a power counter on it. You can't charge power counterless cards. What I'm saying, and this is not the entirety of the discussion, is that there's some concern that that rule of how chargers work is maybe worded in a way so that you don't end up with really awkward board states where you can, like, in theory, Rigging Up, as much as it doesn't make sense, but it's possible, is you can Rigging Up a Fermenter. And now you have a card with virus counters on it and power counters on it. And that's very difficult to understand for board states, especially in a world where we don't have discrete counters for every type, right? Like NSG says, use whatever counters you want. That's fine. That's for the better. But like that is one of the issues. So the idea that also that if you install a Kurapira and then run R&D so that you can like charge it with Padma, it doesn't work because the Kurapira has no counters on it. That frustration to me seems to be somewhat attached to the fact that this clause might matter, that they didn't want you to power counter anything. I mean, like, it's Green Career Fair. Yeah, it is. But the thing is, like, Green Career Fair is actually one of the worst ways to do it because shapers generally are best at installing programs from other board states, like from hand, from deck, from archives. So like Career Fair makes more sense in Criminal, but for Shaper, Career Fair actually doesn't make the most sense on programs. As much as like, yeah, admittedly, if they do draw hardware or they draw like an expensive card, you can get it down cheaper. I think it's worded that way because they just want you to be able to charge empty Waken plants and stuff like that. But I'm definitely to this conspiracy. Yes, I think there is a balance element for it for sure. And also, like, you notice that Endurance doesn't have the word charge on it. Like, Endurance doesn't charge. It just gets power counters, because if the Endurance was emptied and then it didn't work, like, people wouldn't play Endurance, for better or for worse. Obviously, the whole charge thing has to be balanced around Endurance, I'd assume. So I can't go too deep into this. It's just my frustrations on charge not being what you wanted to do is like, it's unfortunate. Kurapira is an example too, where you want players to have to get the condition the first time. I don't know. It's just like, eventually charge will probably be fine. This is my frustration. Sorry, we meant to talk about this deck list. The reason is because they felt like you should have to do the thing at least once to get the payoff. Okay. And then it's clumsy, and then nobody plays it, and that's fine. I'm talking about competitive Netrunner, but you're right. Putting another thing into it where you have to like do planning and foresight, but to me it also doesn't make sense because like Padma is just like send R&D. You don't have to make a successful run. So it seems like they wanted to make charge also bountiful in some weird ways, but not bountiful in others. I don't know. It's just like, clearly, if you want to play like a Mind's Eye deck like we did today, is that you have to get the Mind's Eye charged first. And so then these decks that are on the cusp of being interesting are way too clumsy to rely on the charge mechanic, because you have to run R&D successfully after getting this down, and then charge starts to be relevant, as opposed to all the other IDs we saw, which are just relevant like straight from hand from the same set. Obviously, boat is a thing. I'm not too upset about it. It's just like, oh man, we almost have something there. Let us charge the black file. Exactly. You're arguing for a CR update to limit counter types per card. I don't think it actually matters because charge is not going to change. I just think if charge changed, it's more defensible if there's a rules thing about putting multiple counters on a card. Real talk, the problem with the power budget charge got put into Endurance. 100%, yeah. Padma has interactions unlike Rigging Up. Yes, but I want to put down a Kurapira and then run R&D, and I can't. That's my problem. If we print better cards that will use power counters, pattern will be viable. Earthrise 2? Yeah. Charge needs more cards like Hippocampic Mechanocytes. Sort of. If your ability is just to get a slowly additional hand size by running R&D, I don't think I'm stoked for it, but it could be matter. Yeah, the charge space eventually will be interesting for sure. It's definitely weird looking back at A&R and realizing there isn't anything like uses X charges keyword like Arkham, like stealth is just a subtype of credit. Yeah, and uses, mind you, so uses is it's weird too. It's like all the text that goes in, and I unfortunately complained about this earlier today too. Sorry, Vital, we'll get back to your deck in a second. But something that's definitely worth noticing, which is unfortunate, I think, for a bunch of the card pool interactions, and it's probably balanced for a bunch of different reasons. Like, I'll give NSG the benefit of the doubt here, but like all the really cool cards you want to goof around with, like barring the Inuyasha, when they're empty, they trash it. That's a bummer because you can't rejig it, you can't simulchip it. That's probably a balance thing. It also means that like your board states unclutter themselves, which is nice, as much as people might forget this. But it's totally worth noting that specifically when it comes to Marvel Champions, so let's think of what's the gun that confuses people called? Sonic Rifle. Inherently, there's a rule baked into, for better for worse, into Marvel Champions, that any card that says uses means that when you play the card, it comes in with the 2 charges, and it's just baked into the official rules of Marvel Champions that anytime a card with uses is empty, it trashes itself. Now, it might be better, it might be worse to have that card text written on a card versus being in the comprehensive rules document that players might not know, but it allows you to save, room on things. I'm not saying NSG should do this or it's worth doing. It's just interesting is that the keyword uses, which comes in Arkham and in Marvel Champions, and we never saw it in Netrunner, it's like a really elegant way to know how loading works and that when it's empty, it disappears. Which for Marvel Champions actually would have an impact if this card stayed around when it was empty for sure. It's unrelated, but I just ordered a curry and it's been delivered with CTM written on the top. Cannot be avoided. All right, we'll dump it. We'll keep going through the deck list. Sorry, we got a bit of a thing. Aesop's also one of my favorite decks. Yeah, Aesop's, Spec Work. There's a lot of reasons why it could matter. It's for hunting hedgehogs. Hold on. This is the same reason that the power counter cards trash themselves, because they use the load empty. Oh, wait, what? For real? Wait, hold on. So if we do like Poison Vial, which trashes itself when it's empty, when you install this hardware, load 3 power counters on it. Does that matter? Like, are you saying that if it's empty, if it didn't trash itself, it would load? No, I don't think so. Yeah, it's just like all this text is replaced by one word in Marvel Champions, which is just like uses 3 power counters and then they're done. Admittedly, people have to remember it. And like, I don't know, it's not like this is too crowded, but yeah, it's neat. Hold on, my chat froze on this side. Uses doesn't discard in Arkham. In Arkham, it doesn't. Only in Marvel Champions is it baked into the rules that it does discard. Load and empty are always used together as a key thing. That makes sense. Load, mind you, is relatively new in the world of Netrunner. It is inherently an NSG keyword. A&R did not do it. Okay, Vital posted this list. All right, it's a sports metal deck with no operations. Mind you, operations are pretty good. Try to understand what it does. We're on 12 ice, 2 archer. Tier's pretty expensive. I don't think the deck can res tier. Rototurd is an interesting card. Drafter is really good with this many assets. I think you probably want to play many drafters for sure. Agenda Suite. How do we score? Oh, it's on a Stegodon deck. I don't see why we're on a Stegodon deck. We have Nightmare Archives, but no way to get a payoff. Now, our opponent doesn't understand that. But in theory, if they're playing into this matchup, they could probably just take all the core damage and it won't matter. Obviously, they don't know that. How do we score to 7? It's pretty difficult. We have to score out a lot to get to 7. But at the end of it, we have Giordano, which is nice. We have Managarm, Virus, and Sansan. I think the deck has inherently not a lot of money, where if the runner can contest like just the Nico campaign, the 1 Regolith, that's all the money you have in the deck. That's just way too little money for any deck. Obviously, Sports Metal will give you money, but like you want to have some amount of plays on turn 1. Like if they face check and we res one of these, like we're not in a great spot. I imagine Ablatives into Drafters is like a better swap. The Vera doesn't really do anything. Like it just is a lot of influence for a card that inherently doesn't impact the matchup very much. I think these sort of like go horizontal decks like make a fair bit of sense, but like Wage Workers is also really hard for us to use because we don't really have a good triple install play. Well, we do ideally, but we need card draw for it. We have a triple advance play. Yeah. I don't know. It's hard to tell what this thing is. I don't know if that's the feedback exactly you want, because like it doesn't have a lot of robust money. It doesn't have a really strong win condition because we have no fast advance besides MC Austerity. So at the end of the day, we're just scoring behind ice with a Giordano. I don't think we can afford to res a single sand, let alone like a 10 cost ice. So I think that's tricky. The Stegodon also has like no good interactions with the deck, right? Like it's only ablative that works with Stegodon, and maybe you can res a Gatekeeper twice, but I'd be surprised. So it's really hard. I don't think this would be super consistent. I don't know how your testing has been. I guess it's a flavor win that people don't toss out the empty guns in Marvel because you hang out into your garbage as you fight for your life, whereas in Marvel, you're just flexing, tossing empty guns. Yeah. Yeah, Bearer's a cool card. It's just like hard to figure out what card we want to trash from our opponent's hand for this to really matter in this matchup, right? Like breakers, I guess. Uses 0 ammo on old shotgun feels like a hack. I don't understand how old shotgun works, but it's a really cool hack for sure. It's a really, really wild card. I want to build an old shotgun deck. It seems really fun. This looks like an annoying Thule deck. Yeah, like this could be closer to Thule for sure. I think at that point you'd still want more money, and then our Agenda Suite is even harder because we lost a bunch of economy from the deck. I saw the old shotgun Dexter list. It looks really fun. I think you need to play Rogue. Thanks for your thoughts. I'm at about 70% win rate in 50 games on Jaina right now. It doesn't play counter Thule though for sure. Yeah, I believe players are gonna like mess up to this because it's really hard to make a read. Like archers, if you hit an archer, that's just good. Like it can win you the matchup on the spot, 100%. But I reckon in terms of when it comes to like, yeah, I don't know. It's not focused enough for me to tell why it's good. And if it's just a pile of cards that works together, like, yeah, so be it. Apologies if that's not super effusive, but to me, it looks like, yeah, just a lot of stuff on top of each other. Yeah, it's hard. No economy is really, really difficult. And then not a lot of fast demands. Yeah, tricky. I think if you're playing into an imp deck, you're in a really bad spot because they imp all your agendas and then you just don't have economy. But like that matchup is hard for sports anyways, so. Cool. Let's keep going. What's next up on the list? We're going to do this for a bit. How long have we been streaming for? 3 hours. We're fine. Okay, so next up is false, I imagine Chelnaga. I don't know what that is. I rejoined Mork Trophy. I rejoined QTM server and saw conversation. Cool. The deck list got its name from a couple months ago because it represents a hybrid approach to mulch. Parallel to our explorations, which mulch was experimenting with prepaid voice pad, Anarchs typically alongside Mar, Keiko. This deck then is an interrogation of how far the mulch shell can be stretched. Cool. So basically freedom mulch. We're on double proggy. Love me some proggy. We have 11 targets here and then some hardware. Singleton, Acacia, and Hippo. Strange. I do like Hippo a lot in the modern meta. We have the Audrey package. We have Steelskin Strike Funds. We are on Sure Gamble, only a 2 of. We're on 1 Moshing, which Moshing feels so good in these decks when you're already running that many, but that's okay. And then triple price is great. Our console's Maw, which like you don't often see that in Freedom for obvious reasons, which means that we don't play imps, which is super weird to me, but I guess that with Freedom, that's enough. But like Knob Curry is just super, super good in Freedom regardless. So this is strange. It's like 2 lists put together. I really love the hybrid lists, right? Like we tried to be like, what's Reg Hoshiko with a bit of the mulch engine. So excited to try it out for sure. But it's like, sometimes, you know, going slightly 2 and doing 2 half things is more flexible, but sometimes not as strong. It's just like building into Freedom. But we'll find out for sure. Like we don't even have any of the Freedom staples like Yusuf. Imp obviously is really good in Freedom, but not necessary. So we'll see how that goes. But otherwise, it's mulch, and mulch is always good fun. I've been playing a mulch adjacent Freedom that's on Consume. Nice. Yeah, Consume with the 5 influence comes in pretty clutch for Freedom as well. And like Freedom has a lot of life built into it, as much as we didn't see a lot of Freedom. But at the end of the day, like all the Audrey mulch decks, all the Imp decks, all the Lu decks, the Hoshiko decks, they seem to be a bit more flexible than Freedom anyways, at the end of the day, which is really unfortunate, right? Because like Freedom is meant to be the trash everything, push yourself forward deck, and Freedom got a lot of support with things like Yusuf and then like Lamb being really good and then like coming back in that Ngolo type slot. That I think Freedom is like probably underrepresented, but at the end of the day, if you want to trash stuff and push yourself forward, like both the Hoshiko and the Lu decks kind of do it really well. How long does mulch decks have been a thing when they first pop up? I think the first time we saw a published mulch deck was at Worlds, and Mondi broke top 16 with it. An anonymous player almost broke top 16 with it. It was like what QTM was largely playing on the runner side. So largely from Worlds this year. Want to hear your thoughts? Yeah, for sure. Hey, Patal, thanks for asking. Let's go. What is Chelnaga? Is it a StarCraft thing? Freedom Kamala is really fun. I find my list ended up playing like Control Anarchs, except for Legium Engine. Yeah, the Freedom lists aren't always that aggro. Like they do play Control, and then once they're in the late game, they can do like some really rude stuff. So that's not too surprising, I don't think. All right, let's go. We've seen some of viruses today. I don't think we've seen Pigma virus. Chelnaga, the StarCraft alien progenitor raised. Oh, cool. Hey, Dragon Friend, what up? I've been away for a while. What's the current health level of the metagame? Really healthy. We just had worlds and everything like that. Top 16, super varied. There's not a lot of like NPE experienced decks. Tags are really strong right now. But basically you can play any faction if you want to play competitively and do well, which means casually you can do really well with any faction as well. It's really, really good. Cannot say enough right now. It's a very good time to play Netrunner. Welcome back. It's like deep SC lore and ancient race of aliens. Oh, super cool. Probably healthiest I've seen the game, and I've been playing since 2014. That's basically the same for me, yeah. Probably the healthiest I've been in the game. I've been playing since, I think, 2013, 2014. R plus crypto money might be NBN. Yes, I think the NBN stuff, like R plus probably is the one thing that I would challenge when it comes to balance. I think Amani is also like not fun. But everything else is pretty good. What does interface mean on cards that appear? Thanks, Greg. Great question. Interface is a term you won't see on FFG cards because it's text added to NSG as just reminder text. It's a rule that was baked in inherently to all FFG cards. And interface is a reminder that to break subroutines, which generally where you see interface and then break some amount of subroutines for some cost, you can only use that ability if that icebreaker has matched or exceeded strength of the ice you're interacting with. So it's a core rule in icebreakers. If you're playing the game anyways, you understand what interface is, but it's just reminder text that basically says if you want to use this paid ability to break subroutines, you have to have matched or exceeded the strength of the ice you're encountering. Just reminder text. I happened to be the first one to play Mulch on stream, and it was such a miserable game. Oh, Multi was so bad for me that people might have assumed it was bad. Call it calculated if you want. It was really rough too, because it was like a really good matchup, but you just drew the engine in the wrong order and then you got Amani prisoned. But it's like the sort of matchup where if like you had a better draw, you would have rolled through them and like Mulch would have just like popped off. Which is unfortunate because like I saw that deck and I was like, I don't understand what any of this is, because for me it was the first time seeing it too. Like Lagu on top tables is pretty wild. It was also early in the event too, so it wasn't obvious that like you were kind of like accelerating towards the top. So it was just like, oh, this could be anything, right? It's like round 2. But yeah, I'm glad that it did as well as it did. Hey, Kat, happy holidays. Thank you. You too. Got it. Thank you, of course. All right, we got absolutely slammed by a Prov deck the other day. Turns out taking a lot of tags on turn 1 is not great. So Prov is like, I think, pretty good. We can trash the tag punishment from hand though, which is nice. We don't have dirty laundry, right? Our econ is sure gamble and steel skin, or sorry, strike fund. False, Chelnaga. I forgot the false, okay? So we have 2 sure gamble, 3 strike fund. That's our only opening economy, and then 3 fermenter. I think we can mold this. A lot of the tag punishment cards are super cheap. Oh, cheers. That's very kind. It exists because there were like some lack of clarity on why cards like Grappling Hook doesn't need to match strength, but Deus Ex does, previously coded into the Icebreaker subtype and buried in the rules. Yeah, there's a bunch of like weird programs too that like care about matching strength that are not obvious. So they just put interface on things. But like inherently, if you've been playing the game, don't worry about it. Triple price is hilarious though. It is. It's only good though. F it. I'm gonna keep it. It's fun. But like we really need to hit a strike fund with at least one of them. Yeah, it's a goofy opening hand. It's fun. The sort of slot machine on the price. All right, if they don't install a card, we don't have to care about Prov. Otherwise, it's just ice. So we'll see if this is a mess in chess. So mind you, Prov has to advance an advanceable card. Let's go. Shit. So Mystic, Buzzsaw, Paladin, Fermenter. Fermenter is cool. Paladin is a 1-of in the deck though. And no, it's a 2-of. So now we can trash 1-costers. Let's go deeper. Nice. Draw. Nice. Got the Paladin. Choose a card to install. We hit Steelskin, Strike Fund, Pinhole, Moshing. Literally a whiff. All right, we're going to run once. We could get that Paladin first if we steal an agenda here. That's probably correct, but then we can't steal Bologna. Punished. Do we run back and trash a 1-cost card with freedom at the cost of a fermenter? No, let's just put that on Paladin. We're ahead. Just price 3x and labor rates. Yeah, I know. Back from dinner, what's been played? I forgot, Shorty, when you might have popped out. I don't know if I knew when you popped out. The last we played was a sports metal deck, which it did not go well for us. We played Mercury before that, and then before that we played the really cool, not that the other ones weren't cool, but the really cool Kiko deck. Real punishment was not using raindrops on the run. But then we couldn't steal Bologna. Right? Like we can't interact with agendas favorably. Okay, so card in server 1. We could just raindrops this. They have 9 credits. How bad could it be? I think we just want them to res. If it's an Urtica, we take 3 damage. That's fine. Oh, okay, that's fine. I guess that counters this. So they spend money on it. We have an Audrey. We have a Sure Gamble. So we're going to have to ferment her into Sure Gamble eventually. Here we're going to install Audrey for 2 and then start running and trashing. This is where Imp is so good, but at least we start having a breaker suite. We'll get this down. Like, we do play on low credit thresholds. So now if we see a 2-coster, we can trash it to move the fermenter counters to the Audrey counter. If they advance server 1 card, we're sad. It's a Gaslight. Oh, freedom trash. They advanced this card. So this is probably Rashida. So that's the best case scenario. We got an Audrey counter, so we can run. This takes 2 cards from our hand, so we can steel skin the price. We can actually access this. Pog, actually, how's it going? We've been streaming all morning. So we could run this. We break it. This is probably Rashida, so we trash it for 1. I think we want to go through here because they didn't advance it, so it's probably Rashida. So then we trash the steel skin. We trash the labor rights. Yeah. And then we have 1 credit on access. Let's go. Audrey's so fun. Draw 2. Okay. So we're assuming this is Rashida, which is nice because it refunds the Audrey. Get out of my game. Nice. Nice. We did good work. Again, would we rather be Loop? Yes. Yeah, we would have been so good right now. We would have had an Imp, and we would have got 2 more cards and 2 more credits. So far, freedom is done. It saved us 2 credits. Comparable. And that's also the thing, is like Raindrops R&D open, sure, but you know they're going to push behind ice. So do we just keep it for this? They also double advance this before they put the counter back on Mess and Chesto. So I think this is probably like an Aket. Or maybe a Tree Line. Because they cared about spreading. Oh, just click for 3. We didn't get oppoed. We have to worry about that. All right, we're going to need some money here. Saved us 2 credits, but the cost of 2 credits later. Yeah, but we got 2 card draw too. We have 4 to trash with. Okay, Oppo. We will trash that for obvious reasons. So we'll do 1 and 1. That is free. Feels cool. We can draw once here. We're going to have to Cracker Ferment to get back into the game. Seeing a single off the top of the deck, we can't steal Bologna. We've seen 1 Rashida. We can go back. We just click for credits though. But they didn't Oppo us the turn before. That's going to be in the remote server. That's a problem. All right, draw credit. And this is where the deck's not having Dirty Laundry feels bad because we play on low credits. It's a really nice card to get money from it. So they have a Gaslight that's probably going to be in server 1. Ice on R&D, that's fine. We can break most ice. And something in the remote server. I'm assuming it's a Gaslight, so here we might want to take a turn off. If we run Archives just to check what that is, they get an advancement, which will go in the Mess and Chesvo, which we want them to advance the Mess and Chesvo. So here we're going to pump the brakes a wee bit. We can consider pricing. We have 5 credits to work with. That's a lot. DL and started gambles potentially choice. I think in this deck, like the Sure Gamble in our hand is ugly, and that's sort of kind of a surprising thing. The more that you play the mulch decks, it's like you don't often have over than 5 credits. So like Dirty Laundry here is actually quite nice. Yeah, let's go. Nice. Lagu or Clot? We'll go for the Lagu. Okay, 20 cards left in the stack. Ma's going to come down off the Paladin, off the Fermenter. It's going to be hard to make successful runs potentially. They might purge next turn. It actually is like very, you can purge this deck out really hard because we're not on Knob Curry. So at least we could cycle the Fermenter. We're also not, are we on Cookbook? We must be, right? Yeah, we have 1. We haven't seen it so far, have we? No. But all our Steel Skins are out. All our, no, 2 more Strength Funds, excuse me. We could do credit. If they purge, it's bad. We haven't seen a Botch list yet. We've only 2. Yeah, let's go. Nice. That's an easy target to contest. Okay. Upgrades. Assuming Vladislavsk City Grid, that's the most common. Probably not then an upgrade on top of the, maybe they wait and pull the Gaslight on the turn we trash something. So they can Oppo us. I think we crack Fermenter here, run Spin Doctor, they pop it. We probably want to charge this server. They have to crack this, otherwise we trash it for free and charge Audrey. That's not good for them. If we steal an agenda here, we lose Pally. So I think we might just set up the twinning. Oh, they're still doing it. I think. Yeah, they're still deciding Spin Doctor. Cool. Oppo and Unseen. Nice. Okay. So we can break up to 3 strength. HQ, I think, is a 5 strength ice or a 7 strength ice. The triple advancement is really strange. This could be biotic Red Planet Couriers. I'm calling it Maze. It could be. Maw seems nice here. It is, but like we don't want to show it last click because then we don't run and then they can just set up and like defend the Maw. So we maybe just draw and then discard one. We could click for credit here. We don't really need credits, but we want to do Maw next turn and then run HQ. Or run R&D more accurately. The problem too with Maw, like, which is super anti-synergistic with the deck, is like Maw fires on the turn, we don't trash. But inherently with Audrey and Imp, we're not on Imp, with Audrey and Freedom, we want to trash every turn. Could be a Rogue Virus. Yeah, Freedom, it could be. Admittedly, if they do. Oh, Trickle Light, cool. So we can't clot this. Great, sick. Was that worth a Trickle Light? Do you want to pull back the Fermenter end of turn? We might have wanted to, yeah. Thinking. Nah. And people have been playing reverse counts on us really hard. Now with this, we want another Fermenter, but we actually don't need money that bad. Like, they just traded a win condition for that. But yeah, no, the problem with Maw is that it, like, unfortunately is the opposite of what you want to do with Audrey Freedom. So, like, I'd rather play a Knob Curry here for sure, because we can run Archives, charge the Audrey, charge the Fermenter. It's so much better. Sick art, yeah. Who did that? That's wild. It goes into the hole. That's Zeroth Maxima. It says, does it say Zeroth or does it say your actual name? It says Philippe Laroche. Fill the rock. All right, let's just go. We're an aggro deck at the end of the day. Let's be aggressive. I mean, let's get oppoed. If it's a mess in Chesvo, it's fine because we don't lose money. No further action. Sick. Breach. They advance something. Okay, I wanted to Maw. That's fine too, I guess. So that's probably a Vlad Grid, which is a fast advance piece. We have access to Clot. Okay, Oppo's bad here. We really need to hit it. Neat. So we didn't Maw the Bologna. You know if you Maw the Bologna. All right, if they Oppo us, they have no money though. So we know the Bologna's in there. They didn't res, so I think they need to Oppo us. How do we get 4 credits? This is why you play Imp, right? This is why you play Imp. Savagely playing around Maw. Tell me about it. At least we got one. And we know that it's not the... If it's the Bologna, it would tell us. It's face up. So now if they res this, they can install Advance. They can't score the Bologna from hand. So we just send it HQ. We can't install DJ Fenris because Paladin doesn't work that way. So getting up to 4 credits is actually really tricky here. How do we get up money? Do we labor rights and hope that we hit the strike funds? I think we do. Sick. Cool. All right, so we have to shuffle 3 back in. We trashed a botchless, which we'll leave in the bin. So we're going to put back in some money. We're going to do 1 labor rates. I'm not sure how many the deck has. 1. Okay, so we're going to put that back in it for sure. We haven't used our simul chip, so we'll just do strike fund, strike fund. Drew a simul chip, okay. Are we saving simul chip for something? Why didn't we reinstall the fermenter? I missed it. I think we wanted to get some botchlesses potentially. But we probably could have. This is where Dirty Laundry is obviously really good. They'll advance the Vlad Grid. That's okay. Toll Booth. We mod an unknown card. We need to install something. I think we'll do draw simul chip. Okay. That's how we get out of this hole, as we do credit, sure gamble, and then we run HQ. They could score out agenda here. I like the Christmas sweater. Thank you. It has also cats on it. They're probably going to discard the agenda into hand. Like, they're not resing the sites on HQ for some reason. Trash? Yeah, let's go. Sick. Oh, that was good. All right. I think running this makes some amount of sense. They didn't advance this card. We know that's a Vlad Grid. So we can do credit, sure gamble, run server 1. Trashing the Vlad Grid loses the win condition. We have to give them 2 cards from hand. Twinning, gone. Fenris is actually good. Cleaver, in the bin. Admittedly, throwing out Echelon might be a bit better there. And then we'll break 2 subroutines. We could die here in theory, but we actually no, we know that's an upgrade. It's a Gaslight. We'll freedom that. It's a Vlad grid. This was, yeah, we have to trash that anyway. So that turns off their win condition. Now in theory we can go HQ and we have Bologna money, but I think they threw it out. We just want to get them all. Does Audrey trash enable simul chips? No, because you have to trash it from installed. Simul chips is an installed program, yeah. So I wish you could just like take net damage and simul chip would be sick. If they advance that, we're okay with it. We trash that cheaper. Paladin, no. Oh, we might actually simul chip then. You're right. Oh no, but then it's free. Paladin can get rid of the Lago. It's fine. We just want them all here. Paladin hungry? Yeah. They're just drawing. Like, we should run archives. They probably have to res. They might have thrown out the Bologna. Just credit. They didn't install. Okay, so we don't feel bad about throwing the thing out. So they have 6 cards in it. I think we're going to run archives. Well, draw once, run archives, install a card. We probably want to get down DJ Fenders. It's a Pharos. Sick. So that's all their money. So we can get through here, and I think we will. Because the win might be in there. This is what's really fun about Audrey decks, is you can just do whatever you want. We'll break all of it. They don't have a lot of money. The Bologna might be in here. Oh, okay. I think we found all the points. Good game. You know what? Like, the deck just died for sure, but they spent their win condition and a whole bunch of a turn just to make us lose 12 credits. Which, like, against this deck, we're really good at interacting outside of the credit space. Obviously, you saw we got stoned by Bologna there, like, we got stopped. But if they spent their win condition on scoring out a Bologna in the remote server as opposed, or like fast advancing the shipment for the Disperse or something like that, this happens less often. Beans. Right? Like, that is totally worth keeping in mind. That, like, their draw might have been really awkward for sure. But unfortunately, yeah, I think like using their win condition on a reverse accounts probably cost them a fair bit of forward momentum. Still, like, trickle lighting out analysis, or sorry, a Beal isn't great. I think you have to legally write mulch in the chat. No, you have to write mulch in that chat. Hey, thanks. Hey, thanks, you too. That's very kind. Hey, cheers. Got you. Mulch. Thank you, Timmy. By the way, have I been saying right? Is that Tommy Ho or Tammy Joe? I feel like I was corrected at one point, and apologies if it did not stick. Okay, let's keep going. Cool, neat. I think there is already some tension between Freedom and Audrey. This did not feel better than just any of the other options, but really cool. With a J or a Y. I'm a soft J guy. Like, my name is Andre with a J, so Tamio is fine. I like that. Fantastic. All right, let's carry on. This one is exciting. MCA Bob. Fantastic. Okay, cool. We probably can get through all of these. Again, shout out to QTM. These lists slap. All right, so Crofy again, 3 times in a row to celebrate the New Year's. These might not all be Crofy's decks. They might just be from QTM and Crofy's posting. But this one's really cool. It's really, really difficult to do it. Your name is a Phantom J. It has 2 Phantom J's, both my first and last name. So I'm common with the I'm used to the Phantom J. So the idea with this deck, mind you, Jemison, if you haven't seen it, is really cool. Because you can forfeit an agenda to get an additional advancement counter. So you forfeit a false lead, you get an advancement from forfeiting the false lead, and then an additional advancement, right? You get 1 + 1 additional for each agenda point that agenda is worth. So firstly, you need cards that allow you to forfeit. We have only a couple. Ice doesn't really exist. We have 2 Oberths, which are interesting, and this means you can fast advance with them, so you actually trade a hostile for a false lead. But when the runner's turn starts, you can forfeit a false lead to put 2 counters on a card. Then you can forfeit a second false lead to put 2 counters on a card, which means if your turn was install advance a clearinghouse, on the opponent's turn, you do forfeit, and suddenly it has 6 counters on it. They skip their whole turn and they die, barring some sort of cool tech like Stone Chip Chart Room. Now that is dependent on us scoring out 2 false leads, which is pretty difficult. But there's even board stage where the runner does install advance, and then they do something and they're down on like 3 cards in hand, and you just false lead to get 4 counters, and then you kill them that way. They also don't know, but in theory, we could threaten to play Urtica Cypher, which is probably worth a slot somewhere, because if they run a remote server and there's an Urtica, you can like forfeit to put the counters on top of the Urtica by resing an Oberth, or there's a lot of ways to do damage as well. I'm surprised this deck is only doing one of the options, not both of the options. I'm not entirely sure also what red level clearance is here for. Red level clearance doesn't just click as you draw your cards that get clearing house when you're ready to kill. It also works with Oberth to fast advance. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Really cool. Ice Suite, not a lot in terms of like scaling into late game. 3 Afshar is really strange to me. This card doesn't feel amazing right now, especially with Hostile Takeover giving bad publicity. I think we could easily change that without having a huge change to the deck. Road Turret, cute. Winchester, really good. I think this is way better. Road Turret to Stavka is weird. Yeah, I think Stavka doesn't end the run, but Stavka just seems like so much of a better card here. Especially 0 strength is not a great spot to be because Turtle always gets through it. Audrey gets through it relatively easy. Strength does matter. Border Control Ice Wall, like it's really, really cheap cards. So like we really have to rush out early. I think the Ice Suite is my least favorite part of this deck. Magnet is also medical. It's good against like the decks that we just played into it, but also it's not great. Archer's not an option. Archer's kind of an option. The problem is if we forfeit to res an Archer, it's unlikely that we have something on the table in which we can use the advancement counters to put on top of, right? If we have an Archer protecting a clearinghouse, yes, maybe. But at the end of the day, we forfeit just to like, you know, get 2 advancement counters on an ice wall. That stinks. So there was a whole bunch of decks. I think the sort of decks that are excited to play Archer are the decks that put like CityWorks project in the remote server. And so the idea is that the runner runs a remote server that has installed Advanced CityWorks, then you res an Archer, and then you put 2 more counters on the CityWorks project. I think that's really cool because then suddenly this takes 6 meat damage at the beginning of the run. It only took 4. I think those are the sort of decks that like to do forfeit on ice. This deck less so. I think we'll still play it as is, but I have my doubts that like the Ice Suite 3 Afshar just makes no sense to me. But that's really cool. I want to make my Archer Iswak deck work. The problem with Jinteki is like people are expecting you to play big sentries. And so generally if they're ready to deal with Anansi, they're ready to deal with Archer. So for what it's worth, I think if you want to play a big Archer, that's why it hits so hard in HB that we saw like across today, is that people don't expect to have a killer down, right? Like that's a problem. Is inherently like ganked does make that rude, but like Jinteki's the one faction that most people understand. Put down your killer before running. And so like the secret Archer doesn't work that much. It might work if they're on only 4 credits, because on 4 credits, there's no scary sentry they can res. That's the only like benefit you have really. New corp deck, false lead gem, Jemison Astronautics. These used to be my favorite ID. There's so many videos on this channel where we play Jemison. I heard Archer game running. Yo, Pat, how's it going? Thanks for joining last night. How's your Friday been? I need to get some tea at some point. I feel myself. I've talked too much last night and now too much today. It's going to catch up to me for sure. We're a corp. What is happening with Archer? We're not playing it. Not on this one. No way. As much as we are playing Jemison. I think Ballista is like potentially underplayed. I think there's a certain like deck where it's better than others. Like we're seeing Program Destruction be reasonable in Wayland, but like Ballista seems a bit better than it looked. Like breaking for 3 with Carmen doesn't seem amazing, but the flexibility on that card, like obviously we have Stavka, and so like Ballista's in a weird spot where it's like the end the run, but also potentially the threat. It's kind of difficult. Archer, right? We smork. Archer's like anti-smork technology because we're backwards on points. 1,041 decks. This is why JNet never works. I need to reach out to a JNet dev to be like, can you delete my 700 oldest decks? Because deleting them one by one will literally take me 2 days. It is so slow, especially because we have 1,000 decks. Ballista with Zato, I don't know. Like, yeah, probably. It's a 5-coster, so it gets you a 4-coster. Like, those are the sort of decks where it works for sure. Like, you play some amount of Zato. But it's just like like, why wouldn't you just play half run Stavka? I guess that's the problem. But yeah, the 5-coster to the 4-coster is like pretty elegant for that deck. Everything for Sore Throw is hot water with lemon, honey, and fresh ginger. No, you can't bulk. You can bulk delete on JNet. You can't bulk delete on Arkham. Sorry, on JNet. Sorry, you can bulk delete on NetRunnerDB. I don't think you can bulk delete here because there's no like way to select multiple decks. I think on NetRunnerDB you can, Dana. Here you can't. Right? Am I missing something? It loads like shit. Like when I build a Smurf, like I see how quickly this page should load. Oh yeah, no, JNet's fine. JNet just gave me like another 1,000 deck slots. We found a new feature? Yeah, right? Watchlist stonks are down, so single step ice is getting better. Yeah, it's a bit better for sure. And even like having an end the run sentry is like kind of unexpected. But again, in those situations, having a trash program sentry is just about as good. Made more sense to get on sell Zato to sink boats. I think Swery was saying this. I heard this in an interview with like Ed and Mar from Worlds. There's some technique that if your throat is overworked, that like you blow into a straw into water, like a low amount of water in a cup. And the both of them said like they were surprised, but it worked so well. And I don't know if anyone knows that tip. We probably should just Google it, but it sounds like absolute heaven because I do get sore throats on a pretty consistent basis, either from too much talking and or just because that's a thing that happens. They're just pranking. That's the thing. I can't tell if that's true or not. Maybe they are. Maybe there's just a prank. Is it just a prank? Hey, it's Liam. Liam recently got into the game, from my understanding. Patrick, are you doing the bake-off this year? I was told Patrick is, but I think it was the other Patrick. Because people come into the chat and say Patrick, and they mean Patty. My numbers. Thanks, you too. Why are the numbers going up? What do they mean? 36420. 365420. It's a Project Atlas. Stropha Nation is legit for singers. Okay, it's probably real. Cures throw by touching your elbows behind your back. Yeah, nice try, Boggles. Nice try. This is great. This is weird. I've seen this before. I think we just lost connection like right at the moment. Why is this number changing? What the heck? That makes no sense to me. That's not, yeah, that's number wang. So if I keep doing this, eventually we will overflow, right? Like there's no way that this holds 18 digits. This hand stinks. That's number wang. This hand's better. We'll just hostile turn one, and then we'll trade it for a false lead, no problem. Is R&D going to be open? Heck yeah, it's going to be open. Open for business, Ontario. What are you going to charge? A Kurapira? I don't know if I said good luck. I did. Good. I think your 1,000 plus decks is crashing, J-Nuts. Jetless shots. How's it going? It's probably not good. I don't think it's a problem for Jay. I think it's a problem for specifically me. How many people know what number wank is? Oopya. You see, wouldn't you love to be able to charge us with Padma on turn one? Haha, you can't. Can't even charge Cassie string? Exactly. Oh, fuck. That's a good joyride. Ooh. Oopya is like a card you can play that charges. It's unfortunately really, really slow. Gaining one click on this is like, there was a point in time where like Shapers gaining clicks was a problem, and there's like really powerful cards. This could easily gain 2 clicks on it. Sorry, 3 clicks, like functionally gain 2 clicks and would not be game breaking. Yeah, that was a good joyride. I'm noticing how much reading of cards I have to do to get caught up. Dragon, sorry I don't do the best job highlighting stuff, but if you have any questions like what's that card, don't feel bad about asking. Joyride has never been better. Yo, Blum, that was a really good joyride turn one, like especially into creative. That's like probably the best stream. They discard an overclock. Fine. All right, Afshar, we have to put on R&D. We could like trade Oberth for false lead into so we install this, we install that. We could also just Audacity our whole dank hand. I think that's probably better. Now, if they trash this, they trash this, and that's fine. I'd rather they trash this for 1 credit with bad publicity than anything else, because we're going to plan to Audacity this hand next turn. So if they trash it, that's fine. If they don't, we have this on the table. Upia always reminds me of a side profile of an Asari. Isn't Asari like the Mass Effect alien species, or is this actually something cultural and I look ignorant? I might have questions after reading. Please don't hesitate. It's always fun. Ask questions. My other online game is doing a Christmas band wave. Watch your back. Oh, you play Dota too, huh? You got some coal, huh? Yeah, for Mass Effect. I did some research once what Upia was. I forgot. They charge the Upia, right? That's kind of cool. The Afshar, again, this is why I don't love Afshars. When you're giving bad publicity, the subroutines on this are like less relevant. Also, 1 strength is pretty bad. This card used to be way better back in the day when like the breaker that you're expecting broke this for 5 credits after the subroutine fired. Now people are breaking it for 1 to 2. Without the use once per turn, Upia goes infinite with enough flux capacitors. True power card. Oh yeah, once per turn, huh? I think that is important, but I think you could gain 3 clicks on this, no problem. Like, compare this to, obviously, Pichichon. Upia probably means deep diving deck. I'd assume so, but like Psych Mike means that they might be on like any other multi-axis that's not specifically deep dive, because Psych Mike makes no sense with deep dive. Like you probably want to play Maker's Eye. Hushik doesn't work because you don't access the cards. It's strange, right? But like Upia is just the sort of any board state's good board state. I mean, when in Rome. All right. We need to score one more false lead. More likely just Conduit. Yeah, Conduit makes a lot more sense. That's a really good shout, Ba. So we'll see how long this Afshar holds. Getting a Winchester in R&D honestly would be good enough because they can't face check into it. They can face check into this. They trade a click and a credit for an Upia counter. Actually, no, it's pretty bad. But they don't have a lot of money here. They need to get down to Telerik or find more, what's it called, creatives. Sorry, I've been saying day. I should be saying it more. Excuse me. You could draw 3. Mind's Eye? It could be, but they played Onacom. We played Mind's Eye earlier today. It's pretty sick. And I've seen Captain Padma, Mind's Eye. Yeah, there's the console, exactly. Fermenter, okay, cool. All right, I'm going to draw. We're going to get that on HQ eventually. Now, you don't want the ISO on the outermost because the face check on this is actually kind of relevant. We can draw once more. It's a Mega Net. We'll put this on HQ with 2 cards in hand that might actually engender a run. And if the Winchester fires, Padma is kind of upset. What does this deck need to score 2 false leads to win? Yeah, the deck largely does, unless that we build a remote server, which the ice in the deck's not very good. And then we can do like, if they have few cards in hand, we can maybe do 1 false lead and kill them with a clearinghouse. But 2 false leads will kill the clearinghouse pretty consistently if they don't have a stone chip. So to score a second false lead, we need the second audacity. We'd even consider Oberthing, right? But there's a lot of card draw to make that work. Clearinghouse behind Bad Eye seems bad. Yeah, no, it's not good. Some players are scared of advanceable traps, right? Because of the Urtica kind of interaction with like Oberth or Quarantine Protocol or whatever the other cards are. Meganet. Yes, the Nanico lore. Prepaid makes sense. I wonder if they're on the twinning. Because twinning also Psych Mike makes sense too. But this is where Padma's ability just ceases to be relevant for a while into the depths. Atlas, okay. The more we draw, the more we flood. RLC, I don't think we need to do it here. Border control, we can consider remote server just to distract them. They're on 0 credits, the Fermenter matters. We have 2 Mavirus, 1's in archives. Go check it, please. Can you talk about the difference between playing online and playing in person and the impact of bluffing conservative versus risky plays? So there's 2 things. Bluffing in person is a lot more fun because you can read what your opponent's doing. Actually, seeing what your opponent is looking at and where they're focusing their energy is kind of important to understand, right? Like there are physical tells as much as people don't talk too much about it. Playing online on JNet Casual, though, makes people play risky totally different, right? Like your undefeated personal evolution damage trap deck, when people play on JNet Casual, a lot of players don't want to sweat it out so much, so they'll take much more risky lines, where they'll just be like, I'm going to run with the triple advanced card is on turn 1. Like we do it all the time, where a lot of times the right play is not to do it. So keep that in mind. It's also like a tournament versus non-tournament thing. So some people don't like playing on JNet because playing in person, so, you know, it's definitely a lot more fun. I'm not seeing a way you can put more than 6 counters on the clearinghouse. No, unless they're afraid or they have not a lot of money. So the Afshar, they'll break for 2 with Ngolo. Even a Magnet on R&D is pretty good. Their Upia is now like powered up. I wonder if they'll deep dive. It's hard to deep dive with Ngolo. Into the depths, probably the money. I get bored grinding games I would rather win or lose quickly, not like playing for money. That's the thing too. It's like people will be like, the game will be over anyways and it'll be exciting. So why not just like smash into the snare on turn 1? I feel the same. But that's why playing traps onto like high stakes Netrunner is a bit more interesting. I'm going to draw with this. Okay. I think this is a genuinely annoying server. Can we res both of them? Please don't question me on that angle. But if we scored the false lead, we're in a good spot. On 6 credits, they can consider contesting it. They probably have overclocks. We've seen one. I hate to say it, but I think my Jenksgiving deck's game plan was better. I think your Jenksgiving deck was really good. But this is not meant to be the best deck. This is meant to be an interesting thing QTM tried, so can't feel too bad about it. I don't like JNet in person is more fun, but it's much harder to play in person because you have to manage a million triggers. Yeah, there's good parts about JNet that teach you. There's parts that don't. Like the automatic hand holding of triggers is good, as much as it's not a rules engine completely. But the ability to jam out games quickly is fantastic. How do you forfeit an agenda? This one's really cool because we can just forfeit it whenever we want as long as the runner has clicks. Otherwise, the only other card we have in our deck that forfeits agendas is this one, which is called Urbirth Protocol, which whenever we res it, we can forfeit agendas. So we can do it at any paid ability speed. Not sure. I'm just thinking about how resilient win condition is. I don't think it's a super resilient win condition. Holy shit. Okay. We are cooked here. We are 1 credit short. Huh. This is our second false lead. It's pretty important, but I think we have to keep the border control. So why do we res the border control? It's a good question. Tune in tomorrow when we find out. I know someone tried to run a $500 Netrunner tournament. 8 people showed up with a pre-arranged agreement to split the prize pool no matter who won. Get out. That's hilarious. Oh man, I feel bad for that person, but that's really funny. Yeah, we shouldn't res that. It's fine. We recovered financially. One of the reasons I stopped playing was because the in-person stuff dried around in my area. For a lot of people, like this is the easiest way to play online, and it's great. Especially there's really high stakes competitive tournaments that are accessible to everyone. Like it's fantastic, run by the community. They update it consistently enough. It has new cards very quickly. Like you can't say enough good stuff about JNet. But of course, some people will like less than others. Cyberdelia, super greedy. Let's go. Winchester would have been the more taxing res there. It's inside job, so at the end of the day, it didn't matter. We shouldn't have resed any of them because now they know there's border control here. If we could res both, we'd be okay, right? Because they inside job the Winchester the border control, but we were 1 credit short. And immediately if we're 1 credit short, we can't score out. Was that the poker guy tournament? It sounds like a poker guy tournament. Real talk, how often is inside job a better card than Bravado? They do different things. I'm surprised to see inside job out of faction because it's really expensive. Sorry? For sure. Second Upia? It's not unique. Wow, it's not unique. That's really fun. So now with 2 bad publicity, the Afshar they can bounce off of, let alone they break it for 1 credit again. Not a big Afshar fan. The Magnet's actually just as taxing, unfortunately. Because like the thing that inside job does is the bypasses ice, right? It's not an econ card. It can be if the thing is like if you inside job pass an ice that costs you 3 credits to break, is it better than? Yeah, and people misplay into it. Like at the end of the day, Bravado's good. Yeah. All right, I think an ice wall in RD is something. We just need to wait for them to overextend. Again, it's really tricky. The cool thing is if we double false lead them, they can't even hit Upia, but like, yeah, we're going to struggle from this point forward. We could get the Alice in the remote server. I'd argue that with border control into Winchester, we probably should, but then we don't have enough clicks. We could have RLC'd to get the ice wall down clicklessly, but I feel like that's pretty mediocre. The other option is like to trade a hostile takeover into the last false lead. The problem is it's the last false lead and our pivot is in the bin. So we need to get a spin doctor here, but we can get out of this. DZ, like they're playing a lot of really slow, greedy stuff. We might have a window. I just don't know what their fractor is. And if they were in a really bad spot, they just like crack the Upia and then just like have extra turns. Oh, they just did one. That's fine. I'm more worried about this on a turn that matters than a setup turn. Right, like at the end of the day, the click compression that they got from Upia, is that better than just playing a better event? Right? Like it seems too good to get a click, but if that click was spent, just, clicking for credit, then was this Upia good? Let's see what they do with the Upia click, right? Okay, they have a fractor. That's something. They only have 1 credit. Mind you, they break the ice wall gaining money because of bad publicity and Cyberdelia. Simply get an Atlas counter? That's what I'm hoping. We might have a window here because like Winchester is annoying. Speaking of Winchester being annoying, holy shit, wait, this will fire. They have 3 credits. The Winchester will fire. We can trash stuff. That's a bad face check for them. Imagine hitting an archer here. Oh my God. Upia probably for big dives. I'd assume so, but they're on mic, so I don't know if they're on big dives. I think it's just like a power card. Like this is the only charge token they have besides Nuka. Yeah, that's yeah, Archer's not good. Funma doesn't have Link, so we have to boost one of these, I think. Oh no, we don't. If we want to, we can. Fire? Yeah, double deep dive turn is kind of fun. I'm confused with the mic. Hushuk, yeah, there's not a lot of overlap. Like literally everything's a different cost. There's like half threes, half twos, some ones. Upia 0. I would be surprised, and it doesn't actually work with Psych Mike. Okay. And Go and Lamb feels gratuitous. Yes. I wonder if they have a killer. So fire all. Okay, so the first subroutine is trash a program. So this one we don't have to boost. I assume we're gonna trash the Lamb. This is trash a hardware. I think we can afford to pay 1 on this so that we can trash the Cyberdelia, which eventually will be a pretty good econ piece for them. And then we'll boost 1 on this as well, because otherwise they get in with Into the Depths. You gotta play lean and mean if you're on Angola Lamb rig. Yeah, that's true. Or don't you just play like the neutral one? I feel like they printed like 7 cards that did the exact same thing in that set. We'll start with draw 2. Okay. Rototurret, honestly, fine. I think we want to gain 2, we want to hedge fund, and we want to put something in the remote server to like force them to interact with the Winchester sooner than later. We can also purge the Fermenter if we need to, because all their money's on Fermenter. I think next turn we will, because I don't think they have a really good turn here. They don't know that running RD is really easy. I've never trashed a Cyberdelia before. Oh, injection attack rotated. I thought they were all the same set. Damn, okay. I know you might know Lean and Mean from Bao Ramwoo's opening art. I think that's the only time that card sees any play. If you call that. 4 clicks, 1 credit. Too bad publicity goes far though. In Golo, if you're scared about like program destruction, you can't really face check with fewer than, arguably you need to boost at least once. Okay, they trashed it, that's fine. We still have them in virus. I think if this Winchester fires Pinhole, Beans, okay. I don't think we want to do 1 net damage. I played Lean and Mean in an old Insight Top Hat deck. Purge. All right, that's 2 pinholes out. They drew a card, not too bad. They played it for free, not too bad. I don't think I've ever played Lean and Mean. I think Injection Attack was strictly better. And I think at that time too, we also still had Dean Lister. I don't think Dean Lister was banned yet. Second prepaid. 18 cards up in the stack. Rototurret is extremely undervalued right now. That's hard to say. Oh, they used the prepaid that turn. That's good. 8 credits. I don't want to score out. I think we want to Atlas with a counter. We're wrecked by Inside Job. So I think we just don't counter this because I think we want 8 credits here. If they hit Rototurret though, like wait, the Rototurret's actually pretty bad. Because they break the Rototurret for paint for free. They have to boost once. I just feel like, okay, the faction that can play Rototurret might want to, but they have Hagen. Out of faction, like in Wayland, there's no reason to play Rototurret. In NBN, yeah, playing a trash program 17 is always like a good surprise. I don't think we do this Rototurret. I think we just advance. If they steal this, we're fine. Inside Job gets us. The worst part of Rota is Turtle. Yeah, Turtle is really bad in it. And like that's why I think if you have Stavka, you have Archer, you have Ballista and faction, there's a lot better ways to do it. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm huge into Rototurret. For what it's worth, Amaku is not popular. I think Audrey's more popular. Every game I play with Rototurret, it ends up being a Turtle deck and I get sad. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, 5 credit card and a card draw. Pretty good. They probably can contest this. The worst case for them is that they have 2 berries they have to get through twice. Purge. Because Ngolo is once per turn, paint something code gate. Oh, purge again? Gain 8 credits. Let's go. It's not unreasonable that they can get into the server, but I think it's okay if they do. We've seen influence on Pinhole. Pinhole. Fermenter. I think they're running R&D here. They charged Nuka. Cool, card draw. We'll res the Ice Wall because it's expensive. They have 2 clicks left. I don't think they can charge remote server. We can pay 1 for this. In terms of getting to 5 points, how do we win? Wait, how do we win? Audacity into Above the Law. Okay, we can win. They paid 3 for that. Afshar will now be 3 more. Oh, they can break the subroutines. I forgot. We put this on R&D. This is 2 to break. Oh, man. Yeah, Afshar's bad. Single card, get a credit with Psych Mike. Upias, charged up. Oh, fuck. That's bad. We still have 2 Atlases. Oberth and SDS is possible too. Yeah, the math is not super intuitive to me. With 2 red level clearances out, I think it's a bit trickier. 4 full lead to never advance the SDS. Oh, that's really true. Yeah, you're right. That actually does win more than we think it does. The problem with Upia though is like they have to really beef it. Like they have to not Upia first. But yeah, if we do install Ice credit, then we can do forfeit the false lead. But then we're 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, then we go to 4, then we go to 7. Carmen. Okay, Winchester's fine at Carmen. I think there are other ways that we can win here. Can you force fit called leap on the corpse turn? Imagine I said that correct. No, you can't, because it said the runner has 2 or more if able. If the runner has, mind you. So no. They have to have clicks to lose. Hey, shout out to Arkham people. Did they fix the whole thing that you can't lose clicks during the encounter phase? Because I still don't know how to play that. I feel like they didn't fix it. They're probably setting up for a deep dive here. So if they don't put down a way to contest Clot, and we top deck a 3-2 agenda, we win. We top deck an Oberth, I think we win. If we top deck the agenda, then we just pull the piece we're missing. So we have a lot of top decks to the win here. So the problem, there's a whole bunch of cards in Arkham that say like, when you draw this, lose an action on your turn, which is like lose a click. However, you don't technically get your actions until your turn starts or the turn in encounter phase. Okay, Conduit was the call, which means that they don't actually do anything. This is where they can Upia and just absolutely ruin the game. Like Upia into Conduit with Tomb of Viruses out. This is going to be dicey for us, but at least if we top deck something relevant. They also can only break the Ice Wall once. So like at least we're not going to get conduited to the ground. We're just going to get conduited bad. This is the only 5-3 in the deck. Oh no, there's one more. Excuse me. Rashida, trash that. We want to see another card. Oh, they did. Sick. That's the best case possible for us. I think you don't trash the Rashida there because we're at the point where if we draw a combo piece, we win. So allowing the corporation to draw Rashida is correct. Shit. Okay, thinking. Okay, so we can pull an Oberth. So if we red level clearance, we install the Oberth and we get in click. So we have 3 clicks left. We install the drone deployment. We forfeit. That's 2 counters. Okay, what's the math here? So we install, it's been a while since I've had to done, I think we have it in here. So if we install an Oberth, we have 3 clicks. So we res the Oberth, we're on 4 credits, and then we put 2 counters on the thing. Then we advance. Yeah, we have the win in hand. And it's exactly costs 4 credits. Cool. So they have no way to stop us with Clot. So we can do Atlas. I'm pretty sure I did this right. Oberth Protocol. Reload clearance, put the Oberth on the table. So install a non-agenda Oberth. Server 4. We have to gain the click back, I think. No, we don't actually have to, because we do install, advance for 2, advance for 1, and resing it gives us 2. Yeah, so I don't think we need the click back, but I don't think we need the money, so we're going to do it just to be safe. Server 4. We res the Oberth, forfeiting a whatever, doesn't matter, I guess hostile. That puts 2 advancements on a card. And now the first time we advance a card in or protecting the server, we get 2 advancements, so we do advancements. Yeah, we had 1 click too many. We could have got more money. And that scores. And then we can trash the conduit. That's the idea of the deck. So it can win out again. We got lucky that we scored out pretty heavily. But that's the big fast event threat. And then they have to run this because every turn it's a fast event threat. Thanks for the game. And that's why red level clearance is in the deck as much as we didn't need it that turn. Cool. Their rig is weird. I don't think they have simul-chip. I think they actually did not have a fractor for the rest of the game, which maybe they're okay with. In terms of influence, we saw like 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't think we saw that much more. Oh, Carmen is 2 more, 11. So they maybe have something else there. You can just install advanced SDS, install hostile, forfeit both false leads on the runner's turn as another win. We only have 1 false lead, so we can't. Hey, catch your hand. I think you need the click. You're on 0 clicks left. Oh, wait, did we? Oh, because we did install advanced events. Yeah, you're right. You're right. We totally needed it. Yeah, we're install advanced events. We exactly needed it because we did red level clearance, install advanced events. Because install advanced events is 3 advancements, resing is 2 advancements. Yeah, totally. Weird how I missed that. Fine. Doesn't feel bad. Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. Okay, cool. Sick. All right. There's 2 more things I want to try out. These are sick. Again, QTM, killing it. We played this. So there's 4 more decks left. I'm going to have to take a second to pop out just to use a restroom and to get some tea because I'm falling apart. But we'll see how this one goes. Just to show you really quickly. This one's wild. I've played MC Austerity decks in OP, and I think they're really good. Pinnacle, mind you, we've seen pretty consistently today. But MC Austerity used to be so busted back in the day with OP because it allowed you to get a 0 coster, and we had cards like Drago, so you could just win on the spot. Now, Austerity is still in a really cool spot. I think the ice here is a bit better. Tithe is reasonable. We have Afshar, Hordem, fine. I think Enigma is honestly just as good as Afshar, if not better. We have Sandstone, Board Control, 3x, Brawn, Envelopment. The cool thing that this deck can do is that if you score out a Kimberlite field, you can go fire off of the Tucana to res any ice from your deck as long as you can afford it, and then you can Kimberlite that ice. So if they have something expensive you want to trash, like a Maw, you can just go get the Brawn on the table for 3 credits and just trash it, which is pretty funny. And then obviously Op fires if it hasn't fired so far, which is really good. Have you seen any good Op super heavy logistic combos? Oh, there's so many. In fact, like every single Op deck generally does something really cool. This is one of the wilder combos. Most of them are just like efficiency, powering yourself forward. This is the one that feels the most like combo in a while. I've been on MCA Mirror Morph recently. I'm excited to see this. Yeah, Mirror Morph is something I need to play more of. It's really fun. Bob's been playing some good Mirror Morph on stream. So that's really cool. We don't have 0 costers we can really get besides, again, Rashida as a 1-up is wild to me. Spin Doctor is another really nice one to get. And then we have a bunch, too many slots on like weird things like Yakov. I don't really like Yakov that much. It fires on a lot of weird stuff like NGO Front, Rashida, Regolith trashing, MC Austerity trashing, Virus purging. Like it fires a bit more than you think it does. But I would be so surprised not to play more Rashidas here. We only have 8 agendas. We have to score out an SDS to win the game or send a message because we want to score 2 2-pointers. And you can score out 5 3s from hand, mind you, with austerity policy. So that's kind of neat. It's just like pulling around some of the slots I think is really interesting. I think it's wild to not play enough Rashidas, especially for this deck. Where'd you get the sweater? I'm not sure. It's my partner's. She got it as a gift from someone from the States, so I don't know where it is. I will check the tag when I don't take my shirt off on stream in a moment because I'm just going to put on some tea to boil. Hey, GG, wasn't expecting a 5-3 to come out there. I think the 8-click conduit deck needs some work. Yo, Liam, good game. Did you have another fractor? Because like the 8-click conduit is scary, but I think at the end of the day, like the ice wall, you can only break once a turn, right? Mutually assured destruction combos are nifty. Yeah, I think the one cool thing you could do with MC Austerity policy modernly in the format is probably a combo with mutually assured destruction. So the idea is that when the MC Austerity policy pops off, you have, what is it? You have 6 clicks on your turn. So then you can play mutually assured destruction, which takes 3 clicks. Yeah, that's not right at all. And then you can kill them by having enough cards in hand, right? Because this is a triple. It's not a terminal, it's a triple. So then you mad, and then you can do like end the line, or mindscaping end the line, and you can kill runners. So I think that deck does exist. I know Jeff was playing a combination deck that has fast advance and also has this. Generally with Bast Chiraboga is also sometimes good enough. Sometimes there's enough clicks. It's hard to tell. Is it take your shirt on stream allowed now on Twitch? I think it is, but I think I have to like label myself in a certain category if not. But yeah, they made it a lot more flexible that as long as you're doing something that has, I think, artistic merit, you're allowed to like, to not wear a lot of clothing, which like, yeah, that's fine. There's one of each type of icebreaker in there, but destroyed one. I don't have any recursion, so I need to fix that. Yeah, simul-chip is so good, Lee, especially in Shaper, if you haven't played that yet, because you can like trash a fermenter, reinstall a fermenter. You can cycle your Ingolos if you had to do the once per turn thing. There's a lot of really cool stuff in there. Biotic Mad sacking 4 res to tutor for Bass works too. Yeah, that's the combo a lot more folks do, is they use mutually assured destruction to trash a 4-coster to get the Mad, to get the, sorry. They do that to trash all the ice. They trash one of the ice, the first ice they trash. It doesn't have to be the first ice. One of the ice produces Bass, then Bass fires to give you 2 clicks so you can kill them. All right, I'm going to import this. I'm going to go run to put some tea on. I'll be back in just 1 second. Again, we've been streaming for about 4 hours. We got a bit more in us for sure. This is not right at all. MC Bob. This is Tuna posted this. All the other ones have been Crowfee so far. New corp deck. Up. I guess it's bup. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna put some music on. Yo, what's good? All right, welcome back. I got a tea. We're in a good spot. Just realized that PSK is on the chalkboard. Yeah, PSK has been there forever. I probably should change it, but like outside of Dag, I don't know if like there's been a mascotable card that's been like that's come out in a while. So maybe, hopefully y'all are doing well. By the way, happy holidays if you're tuning in. You might be wondering what the heck's going on. We've been streaming for the last 4 hours. We'll stream more today. But in short, we're just about to head off on holidays, so the Metropole Grid is largely shutting down. So I thought we could hang out on, for a lot of people, it might be their last Friday before holidays as well. So if you're joining in, if you're watching the VOD, maybe you're seeing this much later. Hopefully you have a good holidays. If you have any time off, enjoy that. If not, at least there's a place here you can hang out online. Again, a lot of people are with family and friends and stuff like that. If that's not possible for the many reasons it could be, please reach out to things like Green Level Clearance Discord. There's so many folks out there that would love to have your company to talk to you. So, you know, check this stuff out. GLC is really great. Collage of Companions. I don't like the companions. When Upia falls in the forest. Arsana Frog. The problem is like the Arsana Frog is pretty good. And I've seen different depictions of the Arsana Frog, but like the living mural frog. Yeah, it'd have to be a frog, if anything. I like, yeah, the Arsana shirt frog. Yeah, 100%. Not the mural frog. I think that's a good shout out. Oh, let's go. Companions are goated? No, companions shouldn't exist. Oh, what an interesting eternal based Smurf. This is Ba. You've not played Shishu's Hushik deck yet, right? No. It's the next one. Hater energy? Come on. Game would be better without companions. Getting a credit a turn. Like, it's cool that the companions actually are like trashing stuff a bit more. I just don't like it. Getting a credit a turn is not fun. I heard companions, hold on, should exist and went. When did we go into MTG stream? Oh, don't worry, they're everywhere. They have crossed different borders. Okay, Sable. That's this deck, which Shishu posted. It's it again, the next step in the countdown to 2024. It's on 3x Hushik, so centrals matter. So R&D matters, and there's a lot of 2-costers to get down. Double inside job, double boomerang means the remote server early is a bit hard, but that's mostly it. And no pinholes, which is actually like kind of cool for us, as much as Sable will put the crush on early. Actually, in terms of the breaker suite too, if we want to trash something, it's one of every breaker. So like just trashing well, actually, sentries are the easiest, but trashing a Cat's Cradle or Croter will slow down the deck a fair bit. This hand is not good. I refer to you to my Baldur's Gate 3 party base and try. wait, for real, Freedon? You have the whole companion suite in Baldur's Gate? That's actually super sick. I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3, but that sounds amazing. I have made one change. Got to keep you on your toes. All right. Best of luck. The deck probably has diversion in it, right? Let's just make sure, because we need Ice Up HQ. It doesn't, but that could be the one change. Are there any competitive super deep borehole decks? No, not exactly. Like Worlds was won by Clearinghouse, which if you look at it is basically the exact same win condition as super deep borehole, but faster. So that's kind of the issue. When it comes to competitive, putting something in a remote server and keep it alive, like Dr. Bench and Keeling used to be that, it got banned out in the last couple months. But I think if you're trying to win in a remote server that's impenetrable, not only can you score agendas, but you can just do Clearinghouse. All right, I think Border Control and HQ, I don't love it, but I think it's probably the play. It's not the worst knob. Paladin was easy, then I need to start on some creative licensing. Bravado, we're going in. All right, you get your credits. Very good. The only exposure to BG3 I have is the girlfriend reviews video. From what I understand, the game is extremely thirsty. I think it's an RPG where you can do whatever you want. If you want to have a relationship, you can. Archives Mark. Okay, cool. I think we'll hoard him on R&D. I think the new remote server, like we don't have to, not like that. If they spend some sort of resource to challenge this, I think we're happy with it. Resing and showing what it is the same as clicking for credit, but we give off information. If an inside job or a boomerang happens on development, we're pretty happy. I have a lot of fun with Daogene's borehole deck. I definitely had legs. I saw Daogene play the borehole deck in a tournament because he linked the thing, but it was just like put 7 ice on a remote server, including like surveyors, and I don't know. Not my favorite. I think the good run here is you force a res and then you come back with an inside job. At least that costs Ba like 4 credits. What if Clearinghouse gave your opponent exponentially scaling credits and you can't decide the pace exactly? All right, Dock and Spats going HQ here. We can barely res the border control. If not, we lose the agenda. So now we can res the regolith, actually. It's pretty good. So this is like the most frustrating thing when you put on criminal pressure and then they're just like, haha, take 7. When the game first came out, there was like a bug that made all companion characters try to romance you super early. Oh, a bug or a feature? Honestly, it was the buy vaults that made it work. Yeah, but then like you're basically building, you know, a different, maybe arguably worse version of a Sokka's list, right? Which is like just build Wayland Glacier and build the last and get a clearinghouse. Okay, so we need more ice for sure. In terms of like scoring on their remote server, like they're not installing programs, so a lot of our threat isn't real, and we have no hostiles. So we need another ice. We'll draw once. That is ice. I think getting this on HQ is like kind of reasonable as much as it doesn't do anything. And ideally we extract the regolith. But we'll put this on HQ just to like slow down the boomerang charge. Because at this point, like we've gone through 10 cards, we've scored and shuffled nothing, so HQ has some pressure on it, especially with the Docklands. This is a list really Sokka list if it doesn't have buy vault? No, not really. I played that list, mind you, at RCO, which like I just wanted to play Glacier because it seemed fun for a minute. I played against 2 S's. Trillion absolutely destroyed me. The other Essa was a new player, and they made some like really teachable mistakes, like, you know, don't sabotage while spin doctors on the table, stuff like that. So we talked about it, which was sick. Okay. This forces 2 credits, and then we can border control. Could you just click the regolith to opt summon the Tithe? You can, but this gives you more money. Arguably, maybe that's not worth it. Because like we probably want to extract the envelopment in a couple turns. Ooh, we got 2 credits from that? Nice. Afshar Mabire Sandstone. Corroder into Sandstone is not the best on the outside. We'll just the Afshar. So Hushik has 2-2-2-2. Sorry, 2-2-2-4. Yeah, extracting the development is more important. I think you're totally right. Because this has 1 more turn of a life. And getting a border control down here is really good. Or even just a Winchester on HQ. But ideally, we're pushing our next ice. So we have that might be okay. So the question is, we regolith for sure. So the 1 cost ice we have in the deck is we have Tithe. I think we have Ice Wall as well, right? No, we don't have Ice Wall. So we only have 1 coster in the whole list. Oh, we have obviously MC Austerity. Oh, that's a bit of a bummer. We have Vovo too. That's kind of cool. Yeah, they're on Hushik, we know for sure. Boss said that they're playing Shishu's list. I think it's Shishu, right? Sorry for the tab jumping in Shishu. I think we just get the MCA from the deck from on the table. I don't think there's anything else we want to do here. I wish we could ice this up once more. We can't. But I'd argue on 5 credits with this board state, Sable's not doing too much. We have to get rid of this next turn, which we will. That's fine. Scoring out this Kimberlite field, we can do on the following turn. Seems really good. I just don't like the click for credit here. Yeah, bummer. Okay, let's see what they do. In terms of the list, I don't think it has that much money, right? Like it has no click money, like it has no daily cast, it has no fermenter, it has no liberated we played today. So all the money is in the event package. Like literally no money outside of the event package is kind of, well, it has an info bounty. R&D's the mark. So like, yeah, they're going to rely on this. Backstitching R&D mark. Okay, we'll res the Hordem. It eats the backstitching. They see 2 cards here. They can steal SDS, but it's really expensive. Need to install Tucana in advance of the scoring this Kimberlite field term if you want to use MCA as soon as it hits 3. Yeah, we'll do it next turn. So they draw here, C2. No Hermes. So not that our board state's weak to it. But even just trashing a Spin Doctor here is like prohibitively expensive. If you're in all events, I'd love to throw in Ghost Tongue. So Tron, in most matchups, prepaid voice pad does as much. Like Ghost Tongue is only good on the turns that you play 2 events in a turn that both cost a credit, and that's frighteningly few. So paying 3 influence and a core damage for that is almost never correct. So this shuffles. I'll do border control. Seems good. We'll advance this once, and we'll put the Tucana in there. And if we bring down the Corroder, we're in a pretty good spot. Yeah, it's like really hard, especially out of faction, to make Ghost Tongue make more sense than either Mystic Miami or prepaid voice pad. For better or for worse. Like, it's really good in ESA because it cycles, but even in ESA decks, there's not so many turns that you play multiple events, barring like the double Chestushka turns or like running hot to Chestushka and stuff like that. But yeah, just keep that in mind. It's like prepaid voice pad, I think in every turn so far has been as good, if not better, right? Like you don't play 2 events in the same turn. Maybe one of them did, but I don't think so. Three clicks into board control feels nice. The deck is on no pinhole last I saw. So MCA into Takana into Kimberlite Field will trash the Croter. We're going to have to trash something though. But the idea is that whatever we trash is something we Tukana'd. I hate having to deal with prepaid. Avoiding playing more than one event in a turn and then trying to play one per turn. I don't know. The thing is, like, I don't think you have to fully play around prepaid. Like, I think if you're holding to be like, I don't want to play this event this turn, like, then you're going into the way to do something bad just to save your credit a turn. It's kind of like lat. Like, a lot of people make suboptimal lat plays just to be able to like get the lat draw, where like it's probably not worth it. And I feel like prepaid is not that far off. I don't know. I found Essa routinely play 2 events in a turn in the last meta. Yeah, no, Essa I think does, and Essa gets the cantrip and the sabotage. Like Essa's really, really good. And then like you also play like, you know, clickless steel. What's it called? Strike fund is reasonable. Yeah, no, S is good. I just think for a lot of other decks, you don't see that consistently. That's worth the 3 influence. Yeah, no, brutal. Yeah. If we had to play around Pinhole, we just ice archives here. Again, the deck has no money. My favorite card is rotated. No more mouse. Oh, Mouseless. Yeah, Mouseless is it's a card I'm happy it rotated. Its numbers were too good. A lot of the ice is getting less busted. A lot of the ice before was a bit too strong. Carpe just click 4. Cool. So we hit austerity, we're down to 2 clicks. Then we hit austerity, we're down to 1 click, we get 4. So that we install advance. Well, actually, Boomerang, HQ. Oh, that's a really good run. That's a really good run. 50-50. If they steal the Kimberlite Field, they totally buy themselves huge breathing room. This is a very good play. Thank you for knowing what I was talking about. No, for sure. Huh? That wasn't right. Something happened. Yeah, okay, we'll do it back. You can only break 1 subroutine, so you want to break the end of the run. Cool. So the Tithe will fire. But it's a 50-50 that we lose the Kimberlite. If we do, we're kind of gutted. As much as like top decking agenda is super likely. We have all of them in R&D. Come on. Hold. Very important turn this holds. Regolith, nice. Extract, nice. Oh, sick. Really, really good. Really lucky for us. It's a straight up 50-50 coin flip. Okay, let's do a cool thing. We could just score this out. We have to do it next turn though. This is more fun. Res, force. So we just have to get a 2-cost ice, which will get us a 1-coster on the table, which actually we have no more 1-costers. So we'll try. Oh, this can get a 0-coster though. Yup. So we have to figure out when to use the op thinking. So if we use op on the MC austerity policy, we can get a spin doctor on the table or one of Rashida. That's something. Otherwise, we can get a 2-cost or 3-cost ice from our deck on archives for free, and then we can get a 2-cost or 1-cost from our deck. So I think we probably just get a Yakov in the remote server by trashing like some Afshar or something. Our barriers are at a premium now. Okay, let's just go now. We won't use op on this. Okay, and then we have 5 clicks here. So we do server 1, quad advance. Now when you score, you choose the order of operations here. So we can first get... we can first go get the ice with Tucana. So here we want to get something relatively cheap. I think Afshar just on archives for free is good enough. And then we can go trash the Afshar to go trash a card. Now we get a 2-coster. So here we can get Yakov, which is the only target in server 1, which is great. And we can trash the Croter. Great. Now if we crack the border control, we get money. If they trash this, we get money. If we trash the MC austerity, we get money. Yeah, this is hard. Now still, there's a decoder you can Hushik. So we need another piece of ice here. Because like a single Hushik is You only steal one agenda, and like still you have to steal SDSs. The deck does have Cheswas and other like things that you want to get down, so you can steal. Sorry, this one. You Cheswas and Takobis. I'm surprised the deck is on Takobi, right? Like I think money is probably just better than Takobi because Takobi is just a money card. 360 no scoped, yeah. Dirty Laundry Archives, nice. I think that was the best targeted trash. From here, we can double install the install advanced the SCS, but unfortunately, we don't really want to score this one out until it does something. So I think we'll just work on the austerity and then ice up archives. Boz played one dirty laundry, and then one Carpe Diem. So icing up archives if we can is fine. I don't think the deck's on. It's not on Sneak Door. Okay. Not amazing. We could do a Spin Doctor open. I think that's fine. Okay. Winchester on HQ is obviously very powerful. I don't think we have to do that this turn, though. We didn't flood up, and then we'll just do res hit. Great. Can you go on 3 clicks is super valuable? Yeah, it's really hard. They're not a deep dive deck. And mind you, with Sable, you can still get through, but it's just annoying, right? Because he needs to set up, and he's not setting up. Class X cycle on 4 credits. Again, the deck has no money. That card that like turns off the runners, the corpse ability text is kind of really good into running board control remote server as much as that doesn't see play. Okay, stop goes on archives, whatever. Stop goes on R&D though. Interesting. So we definitely hit this once. We don't have a lot of money. Eventually we're gonna have to extract something. I would argue we could consider extracting the Spin Doctor for 6 credits. Not fantastic. Icing up HQ is important. Icing up the remote server is important. Our money is not there. But mind you, when we crack this next turn, we actually gain money. Unfortunately, the Toucan is on top of the thing in the remote server. Info bounty, archives run. Ah, shit. We could have considered icing that up, but none of the ice made sense for it. So unfortunately, that's very good. Yeah, really, really good. Now that is the second dirty laundry. There's still 2 Carpes, I think. But we have to just put some ice on archives. Like just Afshar is enough. Direct access, yeah, that's the one. It's not bad also with prepaid, right? Like it's an event that will always be in your deck until the game's over, probably. I just don't know how many targets there are in the meta for that to be good. I think there's enough. Like Ag Infusion's cool. Op is cool. R plus is cool. It's not the worst. Definitely not the worst. Miss Bone's coming down. Interesting. I guess they want to challenge this sooner than later. Oh, it's also 2-coster. That's important. Direct access is a card that doesn't get played in the meta of Ob, Ag Infusion P, and RP plus. Or R plus. Yeah. It doesn't. It's tricky. It doesn't. I'd argue P is not the most important because you trade a card for a card. But the other ones are really important. PD and ASA doesn't matter, which is a bummer. So we're at 2-2-2-2. I returned from dinner. What did I miss? We finished Sports Metal when I left. Yeah, we played Sports Metal. What did we play after this? We played MCA. We played Freedom, and we played, what's it called? Jemison as well. Direct access recurs itself? Yeah, for sure. If they're unsuccessful, I think. But the idea is that you're like running into P of 1 fewer card in hand. Hard to justify a card that literally does nothing 40% of matchups? Yes, but if it is really good into a matchup that you're weaker into, it might be worth the slot. The influence is hard. Not at all. Yeah, this install is strange. I think it's just getting 2 costers down, but like, I don't know how you contest this remote server. Oh, that's how you. Cool. So now that fires or jacks out. Nice. Good pressure. All right, so we're going to hold on for one more turn with this thing. I think we definitely need to, I think we extract the tithe, right? I was also streaming? Hey, Code, how's it going? Oh, I got HH End. You doing well? How's your holidays? Runner abilities are important too, like Arisan and the Cribs. Oh yeah, it turns off the runner's ability. Yeah, that's really bad. It's not the worst for this, but turning off Arisan is unplayably bad. Okay, I think we need to extract something for money. The question is, what are we extracting? I like the 3 ice here. It's kind of annoying. Having another ice here is actually kind of important. I guess we'll put the Stavka there. But now we definitely have to extract something. Yakov is going to be fine because the border control is definitely going to pop. The austerity is definitely going to pop. I honestly think we extract the Spin Doctor, as like perverse as that is. Or the Tithe. The Tithe gets us a Rashido, which we don't want. I think the Tithe is the least important card here. Yeah, we'll just gain 6 credits. No. Maybe we could have done Spin Doctor. That would have been fine too. I think the big 3 Crim IDs are all okay with their IDs being turned off. Yes. It's like, you're not doing it on a stable run anyways. Baya, Archives, nice. Oh, yeah, Archives, good. No bad publicity, so this card pops off so hard when you have bad publicity. Classic Baya is sick. If they install a program here, they're going to immediately lose it. We also know the console they're on is, I'm pretty sure, Swift. I don't think they're on Hermes. Yeah, they're on 3 Swift, which we haven't seen yet. Not that it's super important. I wonder if this deck has enough run events you could consider playing Debbie. Egg, Albar plus Architects tomorrow. P, Thule. Thule is actually really cool. I played against Direct Access as Thule and I really hated it. Acme, Epiphany, Prov, Earth Station, Outfit are all pretty sad with Direct Access. I would argue that a list is inflated, but competitively, like, that is a pretty good list. I think it's, you just lose almost half of those. Backstitching R&D, sick. That came down. Do we need the Jakob cred specifically? You get the money if you extract him. I'm not sure. But like the MCA is going to fire next turn. The border control is probably going to fire. So there's like, we can leave Jakob. Who plays Prob though? I think Prob is good. I think we play Prob pretty consistently on almost every stream. I think Prob is better than the amount of play it sees. Okay, the problem with the MC austerity is we get a 0 coster. If it's a Rashida, we can't put in the server if we want Tucana to fire. Nice. 0 coster. So we can get another Spin Doctor. So we could have Spin Doctored first. I think we should do this. So obviously we don't have a paidability window here, but we would do it in different order. We should get 1 austerity. We can't get the second because it's not in the bin yet. Then I think we'll get a border control back. So we'll do Spin Doctor. Draws 2. Now we'll do the SDS. Server 1. Quad events. The RPC prop deck definitely makes the rounds. I don't like that one. I don't think that one's great. I don't think it's fun. Tucana. I think we need to just get something on archives. Double ice on everything is relatively good. We're kind of weak to HQ. We need to extract Jakob next turn to get the MCA back on the table. But what do we want? We're gonna get rid of the revolver. So Stavka, Winchester Stavka is a good spot to be. I think just getting like a Hordem on archives is totally fine for a credit. Boop. Hate all ice. Me got to use, but I do wish the kind of positional glacier at home. Acme? Acme being good is miserable? Yeah, Acme being good is miserable. It's not very common, but blanking Acme is pretty reasonable. I say, having lost terribly playing Prob on this stream. David, I don't think I realized I was playing you. I think it's really hard sometimes to connect, you know, folks' names to their handles. And if I don't put that together, please remind me in chat. Oh, your S&D works. Got it. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, I'm really bad at tying those things together. Apologies. Okay, so R&D still, in theory, like border, you could do Boomerang and then run with a 2-cost, 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 2-cost. You can bypass Winchester, but then Afshar. So you can run HQ here. It's just like the SDS is safe. Acme as an ID is cool, though. All the ice is fault. I don't think Acme and ID is that cool. But I don't like ice-based IDs, because I think ice is like not the interesting part of the Netrunner where you make plays. It's the part where we do math. And it's the sort of thing that's more defining to some extent during deck building than it is during playing. That being said, like knowing the ice and okay, give or take. Ice placement mattering is cool. Ice placement matters in every deck though. In Acme, in some ways it matters, but in some other ways, like you make less decisions. Bravado, can't rest the Stavka. Well, we can, we shouldn't. So they're gonna jack out here. Nice. 10 credits is good. Ice is the second worst part of Netrunner. I think Ice is like also the coolest part of Netrunner. But the worst part is Ice Breakers. I'd argue that is true. No, we don't have an extract in hand. Why did I think I had an extract in hand? We can't really afford to install advance. I think we can just take a turn off to Regolith and then next turn we'll jam. We should have Spin Doctored on the mandatory draw to put the 2 extract back, because extracting the Regolith into MCA is super important. Data ward. Excuse me. I have a drinking issue. Swift, cool. Carpe diem, going HQ. No, just getting money. If ice subs matter that much, it's like generally in the worst way, like baddie next gold or baddie Inazuma to brainstorm. Yes. And I like what NSG is doing with ice. Like you don't want to let the subroutines fire, but if a single subroutine fires, it doesn't cost you the game. You can probably jam the 5-3 at this point. They can't get past the border control. I'd be worried that they can with inside job to some extent, that we don't really have to. But the deck is on like 3 inside jobs, and so there's a chance. Stavka innermost is a bit ugly, but they're so far behind we could probably go for the push. I think you're not wrong about that. Like they have to boomerang inside job. That's really tricky. Yeah, I think we just push it. Like we know they're on no fractor. And then at the end of the day, if it's an SDS, no matter what, it goes in our favor. We don't get 2 creds from Yakov though. Yeah, because during installation. Bummer. I think the direction NSG seems to be taking ice with more on res, on counter, on pass effects is super cool design space in a way that isn't just do math. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. I like it a lot. I would love something like the Great Lights come back. Yeah, it's neat. Yeah, just 2 costs. Why is this deck on Swift? Got a lot of run events. Stavka's ETR for SDS. Oh, that's very true. Yeah. If we trash the programs, they don't have programs. It's functionally the same. Yeah, it's a really good point. And mind you, all this ice gives us credits depending on what we trash. I mean, Zato next gold would literally be worse than Batty. It was next gold that was the problem. So Zato only fires 1 subroutine, so I don't think it's like the worst, but it's not good. They're going for it. They boomerang this, so it doesn't work, but they get to see 6 cards here. And with Hermes, like, it would be really good because they can bounce this to hand. So they're going to see 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, but it'll be 1 smaller because they have to use the boomerang, which is always like the problem with boomerang Fushuk. It's like you end up using it and then it doesn't work. At least it's like a cool way to get rid of a dead-end one. Is next gold the scaling one? I thought next gold like would just you res it cheaper. I don't know the names of the different next dice though. All right. Above the law, Mavirus, Yakov, Winchester, Kimberlite. So they can only access 1, but they saw 4 points there. It's definitely a good start. Oh, that's diamond. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Hermes bounce would have been disastrous there. And like that's actually really good when you have a card like Hushuk that guarantees finding an agenda. I get a hard brainstorm because it's fun and silly, but never to play. Yeah, brainstorm is exactly like the sort of ice NSG doesn't want to print, where it's like, oh, you face checked, you lose the game. It's obviously good that they don't do that. Okay, 3 clicks left. Boomerang shuffled back. Mark is already triggered. 3 more clicks. Border control into Stavka. Next gold is do X net damage or trash X programs, which both. Okay, so that's the one that scales. Yeah. Yeah, I know next ice was actually really important in the event on last week with the Ocarina, because people played like just getting an X resed. How are you gonna get through a Whoredom? Oh, backstitching. Oh, interesting. Okay. So if we res a Stavka, it doesn't really matter. Because we can only lower the density. If we res a Stavka, we can go to 7. There's no defensive upgrades. We could trash the Stavka to trash a 5 coster to get a border control, but that's not possible. So I don't think we res the Stavka here. Speaking of next dice, I just caught up on the process last episode and they do a fun quiz. Like name all the legal cards that cost 10 or more credits. Obscure next dice came in. Oh, interesting. I think I could take a shot at that. I enjoyed playing along, yeah. So I put Tyr into every HB deck. I think Resing Tyr has lost me more games than won me. All right, this could be bad. It's unlikely, but R&D density is always really, really high. In op, right? I think by access and SDS. Like we could just lose to this. Because the density in R&D gets way higher every time you fire Tucana, every time you fire op, right? Like you take non-agens out of the deck. I don't know. What actually we gotta help him out. The UK can be beat when it comes to Netrunner quizzing. Oh, just a Kimberlite. Okay, cool. So on game point, a running HQ potentially could win, but now running the remote server doesn't make sense because of border control. So with 1 click left, we know the top of R&D is safe. HQ is safe. That will be the game. Good game. Close. Close. Just sending us centrals works. Again, a lot of times against op, sending centrals looks way better than it is. Good game. Thanks for the game. Sanjay, how's it going, by the way? How's your holidays? Are you done? Are you still teaching? Yeah, I think oh, Bob's out. We'll see him in chat. But yeah, I think having a Hermes there is like actually kind of locks us out of the game. 4 days left. Okay, not too bad. Not too bad at all. All right. How are we doing? We're almost at the end of the list. So that was the Hushik Sable deck. So I don't know if we're going to play it ourselves, but we saw what it does. It's cool. I think this deck just fundamentally doesn't probably have enough money that it wants. Hushik is kind of neat. All the 2-costers are pretty good. I think the Takobi doesn't fully make sense when you can just play econ cards, and this kind of is just an econ card, but requires you to run, which requires econ cards. So that's tricky, but it's easy to change this. And then like Hushik might be better than Deep Dive. As long as you're consistently firing it, making 1 run to C6, especially if you have 3 copies of Hermes, actually doesn't seem terrible. I kind of like this list. Parts of this are really cool. I wish I had a Reprise. Yeah, Reprise would be really good. Hermes would be a really big problem. I think you just need more money in the list in general. Like this deck doesn't have a lot of money. All right. Otherwise, we have 2 more. This one's one that I know I've been really excited to play because Tuno calls out the fact that like Jinteki Glacier is nearly a playable option. The problem is like not a lot of the ice is synergistic enough because it all cares about damage, and we generally don't care about damage in the deck. And then we don't have a huge economy. So like all the pieces are there. It's just like Jinteki needs 1 or 2 good ice, 1 or 2 economy problems. I think my biggest issue with playing Jinteki Glacier is that Jinteki has literally no ability, no agenda that's tempo positive. Name a Jinteki agenda that you want to score out in the first 4 turns of the game. You could say Nisei Mark II, you wouldn't be wrong, but that's it. The Jinteki agenda suite kind of stinks. It's kind of really not great, right? Like Off-World Office is like the best Jinteki agenda when you want to score out in the first 4 turns, right? Like Longevity Serum is forgettable. Bacterial Programming is like, it's a bit of a pain, but yeah, it's just a neutral agenda, which like, if you look at HB, you can fill a whole HB deck. You do play Off-World Office, but with like HB agendas that push you forward and encourage you to score them out. And unfortunately, Jinteki just doesn't have a good reason to score out, besides killing the runner. I saw a tier list update that really did a knife dive on the topic when they were talking about Tubola. Yeah, right? You stole my Nisei Mark II. Flower Sermon just doesn't do enough. It might be underexplored, but the problem with Flower Sermon is like it doesn't answer the problems that Jinteki still has, which is like it doesn't give you money, it doesn't build board state, it doesn't do anything really unfair. It just like gives you a bit of filtering, which is fine, but it's not like, you know, the oasis in the middle of the desert. Let's give this a shot. It looks fun. Lacoste is good. Biobolt's good. 1 Anoetic Void. That's probably pretty important to get that. I wonder if Adrian's Ice is good enough. Maybe not. Ice Sweet. It's actually a bit cheaper than it looks, right? Like 3 Brawn is the most taxing ice. We're only on a single Anansi, which like, yeah, raising this for 8 might be a lot. Regenesis, so you're not early game anymore? Yeah, Regenesis is like the closest we have to an agenda that you actively want to score out. And it's a 3 advancement 4 point agenda, which like, that is really good. Let's not, you know, forget that one. But like mid-range Jinteki Glacier is not a thing for a bunch of reasons. Flower Sermon lets you efficiently spend money you don't have. Let's go. We also have to remember we're Isowak, and it's very easy for us to forget that because the ability sometimes won't fire. Neoprint Sandbox for Jinteki would be good enough. It would be really good, especially with Mavirus and Faction, but like I don't think that card's probably healthy. Adaptix is a really fun word. Okay, but if you squint hard enough and you're playing Ocarina, or however you spell it, as Prana Condenser, House of Knives looks like scoring an SSL endorsement. Hey, you don't have to be playing Ocarina. You just get one of those on the table. I just straight don't believe that Isowak can be a competitive ID, but it's such a beautiful casual ID that just leans hard to the bluffing game. Yeah, I am imagining a world in which PE doesn't exist, and then Isowak becomes the sort of like mitosis deck, where you just advance things on the table and you leave them, and then kind of akin to like, you know, Quinlan, you score out in 1 turn and win. That's a really hard deck to run. And like the fact that that deck made sense is because you had punishment baked into your identity. Here, the punishment is then winning the game, which means like, does that mean you can just run more stuff? Kind of hard to tell. But to me, this seems like the sort of deck that wants you to do big advanced traps, but like that doesn't make sense in a world that PE still exists because PE just does more. You can't play Ocarina's Prana Condenser yet. Not a spoiler. Fire Weaponization is agenda you want to score out? I'd argue it's not. Because you don't really have a good way to capitalize on that, and it's expensive. Like, Fire Weaponization decks can be fun, but like they're seem closer to grinder decks. Like, it's a nice way to make your ice relevant. But I don't know. It probably feels better. It's just like, it's not a tempo positive agenda. It's a tempo negative agenda for the runner. It's technically not the same thing. Iswak is a Harmony Medtech nearprint. Yeah, it's closer to that. You're right. But yeah, it's kind of the mixture. All right. This might not be the best matchup for us. Thanks, you too. So Tattoo Bola is really good into Ari. In terms of the other ice that we have in the list, like playing Glacier into Ari is not the easiest. Vampire Nasa eventually will be a problem for them. Early, it's pretty good. Konjin just gets, muted by Hush, which is not great. And then that's something else. Brawn is going to be the one ice that we have like a good early game. I've been thinking about building a Tay with Viral Weps, some potential, arguably, but then like you need to have no cards in hand matter, which like that's not the easiest. I'm sad I missed Ocarina due to finals. There'll be more for sure. How'd your finals go, by the way? If you have a Prana down, it makes you 8 credits as PE. It doesn't, because it does all the damage it's once, right? Because you can't get more than 1 fire off of a Prana, right? Right? Because I think Prana is only avoid 1 of the damage. I'm not sure if Viral does like small instances. I assume it does it all at once, because then it doesn't mess up what's it called, Steel Skin. Okay, Anansi are extremely well. Hey, good to hear. You get 1 from PE and 1 fire from Viral, so that's only 6 credits. I don't know. What you're saying is that they don't need to reprint. Please don't choke anyone for like what, Sanjay? Okay, so we have a Bio Vault. We have hybrids in hand. It's really cool to Hansei in the hybrid. I think hybrid's kind of a cool card. Hermes problems though. I think we need ice up R&D better than anything else. This on HQ is good enough, and then eventually we'll build our remote server. Anansi is hard for Arsana to deal with. That's a nice enough card that eventually we won't lose to Conduit. It's 4 credits of fire, isn't it 3? I think Braun is 3. There's no way it's 4. Yeah, it's 3. So you res for 1, so you gain. But the idea is like if you want to make your agenda, your tempo positive agendas only work when you have an asset on the table that's must trash on site. Is that saying that the agenda is good or the must trash on site? All right, Tython a Cubon. That means they're going to probably run HQ. It's really scary for them to run HQ early because this could be a Saisentan, so I'm not worried about that. Did they run? No, they spent a click. That's weird. Sadaka is abstractly pretty cool because you can trash like the UAV. Here, I would honestly put a Lacoste on the table and make them spend 4. I guess with Aeneas, it's not the case. Okay, let's try and build a remote server. That's really good. Here we have a money issue. So in terms of the money in the deck, we have NGO. We don't have NGO and an Iswak. Wild. We have Rashida. We have Hedge Fund, Hansei. That's it. Not a lot of money in the deck besides Off-World Office. And like NGO makes a lot of sense because Iswak does want to install Advance, or even just like slow roll on top of Lacosta. I'm a bit surprised. Now this will be money for us. Cool. Here we have a money issue every game with Jinteki, I swear. I know. Yeah. Tattoo Bowl is an econ card for what it's worth. This is a cool one. Everyone gets paid. No, not at all. Yeah, they could have done this during the run. So fires. So we lost a DZ. Okay. They have 6 credits. They can trash anything hyper release. Good score. They can win in 2 accesses in theory. Please don't choke anyone was quite the card. That's cool at F. Is that an old Netrunner card? Like an ONR card? Lily pad. Nice. Okay. We need to draw an econ card. Okay. Not being on NGO is wild. Yeah, it's a bit wild. I think I'd like it a fair bit. Play Punitive RH, the deck rolls in money. I do like the Ag Infusion versions better, but yeah, that is a Jinteki deck that has money. But like, it has a lot of money in it. Right? Like, it has NGOs, it has Rashidas, it has YDLs, it has Subliminals, it has Hanseis, it has Hedge Funds, it has the ability. Like, Tattoo Bull, like, that deck actually has a lot of money in it. It's good with Mitosis. I don't think you Mitosis in Iswak. Well, in this one you don't, but yeah, Mitosis in NGO is nice. That's for sure. It's an ONR card that makes you use of PDCA counters. No action. Can we afford to go down to 2 credits? Let's hope we can. This is called a gross overextension. That last Arbatine is kind of relevant. We can get a Sadaka on there. But at least when it's rezzed. Ika, nice. 2 clicks and 3 cards for 13 is pretty good. That's pretty good. Please don't choke anyone. So Doc on the innermost is like kind of cursed. No. And now they can run R&D on 2 credits, right? Like it's only Tattoo Bowl that punishes them. Threw out a conduit. Okay, that's really scary when we're on 2 credits. Mandatory. Oh, man. Aren't we excited for the ability to be relevant in 4 to 5 turns? Oh, no. Man, it's wax hard some days. Maybe we should just be install advance and just not ice it, right? Like, but yeah, that's like the big issue. It's like our ID is not going to be relevant for the first 10 turns of the game. It only has to fire once to matter. Like that's kind of important, but like I generally that's like we talked about how sports metal is really cool because it fires so often you have to make more decisions. I like that a lot better. No action. All right. So there are 3 agendas in here. We did flood up a bit. This is a worse draw than you'd expect. The deck doesn't have that many agendas, right? Yeah, it's a 10. This is a bad draw. We saw 4 agendas in the top 10 cards. Like that's wild. I believe in the Iswak Dream so bad. It's the best idea, even if reality disagrees with me. It's weird for me because, like, not only is it not performing, it doesn't seem interesting. What did they lose? Another buy bans? Okay. Has to fire infrequently would be busted? Sure. I just like. Okay, I like the abilities that fire more than once. Like, I like to, you know, it's the sort of ability that fires when people, like, you know, the threat fires more than it fires. You want your cards to do things. Psh. All right. We don't need money. They threw out a conduit. We could lose very quickly. Okay, so overinstalling the type is not that good. It eats the Cubon, but we know by definition that they have the Ika to bounce. I think that might actually be fine. Because Tattoo Bowl is really good into them. But if they res a Tattoo Bowl and bounce, we're in a bad spot. Like, this is the plays that we make. Like, we haven't played an Econ card all game. The threat of Iswak hangs over the whole game, so it's only firing once a game. But it only matters, like, way later into the game. Like, it only starts mattering on, like, turn 10. Like, are they worried that Iswak's going to trigger next turn? Admittedly, like, a hyper release, we can make it a 2-point agenda that we paid no money for. Like, that's kind of cool. But then the 2-point agenda doesn't actually, it doesn't work with our scoring pattern, right? Like we just leave a hybrid release in the remote server. Mimic, cool. Glad we got rid of that. Last for an action. You could seamless an off-world next turn. Yeah, if we had a seamless. Especially with the bio vault, yeah. All right, so if they want to go through this, but they can't, the Tattoo Bowl eats the Cubon. Tattoo Bowl is really good in Tari. Oh, Maddie's done. She's on the holidays. You got a holiday dance. She's ready. Let's do that new year. It's 4 o'clock. Working really hard on that Friday, huh, Maddie? All right. So here, the Simul chip was popped, so you can't really get the conduit here. Luckily, we have a lot of agendas in our hand. Mandatory. Advance. Okay, Mindscaping. We have to play it for money. Anoetic is something. Don't have the greatest economy. They're going to return the Cubon and go onto the Nancy. So I think we need to get the Tattoo Bowl on that. We can let it ride for a bit and we just put the off-world in their remote server. That's probably fine too. They can't get through a Brawn twice. So we might have to overinstall the Anansi just to put the Tattoo Bowl there. I think we're okay here not doing it. Because we know the top is safe. If they drop a conduit, we're fine. Meanwhile, Honda is grinding away, yeah. My very stressful streaming job. We're getting there. Worth putting stock on R&D to try and snipe the environmental UAV. It's a possibility. It gets like punished by Slap Vandal. Eventually it's something we will get down. I'm actually more worried about these Aeneas's eventually, but trashing the UAV is like, it's fine. It's definitely fine. It's a lot of their money. I'd rather trash the testing, arguably. And now the Cubon's going to go through here. Okay, that's why we need to be able to res. We have to be able to deal with the Cubon. Yeah, that was a mistake. We should have got something we can res there. We totally misplayed into Arasana. You need to be able to threaten to res your ice, or otherwise they clicklessly farm 2 credits. That's not good. especially because their money is not amazing. They slap bundle, you get to protect R&D without trashing it. That's true. That's true. Okay, they know we have a tithe. Yeah, we have to get that out of the game. Like, I don't even know if we slow rolled the off-world office to make it a 3-pointer. Maybe we do. Like, they're at the point where they can consider contesting the Brawn. I'm off. Enjoy the rest of the stream and holidays, everybody. We got a little content to type people until Andre returns. Thanks, Eric. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, eh? Or the weekend coming up. Thanks for dropping in, huh? So we'll see. So next turn, we can score this out. We can score it out this turn. But this could be anything, right? Like, you can advance whatever you want. So it's in our best interest to just like advance Anoetics, right? Like, it doesn't matter. And at the end of the day, you have to go through the Bran twice, but eventually, like with Turbine Bran, you go through for 4 credits if you do Cleaver. Mimic is cool to see, right? Like, I like Mimic a lot in R8 lists. That means you're definitely, like, by design going to be on Turbine. But now the face check is getting a bit harder. On 8 credits, it's a lot more difficult. Let's see what comes down here. Hush. Totally fine. Lily pad draws. We still res it. $17 credits. We haven't played an economy card besides Mindscaping. They're on 17 credits. I think Mimic is surprisingly good. I do agree. I think Mimic is surprisingly good. Like, this is the thing. It's like, I think we have to score out the off-world office. I honestly think we have to score it out. F it. We're playing. We know what deck we're playing. Let's go find an economy card. Just brewing. Friday afternoon stream. Nothing is certain anymore. Yo, Seth, how's it going? Happy holidays. Hopefully you're just about on some sort of break, if you have one. Okay. We have to force them to spend money. Like, that's the thing. Like, we haven't forced them to spend any amount of money. Jokes aside, hey all, hey. I think here we might make the server too much of a honeypot. We'll just click for credit. Whatever. But now it looks like double Biovault for sure, which is in our best interest. But I do think eventually breaking Brawn for 4 is totally be doable. But this means that we top deck a Seamless, we're okay. If we just ride for 2 more turns, we're okay. I think scoring the off-world and jamming the hybrid was reasonable. If scoring out not having a Lacosta target would be bad. I think you're right. Actually, like, jamming the hybrid as a 2-pointer is like way cooler than I think it is. You could have clicked to put the 3rd advancement on it. No? We could have clicked it, but as soon as we did the 3rd advancement, they're pretty sure it's the not a Biovault, right? Like, we could speed it up, and there's probably some extent that was worth doing, but I want them to think it's a Biovault. Oh, Ari, nice. Yep, they're going for it. That's not good. Fini. Merci. Spin Doctor. Mindscaping. Yeah, I think we're going to have to score it out anyways next turn. Because this Cubon seems like they're committed to run it. Simul chip that gets them access to a lot. Turbine, I think, is coming down here. Just ripping through it. There's a turbine. All right, well, we at least get the agenda, but now we have no remote server, no board state. And this is where it's really difficult, right? Like, at the end of the day, things are hard here. We just don't have the ice or the money to keep up with them. We drew really bad, but like, we just don't have the money to sustain a Glacier. The top deck Seamless next turn, it'll feel a little silly. It will, right? I think we were 3 and 32. Yeah. Okay, so we can actually pop the Biovault here to deny them 2 credits and a credit from Overclock. Or we wait for the Anoetic Void. I think we do this. And if they come back, then we Anoetic Void. Yeah, Biovault before Pass Ice. That's a really big thing. There's a window after they break all subroutines, but before unbroken subroutines resolve. So you can deal with Cubon. We messed up a couple runners with this paid ability window a couple streams ago. It's really fun. All right, Issawaku's totally bunk. All right, economy card, let's go. All right. Hybrid release to get the Anansi back is like kind of fine. Their money has slowed down a wee bit. Getting into the server, they can start farming it, which is a problem. So it's a Vampire Nasa or Brawn. Brawn is 4 credits. Vampire Nasa eventually will be 2 credits. Advance once? I don't think we can afford it. Nope. Right? Like, we don't have to score it quickly. We're going to score it really slowly. Next turn, we're going to score this out. Can you res cards during encounter? No, you have to res cards during approach. Oh, you're right. That's correct. We can't do that. Jason, how's it going? You can't res Bioball during that window. Oh, you're totally right. We had to res it on approach. So we should have done that anyways. Hey, just as a heads up, I goofed that last run. I had to pre-res the Biovault during approach. There's a POW during encounter. Give yourself yeah, but I don't know if you break. Just give yourself 2 credits. So Q bonfired. Yeah, that's true. They should at least, we could have resed it first, but we could have got 2 credits. That's the only thing that matters is Q bonfiring or not. I think they still break if we res it, so yeah, that's better for them. Yeah, no problem. Sorry about that. Yeah, I forgot about that. You have to res it ahead. We should have, for sure. I think they still would have paid for to crack a Biovault. I think that's totally fair. Yeah, thanks for highlighting that. That's weird that res window on encounter is like one of the few ones you can't res stuff. It's not even worth resing at the point? No, but they don't know it. And it's free, so why not? It's free, right? Yeah. Gets broken for 3? Because the pay to win, not a res window, exactly. Oh, they're not going to hush this? That's sick. We could use the money. I think they're running their remote server eventually. I put the Vampire Nasa out there. I was meant to put the Brawn out there. We just talked about how that's not good for us. Oh, that's really bad. Yeah, Vampy eventually will be a 2 credit break because they're definitely on Buzzsaw. Yeah, there's only like 1 or 2 windows where you can't res. That's one of them. It's during the encounter. NV testing. Okay. Hybrid. Okay, so we'll be on 4 points in a turn. That's kind of cool. This is going to be a problem. I think we have to let that slow cook. I think we advance it once so it looks like a Biovault, and we just do credit. Wait, maybe that was bad. No, that was really bad. Actually. Because if it's a Biovault, it'll just happen automatically. We don't need a Biovault. Don't need that. I don't need that this turn. So now it looks like a Biovault. Okay, we're just going to keep the game on R&D because I think the conduit will come down sooner than later. We'll just do credit. Counter paid-ability windows in which subroutines can be broken, but movement paid-ability window before the runner may jack out are the only non-res paid-ability windows. Oh, I forgot the movement one's non-res too. I think it is though. 10D chess is advancing on doing. I know, it's a bit weird. Exactly, yeah. They figured it out. Cool, because it could look like an NGO front that we don't care about the extra credit. It looks like a Biovault potentially. You still want to flesh out the Biovault, but at the end of the day, they still have to deal with Brawn, Vampire Nessa, Anoetic, and Vampire Nessa is like really good into Anoetic because it gives you the 2 cards and 2 credits if it fires consistently. After they decided they jack out, you get a paid ability with the res before. If you don't, yeah, that's what I'm pretty sure. I think you do get a paid ability window there. Funny enough, here we res the Sadaka. And we can actually use the Sadaka to throw out the bacterial programming, and then we can put the bacterial programming into the server. How sick is that? Oh, come on, that's not that bad. So this has no types. It's one of the weird trap ice. Generally trap ice have no type and they fire once. But this allows us to like draw an extra card. And we can trash the MV testing. Jeff is absolutely rolling in whatever he's doing right now. Fire? It's cool too because Cubon gets eaten by this as well. But like if we lose the bacterial here, I guess we don't, we throw it out. I think that's so cool. Okay, fire unbroken. So top cards are Biovault, Tatubola, Lacosta Grid. Oh man, that's so cool. Okay, so range cards, we want those on top. So move the next on 2. We'll do Tatubola on the top, and then we'll do Lacosta Biovault Tattoo. Hey, sure. Do it up. I saw and arranged the top 3. Yeah, this is why you don't cut slab handle. I mean, there are much better reasons to run slab handle, but this is one of them. Yeah, let's see what they're going to do here. Why is this happening? Oh, to gain the money. Oh, sick. I got it. Sick. Neat. Kick is flipped. Very cool. All right, so now let's draw 1 card. We know that's safe. We'll trash the bacterial. Be cool. And then we can trash one of these. Aeneas, I don't think they have money. I think the reposition in Urban Art is more important. We're certainly divide on whether the artist on is cutting slab handle or not cutting enough or cutting too many. I like it. It's a nice card. It's like perfect for Arsana. It's dependent on you building this rig that fast. And like sometimes you don't. It's nice to have early pressure. Like we're a really slow deck. Like this amount of ice on turn like 14 or whatever this is. It's not that late. Like that makes this look better than it is, I think. Turn 10, okay, whatever. Oh, yo! This is sick. Mandatory draw. Advance. So we do score. Isawak fires. Hybrid. We get the agenda in server 1. We know, unfortunately, we're not drawing into, what's it called? Into seamless launch anytime soon. We have no shuffle effects. But we only have to score this and we win. If we do advance, they have to run through this multiple times. This is 2 credits, this is 4 credits. So that's 6, 12, 14. It's hard. We can do Biovault. If they trash the Rashida, we have 1 less trigger here. I think we do Biovault advance. Oh wait, we have another click. I'm gonna put the Biovault instead of rushing it, but we have to put it in there or it's in the bin. I advanced the wrong card, and that's a really hard thing to fix. Oh shit, because they know it's a Biovault. So we need 7. That drops us to 5, and then we need 2, 2. I think the Biovault just looks threatening. We'll try this. We might lose. We might just lose. That's fine. Even trashing Lacosta puts us off the play. They nuke-ed. I goofed that undo turn. I know. It's like almost correct. But double advancing the Biovault here is interesting because we might be able to get them to overextend. If you advance the Jedigator, it'll look like you advanced the Biovault. I know, yeah. But they still have to run when we're on game point. Oh, that's better because they break this for free. I guess we have to make them have it. They have 2 clicks left here. They don't have Peach of Sean, so they break for 4. We back Biovault. They come back, they Biovault. Ah, fuck. We're short on credits. Yeah, we're slightly short here. And then once the server falls apart, we have nothing. Cool. So this costs them 4 credits every time to run. We could build a window. It's just like we can't capitalize on it. Well, maybe we can capitalize on a window with bacterial programming. But like you see how we're like slightly close to having a competent deck, and we're just like short on 1 or 2 fronts. Like the ice is okay. Obviously, when they set this up, we have nothing. And then like the economy is just not there. Double Anawik should be enough. It's not because they can run back 3 times, right? Don't we win? I don't think so. We're gonna get rid of the Rashida because it's trashable. Doesn't that keep that out? No, they just run back twice. They have enough money to run back twice. Right? Like they exactly have 2 clicks left, let alone maybe, I don't know if they have a Pichu-Shan trick. They've already used Arson. Again, I wish JNet highlighted the 1 per turns and like changed them. But yeah, they can run back twice. It's just going to cost them all but 1 credit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have to make them think this is a Mana Garm, which is like kind of cool. That like they don't have the full information on what this is. That being said, if it was a Mana Garm, we would have rezzed it already. So there's no world that this is a Mana Garm because you can res Mana Garm to make them pay Mana Garm into Anoetic. So technically, there's no way this is a Mana Garm. They just unfortunately don't know that. But Mana Garm you can res to make them pay 2 clicks or 5 cards and then fire Anoetic, which is like the Void Anoetic combo. So if we had it, we would have resed it by now. That being said, it could be Adrian Seiss, which we don't have to res right away. That would be a cool trick. The deck could play Adrian Seiss. I'd argue that maybe it's better than Biovault. Taking notes for NRO. The complexity is cards with multiple abilities where once per turn and others aren't. Thoughts on tapping them and why shouldn't happen in multi-ability cases. I think anything that's once per turn could consider tapping. And I don't know if there's any cards that have multiple once per turn abilities. But like, oh, technically, yeah, there are like prognostic, right? Here we go. The Artist. Oh, The Artist is a good one too. Yeah. Caddy Jones, sort of. Not really. I think we have it. If they don't win on here, they can't produce a Conduit. We know the top card of the deck. I don't know if they remember, if he remembers that we know the top card of the deck. Q-Loop has 2 1 point. Exactly, yeah. 1 per turn abilities. Oh, they didn't run it. What? I think they definitely run it there. Again, I think they missed that the Banner Garm doesn't work, but the Biovault install apparently was worth something. All right, Isowak ability was relevant. 10 out of 10. Yeah, this means we win. Ooh, win on 6. Feels good. No, thank you. Hey, GG. Thanks for the game. Turn 12, 27 minutes. I closed that, but you can watch on the YouTube VOD. We had barely no money. They could have won that. I think it makes sense that they run that again. I'll just res this. Yeah. Yeah. It's I think you can tell that's not a Mana Garm. I would have resed it on the first run because it compounds with Anoetic. I can make you pay both in my choice of order. Yeah, that's an easy miss. Yeah, Isowak did fire. It mattered. We won on 6 points. And like, obviously it's on the back of a singleton card Lacosta, but like Isowak, you could see a world where it matters. Like scoring once is enough to have a huge impact on the game for sure. Could you say that if we scored at a real legend instead of the hybrid release? And the hybrid release is actually really good. I don't mean a real legend. I mean like a 4-2 or a 3-2 that does something for us. Like, would we have still won? Yeah, probably. So like, is it even that more important that if we print a better Jinteki Glacier ability? Hard to tell. Yeah. Yeah, and they might have messed up where like I don't know. Sometimes it's easy to miss. We went on 6, but yeah, I think they expected it not to be a 3-pointer. Yeah. Yeah, this deck won the game. I do think our opponent unfortunately did make a misplay to make that possible. I think if they played it not even perfectly, like wait, I don't want to be rude about this. Like playing Ari is hard, but I think that there's a chance that we shouldn't have won that. And yeah, then you make so much money off Aeneas and I have no server and then I lose. So like if they got in, it costs 4, but then they access the Biovault. They access the Lacosta first, gain 2 credits of Aeneas, trash the Anoetic Void, trash the Biovault, and then they have a server that costs 4 credits to run, and we have to still score out a 3-pointer. It's really, really, really bad, especially because we don't have NGO front where we can't bluff that we have Digent in it. AU2. So I think if they just made that one run and like realize the Mana Garm, like we lose very, very hard. Okay, cool. I think we got one more, which is Ace of 2+5 countdown. I hadn't said this one. Is this one from today? I think so. No, this is from a day ago. Okay. The end of August, JTFQ published a monstrosity of an Asa deck, the Kill Asa decks, that aims to score 7 points one turn. Whoa, using simulation reset to loop biotic labor for clicks and your digital life for credits. What? It was a cute idea, but seemed highly impractical, as the core player understanding when it was possible for you to go off was both difficult and often non-deterministic, relying on drawing more fully operational from the list. If I had clot problems, it looked too slow to win. What is this about? Takes note on how to practice nothing route to opponents by accident. Oh man, yeah, Jeff, it's like kind of important. You don't want people to feel bad if they play against you in stream, right? But yeah, I don't know. It's really like people do good stuff. Sometimes like we make mistakes all the time. Calling them out is not like a dunk. It's very funny. I finished work. It's not 3 a.m. I'm just streaming. Let's go. Yeah, so we've been streaming for about 5 hours. Hopefully you're doing well, eh? Hopefully you're having a good holiday season, if at all. Okay, I do think there was something to it. The brew is my attempt at a more streamlined approach. I wish, okay, wait, JTFQ makes wild decks. Probably gonna explain it. Okay. Okay, so the setup. Enough remotes to boost fully operational. Okay, that's hard to do. Fully operational, wage workers. Combo turn, fully operational, generally twice to draw your whole deck. You want to pop on an even number R&D because you can draw the last card. Otherwise, or you could spin doctor for 1 card to fix it. Oh, to shuffle back 1 card. Okay, first, your digital life for a lot of credits. Biotic labor for more clicks. Spin doctor them back in to get more clicks. So we need a spin doctor. Simulation reset all 3 biotic labors in your digital life back to gain net 1 click. Pop Bash Chiraboga. Oh fuck, this is the last deck we have to play today. Wage Workers gives you 3 clicks. Install Operation Advance. Each spin doctor is 2 more copies of biotic labor your digital life. JTFQ deck with 49 cards. Not buying it. Install 3-2 agenda. Ace to trigger install Sanson. Advance 2x score. Install 3-2 agenda, advance 2x score, 5-3 big deal. Yeah, we so far played all the QTM decks. Well, we didn't play Shishu's because we played against it. It seems really cool though. What the heck? This seems really fragile though. I still don't fully understand to do. So the idea is that you draw your whole deck. So you play fully operational and ideally the game's gone long enough and you haven't lost. Arella would be better than Sanson here. I imagine it would be. It's just I think Arella is a huge issue into Hermes where it doesn't do anything, right? If they play Hermes, you can't Arella. You just lose the game on the spot. Okay, so we have our whole deck in hand. Biotic labor for more clicks. Digital life for a lot of credits. So we have infinite credits. Then we spin doctor them back. So then our whole deck is just your digital life biotic. We simulation reset all 3 biotic labors in your digital life back to gain net click. And then our whole hand has 3 biotic labors by guarantee in your digital life. We do biotic, biotic, biotic. We pop Bass. Wait, how hard could this be? How hard could this be? So what's the difference between this? So the agenda suite are an 8, Iqua, Luminal, Vitruvius send a message. Great, no changes. Acids, 5 Bass, 3 Rashid, 3 regular. All of like JTFQ's decklists for the last little while, and like they've been legitimately good. All depend on you getting a big board state and your opponent not dealing with it. Which like happens not all the time. Mind you, Next Sapphire is like the quintessential JTFQ card circa 2022. And like it scares me because I think then they're playing Next Dice and so I don't face check, but it's the what's it called? The opposite of it. Okay, that's really cool. So we're not on it. We're playing you know, different stuff. We're not on the Bass, and I think you need to be on the Bass to some extent, I'd imagine, because you need to fill those servers. But we're on Tranquility Home Grid, which seems good. That seems what we want to do anyways. You single your digital life, 2 simulation reset. That's core to the deck. Wait, but this deck is not on simulation reset. Wait, how do you do this? JTFQ is not from QTM. He's even better. I don't know what that means exactly. Okay. It's a cute idea, but seemed highly impractical. As a core player understanding, it was impossible to go off with difficult, not often done in terms of clock problems. However, I do think there's something. The Brewers attempted the most streamlined approach, fast advancing a 2-point agenda following a big 5-point combo turn, instead of doing all 7 at once. Oh, okay, so this is less flashy. This means we can cut out the similar reset loops and make our lines much cleaner while we're freeing up influence deployment virus. I still don't think this version is very good for what probably obvious reasons. It requires you to stick multiple remotes on a full op, and it can't defend centrals properly. So inherently, this deck is just an Asa group deck with a single big deal in it. Am I missing something? Because I think the idea is that you have wage workers and then you draw a lot and then play triple biotic labor, which I think is not going to happen. Like, I feel like this deck, with all due respect, right? Like, this is the weird one that has the highest high. This is like a very pared down version. How can we score at 5 points in a single turn? I think we basically have to do like double biotic, fully operational. This makes me miss CI. Yeah, this is actually like, it feels like it's doing accelerated diagnostics, because that is a really cool deck. Like if you empty your deck, simulation reset is accelerated diagnostics, but you have to play the cards. JT has ascended past gender, sexuality, and testing groups into the ethereal plane of Netrunner Godded. Yeah, JTFQ played that like really cool Asa group kill deck, and then like all the Snare Bears were playing at East Coast Nationals. Like there was something to that deck. I played against it. I was like, this is kind of gross, isn't it? I do not know. This is my problem. If someone handed me this deck list, I don't think I would have realized that this was any sort of combo deck. Like I would just be like, oh, it's just an Asa deck, which feels like, it feels strange to me. I think the cool thing is this highlights this, but I think we'll just play this. I just don't understand triple biotic wage workers. Like that's the cool thing. All right, we'll try it. Like it's probably fine. Ice Sweet is rough. 2 Eli, 2 Ablative, 2 Enigma, 3 Magna, 3 Drafter. That Ice Sweet's not great. Yeah. Yeah, we can get torn apart real bad. It's like, where's the big deal? Were the 5 purple dots? There aren't any dots when it's in faction. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Really weird. Very weird, but this just looks like a flimsy Asa deck. Let's see how it turns out to be. That might not be the case. The Asa deck was good enough, but emerged too close to rotate. Yes, that deck was dependent on rotation. Let's go. Asa 2+5. What's it called? Asa group. You're still playing? Did I miss the Hengeki deck? You did, Sean. It was sick. We Hengeki'd people into all sorts of wild stuff. We had False Flag. We had Urtic. I'm kidding. We didn't play it. Sorry. I was joking. Okay, cool. All right, let's give it a shot. Criminal matchup, not great. Because they can just send centrals, so we can't really keep them out. Again, we need fully operational to land. Luckily, we do have like Tranquility home grids. Those are expensive to trash as much as the runner definitely wants to. Never joke about Hangeki in all capitals. Or like, sorry, capital appropriately, so it looks like a title. Bye. Jeff, I don't know if you're here. Are you streaming tonight? There's a couple good stuff going on Friday nights. Mind you, Jai is streaming. Hey, Axu. Hosh. Cool. The name of my memoirs. All right, opening hand. You're streaming tonight. Okay, sick. When do you start? I don't think we're gonna go that late. I think we have maybe another hour and a half in us. Thanks, you too. I gotta meet Axie at Worlds. Axie's great. All right, opening hand. We have Rashida Drafter. Not the greatest opening. Again, our first install is the Asa double install, so we want to make something cook. Hoshika's going to be running centrals for sure. So that's not the best for us with Spin Doctor Echo on hand. We'll mulligan this. It can't get worse. That's about the same, if not better. We don't have a really good play turn 1, though. We don't have a good play. So here, I think we can consider icing up both centrals. I think Eli's a better central ice than remote ice for sure. The Magnet's relevant, but we don't have a really good read on what the deck is. I don't know if we want to YDL here, but if we don't YDL here, which then it would be a 3-credit econ card, I don't think we YDL for a minute. Let's draw for a play. Right, with 3 Biotics. Okay, well, hope we don't have to ever res these. That's not it. That's fine, though. That's actually a happy accident. I've been thinking about starting to stream, but I honestly don't know if anyone want to watch me play blindly lose a lot. Do people want to watch people playing badly? I think so. I think there doesn't always have to be a focus on like playing perfectly. If like the, if Netrunner's interesting, then Netrunner's interesting. Don't res them? Yeah, we won't. The threat's good enough. I was probably going to start around 6:37. Might be a bit early depending on what I eat dinner. Literally, Jeff, the response to when you're streaming is like, it depends when dessert exists. I want to watch people play badly to explain why they do things they're doing. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the most important thing. If it's fun, I think that's fun. That's all that matters. Playing perfectly is whatever. Draw. Okay. Getting the Managarm in the remote server. I think we do YDL here and then we just Managarm in the server. We can put the Vitruvius on top of it, but like if we scored a Vitruvius with no counters, are we really playing a combo deck? I say no. We actually could have held this because we expect to fully up next turn. Nice. I think we have to eat the Magna here. My house is run by food. I think we'll res this. We have the recovery, and if this sticks, it actually is worth recovering. Here, 2 clicks makes a lot of sense. To be a good streamer, you're looking for 2 of good, hot, charismatic niche. Oh man, I'm not gonna worry about which 2 I'm in. Okay. We need to put something in the remote server. The magnet might hold. Now actually knows what this is. So we could do Vitruvius and then fully op. I think we do draw. Hold on. If we do install Vitruvius, it eats the tree. Let's draw once. That's arguably better. So then we could do YDL Rashida. That's fine. I think here you definitely want to go HQ. We've not scored anything and we're 10 cards in. Asa has agendas at hand problems sometimes. They might want to flip out here. Their money's pretty good though. Daily Cast is paying for Hosh. You watched me brew some intentionally weaker startup decks the other day? Yo, I didn't know you were streaming. Asil. We did play the Digital Life into Rashida. That can't be correct. But I'm struggling not to play this just as like, this just looks like an Asa deck. What are we doing? I guess we haven't found a wage workers yet. So this is relevant because it gets back a Managarm. I think we advance here. I don't think we advance here. We just need to get money. Maybe the Vitruvius counter is worth it. I don't want to discard a card there. Yeah, maybe money's fine. You get to be all 400. Thank you, Tron. But the drafter is relevant, right? Because we get the Managarm back. We can't have a Spin Doctor to save it. You can put a Rashid on top of it. Managarm's good enough. Old and hot are not antonyms? Oh, 100%. But new wasn't one of them, right? Oh, this is good. Actually, it's respecting, obviously, the Buzzsaw, but the drafter will fire. It's not going to be enough to keep him out. I don't think old and hot were... Young is not one of the streaming requirements. Fire all. Let's go. Okay, card to HQ. We have a fully up. Let's go for a YDL because we need an absurd amount of monies. And then we'll put this in server 1. Fantastic. We can install something with it. Funny enough, we could put the Aqua on top of it. It's relatively safe. This is just an Asa deck. Yeah, I know. This is just an Asa deck. I want to try the JTFQ thing at some point, but this is just an Asa deck. And we did not get a good start. Started watching the stream, then left, went to the cinema, watched the film, got back home, and the stream is still off. You see, Leon, this is a worrisome thing, because as soon as people realize, like, oh, I could watch Metropole Grid, but also I could just go watch Tar, you know, sometimes they figure out what the good answer is. What did you watch? Hopefully it was good. I think you should do it to enjoy streaming. Like 3 people can be its own reward. Yes. Mind you, if you're streaming to get people to watch you, I think you are messing up. Streaming on its own is just fun. And if you're going to start streaming, your first streams are going to suck. And that's fine. Like, don't stream to have people watch you. Okay. I don't know, Davey. So if we install this, we draw 2. We can discard a bunch. We should YDL install something. Do we want a biotic squad in Ikoa? No, that's not good. I don't mean bad as in like don't win a game. I mean bad as in like tech is bad. You're uncomfortable on camera. It's also harder to stream when people are not watching. Like that's one of the biggest issues is like it's easier to stream when people are interacting with you, but it's harder to have people interact with you because you're not streaming. Feels like there's so much tension opposing the game plan to drawing the deck. Like, how are you supposed to make the many rows? I don't know. I generally don't know. But like, we've done a really bad job not drawing our assets. And admittedly, the deck doesn't have a lot of assets, right? Like, it's only on 11. But like, we didn't draw wage workers. Like, even Nikos, I think Nikos would make a lot of sense in the list because it hits a remote server, gives us money, pushes us forward on card draw. Like, that's good as much as it's not permanent. But I hear you. All right. Eventually, we're going to like, maybe we should just like double biotic the Vitruvius. Oh wait, the second one can't. This is a hack only by the most advanced Asa group players. You do that really quickly, your opponent doesn't know. You just go. Don't hide board state. That's all right. Godzilla -1 was pretty decent. I would recommend it if you like to be a movie action. Nice. Being bad at something is a crucial step in becoming good at something. It is more important in a lot of ways that people celebrate being bad. Making mistakes and saying like that was a mistake for this reason is more learnable than doing it right and not calling it out, if at all. You should find a partner. I love hearing two people debate lines in various sports states. Two people. Ah, our combo deck. Axu. Not my second biotic labor. Fuck. That's not good. It's hard to run a stream with a quiet chat unless you have a really strong idea to keep yourself going. Yes. And admittedly, it's the best training is like talking to yourself. For what it's worth, like I only started streaming after the channel like had a following because we did video stuff. So like the first streams people were there. I honestly do not know what would happen if I was streaming to nobody or very few people. I'd probably like be like, hey friends, you want to come hang out? And then like, you know, have scheduled stream time. When you just guarded, it would be the same. Yeah, but how sick was that, Thanos? Wasn't that not sick? This sucks. We're gonna get mod apart. We're not gonna have a game here. This is just trying to score between Magnet Drafter. Like we have no upper end ice. Like we have no bronze. We have no on cells. We have no MICs. Like we don't even have gatekeepers. I don't know how we score. Luckily, we're just gonna score. We're just gonna go score. We're gonna put back the Iqua. We're gonna put back the biotic. We're just gonna go install, advance. We'll lose a send a message sooner than later. I've been basically the whole day and I can't be the only one. It's easy when I'm like, you know, it's a Friday and you're at a desk. I appreciate that. Also, thank you, Monty. I love when people do that, but I have a hard time with it in my 50s. So it's hard for me showing off how bad I am at something at this age when everyone getting attention is half my age. I think inherently people putting some sort of, what's the exact word I'm looking for? But like people who think being bad at something is like inherently bad. It's like real toxic. Like that's not a smart look. All right. Like being good at something doesn't make you inherently good. I don't know. Like I get it that like you're online and then you might be embarrassed because people watch you and be like, oh, I would never. But I don't know. Everyone's bad at something at some point. No one's good at anything forever. I don't know. Whatever. You trash that with credits, right? Most streamers aren't very good at the games they play. A small number are, and they sit silently, and their streams are dull as bricks unless you care a lot about what they're playing. Yeah, we lost that. The best streamers are the ones that are, I think, just make it fun. They don't have to be the best. Like, you ever watch Northern Lion play Lies of P? Like, I'm not there because he's good at Lies of P. I'm playing Lies of P right now. It's pretty fun. Just better being bad. Trillion spells wrong. That's fine. They have 19 credits. That's cool. That's pretty cool. I've decided to just win on my terms. I'll stream for a few hours next week. Convince me. Have fun. Did we keep ablative when we had a good target on res? No, not really. We're just trying to win with biotic. Nice ace ability got there. Thanks, Bruno. I feel the same way sometimes. Ah, my Eli. Wow. The combo dream, I know it's out. We're all bad now in our own special way. You have to play the jank deck this is based on and go for the 7-point turn. I think we have to, but like you can't do it against this deck. Right? Like once the mod comes out, how? Literally how? Be cool. I'm 48, Sean. I'd watch a boomer Netrunner stream. Dude, 48 is not a boomer. Oh no, you've awakened the boomers in chat. I kid. But that's very funny. Suddenly everyone's offended. Dirty laundry, yo. Axu's choosing his arts. I don't, and I think I would. I just want to make very clear that I like the Liberator Count's art from the old set. I choose the art of the modern playset to make things approachable. I hope you value that. I like this daily cast better than the other daily casts. 48 solidly Gen X. Boomer is just a term. All right, Raising Spin Doctrine to open HQ with Ma. Never punished. Oh, slightly punished. We'll get that back in the deck. I don't think we want it, but then we'll just get the biotic back in the deck. That was, sorry. I hit Katarl and then unkatarled. Would you mind? I can do it manually. I want to shuffle the Biotic, not the Rashida. I unsorted. Okay, we'll just do it manually, it's fine. So we'll put the Biotic in. And we'll take the Rashida out. Show Rashida in the bin. So it's hard to like, because I don't want to reveal all the cards in there. We'll shuffle. Yeah. One. Anyone that includes me born for 2000s a boomer? Yes, that's how it actually works out. Anybody, if at some point you were alive and YouTube didn't exist, you were a boomer. It's just how it is. It's not generational anymore. For maximum accessibility, you can turn off alt arts. I like that people can express themselves. Like, I don't want to squash them, but like if the questions in chat, yeah, it's so true. But more so like, yeah, we want to make it as approachable as possible. The question is like, what the heck is that? Echo is safe until it gets mod. They know it's in the bin. It doesn't say. I thought it would say in chat, but you actually have to pay attention. I would have made an Indiana jokes on the Last Crusade joke, but that would truly age me. Yes, it would have. All right. What's our play here? Force someone's remote server over and over again. Jen excluded. The kitties and truly ancient people fight it out. We'll hang out here in our flannel looking disaffected. You're describing Saskatchewan, not a generation. I imagine Saskatchewan as being in flannel and disaffected. I think there are about 5 cards where I prefer the SU art, but SG has a lot of bangers, which is great. Yes, I bought SU because there are certain cards that I think the art is better. But it's a hard fight, because like a lot of these cards, I've been playing with a daily cast since like 2013. Sometimes that's a hard fight to win. I feel sorry about the spin doctor dodging click. No, it's on me. I like let go of control. I shouldn't have let go of control. I honestly wish it was on a toggle to some extent instead of like a, if that's an option, right? Instead of one of those. Spin doctor boomer, 100%. I mean, you should be able to follow the whole game from chat. Yes, I agree. And there's some weird exclusions to that. Like, what's it called? Bacterial, stuff like that. They're on game point. The win is in the remote server. Why are you not running it? Draw. All right, if we don't have ice. This sets up a sick fully operational. I know they're all in the bin. The scientific meeting. Yeah, I know. Oxy, where'd your money go? Oh. More cards. I know, Boomer would have to take a nap to make it through the stream. Oh, wait, that was... Oh, man. Eli, Boomerang. Nice. This is good that they actually break this for 3 credits. That's pretty reasonable for Cleaver. Can't win now. Oh, okay, so we know that we're not winning, but also so are they not. So they know the top 2 cards of the deck. It's a Magnet. So we can draw 1 safely. Beyond... Oh, shit. Oh, that's bad. Oh, well. Can't do much about that. Tranquility gain 2. How much money do we need? We need 1 to advance this. We need 2 to raise this. We need 5 advancements. So 5, 6, 7. This becomes beyond the realm of advanceability, right? Because we need 7. And this install here, which they know what it is, costs us 5. Game's on the table, y'all. Boomer 1.0 is really an old Byroid. A Sherlock. Ooh, losing the credit to Hoshiko there actually kind of stung. So they have to basically go on, like, in the next 2 clicks. Oh, that's going to do it. That's going to do it really bad. Oh, that's game. Yeah, that's game. That's not good. We could have considered, like, mass drawing with wage workers, like res wage workers, draw, because here they have exactly enough. Oh, what? Oh, that makes more sense. So this is... Why wouldn't you just run this? So this is 3, and this is 3, this is 4. It's correct. Unless we top deck Biotic, in which it's wrong. Is Sleeping Trank on res a thing so they play around defensive upgrades? Arguably, but I think we might need the money. Yeah, top deck Seamless gets us there. Are we on Seamless? No, we're a combo deck, right? I generally think there's a chance that, well, yeah, we're short of credit. If we top deck a Biotic, we're going to feel really silly. Yeah, too bad. Hold the phone. This is sick because they don't know what this is. The dream lives on. Yeah, leaving your cards on res is actually kind of interesting because there's a lot of cases where the like 1 credit we gain off this is not worth the misinformation. Who knows that this is an Ikua? Did I miss something? Did he trash something? Maybe he doesn't know it's an Ikua. Twinning, unseen. No, he saw it. What's going on? Click through R&D. So the last Ikua is in the remote server. All right, last access of the game. Feels good. I don't know why I actually didn't run it. Good games. Yeah, I could have ran it for sure. I think you could have ran that last turn. Yeah, I think he had perfect information. Because you saw the Ikua, right? That's weird. Combo, yeah. Not exactly, huh? Did we Biotic out a card from hand? Yeah, I think we did. Yeah, unfortunately. I don't think this this might work more in theory than it does in practice. Yeah, I think I actually missed it, but I think yeah, too tired to actually count. Yeah, no worries. Been there for sure. It's much later on that side of the ocean. Thanks for the game, eh? I'm getting really hungry, but I think we have like another hour of the stream. I might make like a really gross food drink, you know, one of those. I don't know if y'all do that. Would have been credit and click perfect. Yeah. I think he had 1 credit extra maybe because it was this turn, right? With the turn that he dealt with the wage workers, if I'm not mistaken, this is where I should be recording my replays. So gamble to gain 9. Okay. So he started the turn. That's hard to rebuild this here, but yeah, I think there's a chance. Yeah. Good night, Chat and Andre. Hey, Dirty Deeds. Enjoy your weekend. Thanks for dropping in. Okay. I'm really worried to do this deck. I think we will try this. Mind you, okay, wait, hold on. Before, of course, we get off of this. Did I just close the whole list? Crap. I did. 1 second. I'm going to face on my virus probably think it was defensive. No, but the turn before, right? The turn before where we just had 2 ice and tranquility. Like, I think there was full information. Like, everything was on the table. So if it's not obvious, huge shout out to QTM who's doing this again. If you don't know who QTM, is it querying the message podcast.com? I'm just gonna search it. Queryingthemessage.net. Check out their podcast. It's sick. I'm a huge fan. They haven't put out content in a while. I'm excited for the Worlds episode. There's a lot to talk about. They've been absolutely great. I just want to highlight to make this very clear. Like all the content we did largely today is because QTM put out all these really cool and interesting decks, which again, I cannot say it enough. There's so many players, content creators included, in which like putting out deck write-ups, talking about how you think about the game and getting some stuff out there that people can sleeve up and enjoy over the holidays, over whatever, is just so absolutely cool. So I cannot shout this out enough. Again, I'm going to go through and give all these decks likes and stuff like that. But it's absolutely fantastic. Keep saying I'm going to edit the podcast tomorrow and then keep not editing. Izzy, oh, you got to do it. Oh man. Okay. So there's going to be one soon. Why is this a different game than YT thinks we're playing every day? So I set the YT what we're playing at the end of the stream. I set it to card games. Unfortunately, the library of what you can play is based off of, I think, not Wikipedia, but like, I don't know how to get it, but Netrunner is just not an option. I don't know what it's going to take to make it an option. If NSG can make Netrunner an option in the YouTube just like possibilities, it's really sick because then you can just go to the Netrunner tab and anyone who labels themselves as a Netrunner will show up. It's unfortunate that that doesn't exist. Maybe we should go out of the way to choose some game from 1992 that nobody plays and we can all attach ourselves to that. That's probably a bad idea. But yeah, it would be better. Right now, YouTube just bases it off of like what we say and eventually ends up on Magic because we say card a lot, I think. And I keep saying blue mana. And then at the end, I'll change it. Label strip of Cyberpunk 2077, but that's actually really bad. Because I've had that before where like I've labeled that Magic the Gathering and haven't changed their Cyberpunk 2077. And then when people go to the Magic page, they click on this and be like, wait, this is mislabeled. And then people can get angry about it to be like, why are you clogging a directory you have nothing to do with? Which is a bummer. You probably don't want to do that as much as that's probably a nice way to get more eyes on your content. But yeah, mixed bag for sure. I don't think mislabeling is exactly what you want to do. It's hard. I'm going to try this because we're here. But again, huge shout out to QTM. Absolutely killer initiative. So cool. All right, let's give this a shot. Sans Ace of 7. JTFQ special. Add 20 more cards. Let's go. New corp deck. Sans Ace of 7. Ace group. I think I understand what the combo is, but I'm not entirely sure. This is where Maw is really bad because like the combo is inherently based on holding 2 simulation reset in your hand for the whole damn game or drawing them with when you deck yourself off draw. Corp, go. Yeah, I think I might need a snack. I think we can stream for another hour. I drink Soylent. You know what Soylent is? I drink it. I'm a bit embarrassed about it. But it is the thing that I have in these sort of situations where like I don't exactly have time to make a nice meal. I also have orthodontic stuff, so like eating is a bit more of a process. Unfortunately, I have to take these out. It's like it's not the worst. It's just like I can't snack. And so I drink really bad food replacements. It's terrible. I tried Huel and it did not agree with me. My stomach has been surprisingly good with Soylent. I want to make it very clear that I don't endorse Soylent. I think it's useful. It tastes terrible. It tastes like Play-Doh. Unfortunately, I'm okay drinking not good stuff every once in a while. Hey, thanks, you too. I don't think every food has to be good. Worker coffee is the countdown deck for today. What does that mean, anonymity? Pretty sure silence people. I make fruit smoothies with Soylent. That might help, Dusty. Does it stop it tasting like Play-Doh? Because it like literally just tastes like Play-Doh. It doesn't taste good. This hand is okay. We have a Rashida that would be nice, right? Yeah. Getting a Bass on the table. I'm going to go for the 7-point combo. I don't think Kid plays Clot on 10 influence. This hand's okay, but this hand is similar. The things we'll ingest just to not cook. Like, I like cooking. It's just like there's a lot of times where it's nicer to be like, I just want to edit and just like not have to worry about that part. So I'll eat a weird, bad, gross food. Promotional consideration brought to you by Soylent. Someone clip Andre admitting he eats Play-Doh. It's like, it's not good. So we have to hold on to a fully op to some extent. We will RSRND and we'll just click for credit. Weird start. Coffee Soylent in coffee. Oh, William. That sounds so absurdly bad, but I'm glad it's working out for you. That's an aspirational zoom in. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, it might be. It might be. Let's get another server going. Could we have fully operational for tempo there? Yeah. That was like the worst ace of turn possible. That was unimaginably bad. Very much just tastes like fruit smoothie unless you have a lot of Soylent in it. Frozen fruit plus Greek yogurt plus milk plus OJ. Optional. Soylent. NutriBullet. That sounds okay. You need the flops to kickstart the combo. We need only one, don't we? Generally twice. Okay. Cool. What does this do? Drop to X cards, add up to X cards, shuffle up to X cards. Literally nothing for board state. But the Soylent in the last also sticks to the cup and clumps. Yes, great. Soylent's so attractive. Ah. Help. I've used a flop to draw 10 to 20 cards in R&D. Didn't find any of the other two. Okay. Tune's back and I'm going to go for the 7-point combo. Yo, Yeti, it's what it is today. This late in, you have to figure out how to do 7-point combos. Been streaming for a while, 7-point combos. Ikoa from hand. Hate it. Feels good. Silence not great. It's pretty overloaded with malediction, but heal's not too bad if your GI track doesn't implode. How's it going? I think that's been the interesting thing. I've been always a bit sensitive about food, but I can have a Soylent and I feel not hungry, but not bloated. And that's something. That's the most endorsement you're going to get out of me. We played a fully up for credits. That is perverse. Draw. That's important. Draw. Okay. So this card on its own will draw 2, 4, 6, 8. So don't worry. We have to just draw through the other 35 cards and not lose the game. Oh, Miss Bones is down. That can't be good. How is this possible? Is this possible? I think we need a fully opt to draw and then cycle them back in. With wage workers, you can actually build a board state. I'm doing it. Wait, can we combo this turn? We have Bass, we have Vitruvius on the table. I think we just make a big Vitruvius and then we get around the combo. I think the Vitruvius is worth something on its own, right? I didn't know how this version of the combo possibly makes enough money. You just play one YDL with 33 cards in hand. But I think we just square out the Vitruvius. Okay, did Andre give up on the 7-point combo? Sorta. And Andre, enjoy your shenanigans. Thank you, Yeti. Good evening. Thanks for hanging out, huh? Jailbreak, fine. It whiffs every time. Biotic, scary. Ikoa, uh-oh, we're on game point. That's a problem. I did a simpler version with Arella YDL for 26 credits, so it's credit perfect combo out. Oh, sick. Hey, finally catching your light, Biker Monkey. Welcome to the chat. Glad you can make it. We've been streaming all day. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully holidays is good. Okay, well, it's an issue that they're on game point on turn 5. But there's no way we're doing a 7-point combo anymore. It's impossible. I don't think this deck does anything. The version looks to recur Biotic multiple times. That shit gets expensive. Yeah, no, I hear it. I hear it. So start building another ob combo deck. I realize nearly half my corp decks are ob combo decks. I may have a problem. No, you're playing Netrunner good. That's a fun Netrunner. You are lucky you like a fun, interesting Netrunner. Imagine you like PD a lot, right? I'm coming for you, Rotom. Imagine PD was the coolest thing ever. Okay, I don't think we're gonna combo out. Notice how none of our ice ends the run. Now the runner doesn't know that. That's gonna be our secret. Ah! Oh, we had a spin doctor, right? We have something here. Twinning? Uh-oh. Targeting PD and other PE sickos? But yeah, PE sickos have an exciting game every game. PE is just really good at making that remote server say end the run a couple times. I'm surprised they're going HQ here. We did draw a lot, though. They're going to see 2 cards. Game's probably over. YDL, Biotic. Whew. Okay, not even close. All right. We have a lot of lines here. We can do Biotic Vitruvius. I think we might have to get another Vitruvius counter here. We could also just do Bass Vitruvius. That's probably better. For what it's worth, as much as the combo is really huge, we have something cool going on here, which is we can threaten to score at a 5-3 from hand with 2 Vitruvius counters and a wage workers for sure. The problem is having money to do that. We're gonna have to go pretty aggressively. Okay, breaker's coming down. Probably gonna see an Inversificator or Ngolo. I'm assuming Yeah, inspiration. Let's go. It's an Ngolo. Okay. So not that we can res any of our ice, but here now they can lock the top 2 of R&D. Luckily, 10 points are out in only the top 20 cards. Oh, they're going to see 4 cards. Game's probably over here. Nice. Good game. Oh, boy. All right. That felt bad. Let's do it again. I don't see how we get remotely close to scoring out in 7. But like for what it's worth, jamming enough biotics and like Bass Chirabogas, I think that's undersung, and that's legitimately it's like closer to the CTZ sort of like I can smash out with Audacity, as much as Audacity is the anti-combo card. Yeah, it's really rough. Hey, you too. Thank you. Thanks, you too. Okay, not great. Just pressure works. Let's try it again. I think you're at the flow state when you click for 3 cards and install 2 cards. Wait, Solmir, in relation to what? Offended as a PE lover. No, PE is cool. Hey, Liam's back. Okay, 49 card deck, mind you. Is this the... Yeah, you don't have to do that. That's a corp thing. Hey, hey. Best of luck fun. I feel the way in turn 2, maybe a 7-point combo CN, it's better just to do 2+5. Yeah, I know. It's just more like for the flash of it. It's to 1 and 2 7, but I don't think it's like possible. Signing off. Thanks for streaming. Enjoy the holidays. Yo, enjoy. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, eh? Thanks for hanging out. Okay. Having 3 echoes is rough, but it's not the worst. So we played against the Shaper deck. It's the like Sapphire and RD is pretty cool. It's a neat one. At the point of the game where you have Res Wage Worker and not a lot of cards, clicking for 3 and installing 2 cards and turn to big up a big flop. Oh yeah. Wage Worker's triple click, then ace install it. Like you're cheating 5 clicks a game. Like that's obviously kind of sick. All right, I think we'll do Spin Doctor behind a wave. Wave is actually pretty cool. Let's learn to click for credit. It's hard for this deck to run HQ and make it make sense for itself. This technically threatens a run. The wave firing is cool because we'll have 3 more cards in hand, so we can probably continue to do the thing we want to do. And I'm not sure the Padma deck here is playing Clot. All right, just like a normal Padma deck. 49 cards, diversion in hand. Okay, that's fine though. Here you don't install the daily cast first. You do the doof and then you can like run the remote server. Because if this is doof into Rashida, it's really bad for them. It's like we're playing draft. When in draft, they just like diversion you. You're like, oh, okay. What can you do? All right, not the worst though. But yeah, if it's a Rashida there, you don't want the daily cast. You want to deal with the Rashida. Here, I think we could credit. Again, I don't have to get HQ pressure. Saber diversion is so fun. To me, it's like, oh man, you're going to win games with this. But like, I feel like they're the games you win by surprise, not because you play the game good. And like, no disrespect to Liam. That's not what I mean. But I feel like anytime that it's like putting Oppo in like HB, it's like, yeah, you won the game, but you didn't win. You won the game because of your opponent's inability to make good decisions as opposed to them making good decisions. And I'm not saying that's like the way we should play Netrunner, but like to me, that's sometimes the problem with draft and Netrunner is where like you can't tell what your opponent's going to do. So you stop making good decisions, right? Like if we played open deck lists, this would be really sick because I have to understand like icing HQ has some relevance on the next couple turns. And that's kind of cool. Like that makes it more of a game of chess where like there's a respect that you have to play to into diversion. But just like getting diversion blown out on turn 1, like, I don't know, not my thing. All right, we can discard cards, draw. All right, we have the simulation reset in hand. Rashid on the table, they should trash it. Reason the Palm is perfectly reasonable HB card to play alongside Oppo. I don't go that far. Beating people because of unexpected cards is good and fun. Actually, yeah, good. I'm glad that we agree. How many cards is the deck? They're on 49. With a 5 influence card too, right? Like I think you have a huge incentive to play as thin as the deck if you think this card's important for you. They can trash this. It's totally fine. We lose 2 big combo pieces. With the Spin Doctor on the table, it's not too bad. This deck is too few. That's true. In terms of ice, hey Maddie, in terms of ice, we're on 15. That's not too little. And then we have cards like next Sapphire and Wave that actually give us ice. I don't think it's unreasonable. Here they should be running HQ, right? Like we went through 12 cards, we've scored nothing. In fact, you can face check on 3 credits. I think a drafter's not that bad with empty archives. Yeah, no, this is the weird thing that's like, it's really interesting when it comes to other parts of the game, but like the influence system is neat because you have high influence cards. But then like you can't tell if the cards are coming, right? It's like, it's different with games like Magic where like if you want to play like a high, you know, splash black card, you have to play black mana. And like it's really hard. Like big influence splashes can be really important in this game because they're so hard to tell that are coming, barring open deck lists. This stinks. This is really bad. Like we can't simulation reset because it removes it from the game. Wait, do we need 2 simulation reset for the combo? Maybe not. But this is a good hand to simulation reset. Unfortunately, we have to shuffle the agendas back in. Actually, no, we don't. Oh, that's cool, right? That felt okay. Funny enough, like a mitosis would have been fine in this list. Like we're holding a lot of stuff in hand. Not that we can defend it. I think we just replace the Spin Doctor with a Rashida. Whatever. That might not be right. It's the same server they trashed last turn. Literally came back. It's very funny. On 2 credits though, like what are they respecting in terms of the ice? Yeah, nothing. So Wave is cool. We get a money. Search for an ice. We'll just pull out, I think, a next Sapphire. Like this has to fire a lot for the deck to have this sort of like acceleration it needs. Oh, sorry, Fire Serpentine. Nice. And we'll go from here. Hey. Yeah, please. Are you built or you bought? Oh, sick. Cool. Maddie's starting us some dinner. Nice. 10 cents for 5 here. I think you don't really have to trash this. We don't have a lot of money. And if we throw out, like, score out of Vitruvius, it's like totally fine. Like the 3-2 Agenda Suite is not particularly good, barring the Luminal. Except Behold for Optrix. Yeah. It's hard to pull out a 0 cost at instant speed. There's not a lot of targets for it, but it's very good if you can do it. I think Snare is maybe more relevant if you're looking at Wayland Tag Punishment, which cares about cards in hand. So this has to be a different Padma list than last time, right? IE Force Connection. That's true. It is Behold at home. Like just pay 4 credits for it. It becomes like Trace 6, I think. That's like pretty reasonable. So next Sapphire is 4? Oh wait, that's actually really expensive. Draw 2, gain. I wish we had something to put in the server. We do. Okay. 33 more cards. Does this deck have red level clearance? It feels like it might be interesting on the combo turn. No, it doesn't. Okay, that's okay. It's a pretty mediocre draw in the setup. Let's see what they're doing. Padma hasn't been relevant. We haven't seen any charge targets yet. Getting rocked by a diversion here. Be okay. We can't easily duck it. But yeah, this card's expensive. All right. They're charging this server. The server's been here for a minute. Now we res this wave for free, which is nice. Search an ID for a piece of ice. I think just getting an end the run. I can't believe the deck's on Ice Wall. That's really surprising. Is the Bladed Barrier not slightly better? So they can trash the Bass if they like. It's expensive. It's 4. They've slowed down their development. Here we'd love to have just a wage workers behind the wave. That's the funny thing too, is like wave, you can just let them have money. Like eventually we have infinite money, so like wave doesn't actually do much besides it draws us cards. That's kind of cool. But like if you're worried about the waves, you just fire through them. Was it made before TAI? This deck list? Oh, that's a good question. No, because it has a blade in it as well, right? It was one of the options. It's hard to evaluate with the need to trash bass. Immediately, like these cards are more interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Does it have other TAI cards in it? I don't think it does. Oh, big deal? No, it's not a TAI card. I guess it doesn't, but yeah, it does have 3 ablatives. So I guess it's because, oh, that's the answer. It's because we ran out. They trashed bass. Okay. Or it trashed bass, excuse me. That's on me. Oop, yeah, okay. It's a similar deck. It's just a 5 inflict bass. How good is next Sapphire here? Draw up to cards, shuffle up dex cards from R&D, add up deck cards to HQ. We can do this because we have Rashid in hand. It's not charging because it doesn't have a counter, yeah. Oh, wage workers, yeah, right. I wanted to ask you long ago, why don't you use the copy legacy URL function? Yo, Biker, I tried it today and it didn't work. I know other people use it and it worked for them, so I think I might be messing it up. So we only have 1 X dice, we can draw 1, great. Choose a card to add to HQ, fully operational. Card to shuffle into R&D. It's from anywhere? From HQ? What? I thought it was from archives. That's gonna be a no for me. Get Ghost in your JNet client stopping it from working. Yeah, it should work, right? Mind you, the way that this card is printed. Oh, wait, they didn't change it. One of these cards didn't say up to. I think it was one of the other next cards. It forced you to install cards. Because there's a next card that install cards, and it didn't say you may or up to, so it like technically forced you to reveal your hand. It was really sloppy. Okay, so if we Rashida now, we're gonna have a lot of cards in hand. They got a Vitruvius for that too. Beans. Opal, yeah, Opal's messed up. All right, we love a wage workers here to do the triple install. Unfortunately, we don't have it. It hasn't eroded. Yeah, they eroded it. Like FFG even eroded it. I just don't know how we don't lose on centrals. We really wanted a wage workers here. Cool. Probably shuffled 1 of the randomized. Yeah, I think so. We didn't discard this turn though. Oh, never mind. We did. Yeah, we should have shuffled 1 of the randomized for sure. I didn't plan that turn out enough. Can you go to the next Sapphire and over again? I think you can. Once there's 2 of them, it becomes a bit harder for sure. But like, on 3 credits, what are we doing? They know we have a fully op in hand. It was nice to get 2 cards out of hand here. The Blade is a bit ugly because we don't want to res it sooner, but I guess we don't have to res it. We controlled our hand. Actually, we wanted to discard the agendas because we could have kept an agenda in hand. Yeah, we definitely could have shuffled 1 back. It's cool too on HQ because you can't let it fire in HQ because they always shuffle agendas back. Like it literally fixes the hand immediately. So having another next Sapphire on HQ is probably better because I don't think we can force them to run through this, but this on Centrals is kind of cool. Okay. So next turn we can put the Bass in this server. Are we close to winning? Because we can draw 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Double Sabadelia, no breakers. Okay. We're actually getting kind of towards something here. We need a wage workers though. We are getting towards a win condition. So Bass in a new remote server. Put the Blade in front of it, I guess. We just don't have enough things to put in servers. I guess not having it in your deck is good for when you try to go off. Who can possibly know? Yeah, ideally we draw the whole deck, but it is weird. I just want more things in servers. I guess? Credit? Oh, wait, we don't do credit. They can know what this is. I'm missing with the deck game plan. What's the combo turn? So I haven't done it exactly, Sean. But the idea is that first click, we draw our whole deck with fully operational. And then we can play biotics. And then we can simulation reset back our whole deck that we'll draw. That will just be like biotic, biotic, biotic. And then your digital life because we'll be holding 20 cards in hand. And from that board state, hopefully we can win the game. Again, the runner's not being aggressive. They're not trashing our stuff. They have an economy issue, but they did spend 6 credits on cards that don't do anything. So this is probably like one of the best case scenarios for potentially comboing off. Right? Because next turn, if we put something in the remote server here, we have 2, 4, 6. We draw 2, 4, 6, 8, up to 10. We're kind of getting there. How hard is the deck die to clot? Not the hardest, because I think you have like 3,000 extra clicks. Abstractly. You don't have a virus, but you have a lot of extra clicks. It's very straightforward. Simply draw your whole deck with this card that only draws 8 cards. No, eventually you'll draw 12, but no, you're not wrong. It is, there's parts of it that'll make a lot of sense. It's cool though. It's worth exploring. It's not infinite. There's a bounded number of clicks and credits you can make. Yes, it's definitely not infinite, but it's a big number. And like you have big deal at the end of the day. Big deal beats clot sometimes. The problem is we have to do all the drawing in one damn turn. I'm going to res the Spin Doctor. That's good. We just don't have triple installs anymore. Ugh. Can we do fully operational here for credits? No, I think we just regolith. How many agendas do we have in the bin? 2. Gatekeeper on archives is actually kind of nice. I think it's a screenshot of an old Métropole Grid game we were running with 9,990 credits. Yeah, there used to be infinites in the game. There still is on the corp side, mind you, when it comes to Eternal. But there used to be, I remember playing an infinite combo deck. It doesn't exist anymore. I think it's a Labyrinthine server deck. You can go off next turn. You think? So it'll be on 18. We draw 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. How? Pouring out for the Davis Eternal? That one did, but the corpse side deck I think is still possible. I think it has to do with like Cyber Sand Harvester, Suret City Grid, and then like Harmonics Ice. I think that's still legal. Double fully op, which will be draw 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yeah, we'll try and combo next turn. You're right. I think we might be able to do it. I'm worried that we have too many agendas in the bin, but I guess scoring 7 is possible. We need a Sand Send though, right? I wonder if the deck should have a restore. I think we combo off next turn. Whatever, we're going to try it. Just careful with the spin draw. Yeah, we can spin it back in. We have to be really careful with the spin draw. Where are they going? Oh, I'm going to be so stressed. All right, they're going for the Spin Doctor. That's totally fine. They can't even trash the Spin Doctor. So this is just they gain 3, we gain 2. Yeah, you don't get the money on that until after. They're going to have to discard a bunch of cards here, but they have 5 credits. That's the most they've had in a minute. So they could play Sure Gamble here. They could install a card. They're going to have to discard some. No Clother yet. May need to plan the cards you need for the combo. You think I'm going to play it? Yeah. We're not planning. We're just firing. We're just going. We probably need to plan, let's be honest. Okay, got it. Do some thinking. Okay, so I think that we're probably going to mess this up. It's our first time and we don't have a good idea what our end game is. I just want to be very clear right now that we can take up the whole screen, is that we're going to just try and do something and see if it works out. I think a smarter player, and mind you, I have to be very honest, I haven't eaten in a while, so like I'm not thinking the most cleanly, is we're going to do something cool. So we're going to start here. We'll res the wage workers because we're going to play 3 events. So start with a fully operational. So we can do draw 2. We just want to make sure we don't deck ourselves. Draw 2, draw 2, draw 2, draw 2, draw 2. Okay, we played 1 event. This is our hand, mind you. We're going to go again, and we're going to do fully operational. We can lose the game, but we won't, because we're going to do draw 2, draw 2, draw 2. There's a risky button right there. Gain 2, gain 2, gain 2. Okay. We have 1 click left. So if we do a your digital life, What do we have to do here? This gains us a click. I think we want to do this sooner than later. Okay. Now we can res. Everyone's like, what's going on? We can res Bass Chiriboga and fire Bass Chiriboga. I don't think we need to. But at this point now, we have to get Simulation Reset back into the deck to draw Biotic Labor, Biotic Labor. Do we play all the Biotic Labors? No, we just Spin Doctor them in, you're right. So we Spin Doctored them in. But, wait, what? Should we play them now? Biotic? We can Bass. What does it matter? Hold on, I gotta go read the thing now. Biotic for more clicks, okay. Spin Doctor. Okay, I think we have to play all the Biotics, right? I genuinely am lost. I think here we have to play all the Biotics because we want to Simulation Reset them back in. You get a Wages click? We already did. We did 3 events. We already got a Wage click. Because we played YDL after we did double fully op. We don't need to play an event here. Or an operation. So I think we do Biotic, Biotic. Okay. We have another Biotic. So now we gain another click. Okay, so we're on 4 clicks here. We need to score 7 points. So here we can Spin Doctor to shuffle in. Wait, what does the Simulation Reset do? We're going to draw them anyways. Oh, now we Simulation Reset. Okay, I got it. Okay, so now we Simulation Reset. Do you get another Wage? Yes. Wage, no. Wage is infinite. It's just do 3 clicks at the same time. It's not first time. So then we throw 4 cards into the garbage. Which 4 cards? It honestly doesn't matter. They're just not the combo pieces, so ice is fine. Ice, 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 ice. Good. Close. We could do one more. Is there a card in the bin that we want? We want to get Biotic, 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 your digital life. I wonder if getting a big old... we need the Sansan back, right? I think we need the Sansan. It's worth the click because we're going to score multiple agendas. So Sansan, Biotic, Biotic, YDL, Biotic. We draw all of those. Okay, so then we have to do money. So a YDL for a lot. Okay, so now we have to plan it out. We only have 2 clicks left. So then we cycle all the Biotics. Okay, we have 19. Wait, this is not fire? Why do our Wage Breakers not fire? Does it not fire anymore? What? Wait. Sansan? Sansan needs to go on the table. We're running out of money. We have a money issue here. We only have 5 clicks. We have Bass with 6 clicks. So what 2 agendas are we scoring out? Exactly 3 times. Oh, so it doesn't fire multiple times. It will fire when we advance, advance, advance. So now we do a triple install. Huh? Okay. So we can install an agenda on top of the Sansan. I guess we'll do the Luminal. No, don't do Luminal. That's game losing. Don't do the Luminal. So we'll do an agenda in a remote server with the Sansan. I think we have a money issue. I think we might have Biotics too hard. So wait, before we do that, we should Spin Doctor to shuffle back in the YDL, and I'm assuming a Biotic. And we should res this Spin Doctor to play the YDL. We're going to need more money than this. Yeah, this seems good. Yeah, apparently WW is only once per one type. I know it can fire multiple times, but apparently not for events. So then we'll install this into a new remote server with the Sansan on top of it. Fantastic. Okay, we have 3 clicks left. If we triple advance this, we get a click back, so we might as well. He thinks I'm just going to hit the Bass before I forget. Wait, if we had another Bass in hand, we can install another Bass here. And then get a click from that, because we do a triple install click. It's not super relevant, is it? Pretty sure 3 Bass doesn't work since each Bass is a different action. Oh, shit. But triple install does do something. So this is an install that gets us a click back that gets us +1 click. Do you know what's an issue? Is that we actually don't have the last Vitruvius. We need the last Vitruvius in hand. Otherwise, we have to score out the, what's it called last? The luminal. You can't triple advance if you want to double advance this Sansan. Wait, what? Ah! Okay, still thinking. Ace install isn't an action. Oh, you're right. That was one install. Okay. If I'm playing against a type of deck, this is where I start and say, just tell me if you win this turn. Oh yeah, for sure. But like, we're going to mess it up. You get the clicks from installs and the advances. Yeah, I think we want to triple advance the Vitruvius to get the advance, right? Like we res the Sansan and then we triple advance the Vitruvius. That will fire Wage Workers. Unfortunately, we're getting low on clicks here. But maybe we don't, because then we have to install another agenda. Yeah, you get an advance from the next agenda. I see what you mean. Yeah, okay. So we'll res. We'll do advance score. Okay, first agenda. Team sponsorship fires. So now we want to install a card. We have to fire the Bass, I think. So now we want to install an agenda. Mind you, what does Big Deal say? Big Deal says not Big Deal. Where's Big Deal? Big Deal. Hold on. Big Deal is here. It says you may score that card. Okay, that's not good. Because we can't score at the Luminal. We actually need to bring back the Vitruvius. Because otherwise we have to score the Luminal Iqua. That's really ugly. How do we fix that? So we have 2 more installs to do. So we can install Bass. We can install the agenda that will get a click. The advance will gain a click. Shit, it's going to be close. I generally don't think we can win because we need another 3-2. Because the only other way is to score out like 2 Iqua. Or like to big deal the Luminal. I think we have to big deal the Luminal, right? So we install the Iqua. There's no way around it. We have to big deal the Luminal. But we only have 23 credits. Spin Dock? Yeah, but Spin Dock doesn't draw. It just gets it back into the deck. I think if you redid it and played more attention to Wage Workers click, the Wage Workers click, we don't lose them. But I might have overbioticed. Can't you do Iqua into Luminal? It's hard because we have to score the Iqua on the Sansan. I think that's the only way out, is we score the Iqua on the Sansan. And then that is a 4-3 agenda. So we install this. We install Bass, we gain a click. We pop Bass, we get another click. We advance this, we gain a click. We get Biotic to gain a click. I think we're just short on credits slightly. Having got you play 3 cards in a row click? No. We've done 3 operations. The next advancement will gain us a click. 2 more installs gain us a click. Yeah, I think if we had the Vitruvius in hand, we'd actually be a bit better off. Because we can install the Vitruvius score and then big deal potentially. But unfortunately, we have to do this in the backwards order. Let's play 3 in a row. I'm confused, not operations. So we played 3 operations. Are you asking the right questions? How do we win? I think I can score 7. Hey, Zarbo, just found out you play my deck. Oh, yo, sick, Zarbo, your deck was sick. I'm behind stream watching the bit with my deck, and I just want to say thank you for playing. I'm really interested to hear everyone's thoughts. It was a really fun deck to play. It was the first one we played today. Thanks for posting it. Congratulations on your first deck. I think you need a simulation of the Vitruvius. We have all the simulations are out. We played one early. Sorry, Zarbo, we're in the middle of the tank right now, but yeah, the deck was absolutely sick. I think I'm just going to go for it. I don't think we have a way around this. So we'll install this in server 7. And so then we'll install the Bass in server whatever. That should give us a click. So we can res Bass to get a click. We have 2 clicks left. Will Spin Doctor and fully operational to redraw YDL? Yeah, but then we're spending clicks to get money, right? So here we have to do advance. That doesn't work. So I think the best we have is just to put the game on the table and big deal. And just say you have to win this turn, which R&D will be entirely the win. You can get YDL and another Biotic. Wait, can we? Okay, so you're right, because there's some weird math here. Wait, we can Biotic. But then we should do this in the other order. We should not have installed this, maybe. Because, yeah, we can fully op. We can shuffle back in. We can get a lot of money. So we spend a click to gain a click. But the problem is if we use the Spin Doctor inappropriately, we have to win this turn. The only way we have a chance of winning on the following turn is with the Spin Doctor on the table because we deck ourselves. But we can use Spin Doctor to shuffle back. YDL, Biotic. Huh. Yeah, install was a mistake. Want to use YDL and Biotic juggle as much as possible. I don't know if 1 credit's going to matter. I think admittedly, okay, so say that we don't win this turn, then obviously all the agendas are in archives or R&D. Hey. Oh, thank you, love. This is watching someone having no idea how to CI combo. So sorry. Maybe a Vitruvius with the counter was correct. I think if we did Vitruvius with the counter, there's a chance that we could get back into this. But in theory here, if we play, like we're going to Biotic Labor, fully operational Biotic Labor. So we play, yeah, we actually do gain clicks. F it. Let's try it. So we'll put back in YDL, then we'll put back in Biotic Labor. Yu-Gi-Oh! Vitruvius at the counter is 2 more clicks though. Yeah, I think Vitruvius at the counter would have been really good because we can just Biotic. I think we had to get a counter this Vitruvius. That might have cost us because then we would have got the triple advance. The Sand, mind you, on the Vitruvius doesn't work though. Place 1 agenda card for each host at over 3. So Sand Vitruvius doesn't work. We actually have to quad advance the Vitruvius. That's unfortunate. But yeah, if this Luminal is a Vitruvius, would be okay. Okay, so now we have to fully up. We draw 2, gain 300. Oh, I mean, just gain 4? Wait, that sucked. How do you get counters while scoring on Sand? It's hard. No, wait, now we have to Biotic, YDL Biotic. I think we ended up right where we started. I think we genuinely ended up where we started. Oh, that's so bad. I think we did all of that and we just ended up like with 1 more click maybe. Yeah, that was really, really bad. That was super circuitous. You're 2 credits richer. Huge. Oh, man. Oh, man. That's not good. Okay, hold on. This Gatekeeper might hold for a turn, funny enough. But if you didn't, without Ikwa and Sensei before credits, this is like a Lovecraft novel. Okay, we advance this once, we gain a click. Then we have 2 left. We can't score the Ikwa. Funny enough, the Luminal something, but we lose next turn because we try and draw a card. So we're cooked. You can't split the advancements, right? Place 4 advancements on 1 installed card. Come on, big deal. Gatekeeper will hold R&D for a turn, but R&D won't. Yeah, they have to run to the Gatekeeper and let it fire. If they let next Sapphire fire too, actually we win. Wait, holy shit. So I think we just big deal here, right? Wait, okay, so this says you may score that card. This says you cannot score cards. Cannot wins can, right? Yeah, 100%. I think we're just going to big deal this. Time for an opera, you can receive an RD. Yeah, they click for 4 cards and you lose. Yeah, but the one on archives, right? I know, like the right place to do nothing. If we didn't res this Regolith, it would be much more interesting. But I guess the 3rd Spin Doctor is out there. This is the best we have, I think. I advance the Sansan. All right. Well, they're all in archives. All you. They have to now realize that we lose if we score the Sansan. Just throwing away clicks there? I know, but what else can we do? We advance it, we throw away money. I know this combo deck does not. It breaks on his brain. This was way too late in the stream to play this. I'm very hungry. I think dinner's in like 5 minutes. I think we could have done the combo. We definitely could have done the combo. We need the Vitruvius in hand and we had to remanage our early game. I think in this matchup, Aurella would have been sick. Yes. How is someone getting to R&D? They don't have to. They just click for 4 credits. We lose. Eat food, reread the combo guide, and then try again. Yeah, I know. I need to like really focus in on this one. It's probably possible, but like this is the best case scenario in which like the runner literally did nothing in terms of like challenging our board state, and even then it's close. Like we actually struggled to play around a clot. We don't have a virus. There's something to the combo. Like it's really cool to understand simulation reset is like very busted. We have no deck. I don't think I have the time. I think I'm short. It's very possible. But I have a Luminal in hand, which I can't score out because it ends my turn functionally. My mom says I don't lose though. Did we count how many clicks you had? I feel like there's at least that. Yeah, it's gonna be hard. We have to check the log. But like if you're watching this, mind you, you have the whole holiday season, figure out how we win on this game state. Because I'm pretty convinced that there is a way to win, and it's going to require like analysis of the VOD. I wish I saved the replay. Yeah, they clicked for 4. Good game. GG. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to get through that. So clicks gained 94. They gained 44. We gained 94 clicks and we can't score 7 points in a single turn. Wait, yeah, you're right. We can save replay. Hold on. Okay, I'll share the replay in the YouTube description. At least to help. Yeah, if they just like check the table, I think we would have a huge problem. But they let us get away with murder. Thanks for the game. Yeah, I think a better player, like someone who knew the deck better, could definitely have comboed out that turn. Hey, cheers. If you get back Vitruvius with the simulation reset and played it at the beginning of the turn, you win. If you get back Vitruvius with the simulation reset, you played at the beginning of the turn, you win. Yes. I think it's very likely that we need to get this Vitruvius back into circulation, either with the Spin Doctor or with the simulation reset. Because I think there's no way that we can really combo out without scoring 2 Vitruvius in a row. By all counts, you had 33 to their 44. It's like 51 extra clicks. Yeah, it's a lot of extra clicks. And mind you, that number is super inflated because like things like Biotic cost a click to gain you 2 clicks. So the number looks a lot better than it is. Same with like Bass. I think having another Bass on the table was valuable. Having the Vitruvius was the most important thing. I think we definitely had it. We just did not play it perfectly. But again, man, did we look at the replay? We should do a replay review to see if the combo is doable. Yeah. This is, man, okay, hold on. We can do it really quickly. Where is it? Stats? Stats. Wait, I saved the replay. Where is it? I saved the replay, right? Oh, here we go. Panic. Okay. Oh, they are on deep dive too. Vlog. Hey, Jai, morning. Hey, welcome back. Oh, I hid the timer. Okay, so I have to match this. Did I break it? Nope. Just lag. Okay, give us 1 second. We'll get there. Our early game was atrocious. I probably should just show the bar so we can jump to the future. This is fine. It's actually not that long. Sorry, Janet. Okay, is this the turn? No. We had another server at least. Okay, Bass, Gatekeeper Archives, the plan, Regolith. 22, I think this is the turn, right? No. We need a wage workers. Okay. Spin Doctor gets challenged, but not actually. Entertaining a fun stream. To bed now for the good times. Queen Duranda! Glad you appreciated it. Happy holidays. Hopefully you're doing well. Okay. This is the turn. So, here we go. So we have to start by fully operationing all our deck. We're going to wage workers. We're going to start here. So wage workers, we drew the whole deck on 1. Okay, so if we play another event, we go even deeper. So we do 1 more. Almost gave the middle finger. Okay, so now if we play 1 more event, we gain a click back. Here, we by law have to play YDL. So we have to play YDL. So we do. Okay, so we can no longer gain extra operation clicks off of wage workers. Here now, the next thing to do is we have to pop Bass because we have no click gainers in our hand. And this is where I dumped all the biotic labors. I think dumping the biotic labors here only makes sense if you're going to like you can always just throw the biotic labors out. The question is whether we have enough money to play the biotic labors. On 26, it actually might be close. Could you have used Spin Doctor before fully up to grab whichever pieces you needed? Back into the deck? Maybe, yeah. I think that's the sort of thing that like I don't fully understand what are the pieces we needed. But we could have shuffled cards back into the deck before we Spin Doctored. Yeah, this is the deck we just played, Jai. It's like the score 7 in a turn, but we biffed it. And I think it's all we needed to do is get the Vitruvius back in because I didn't realize we can't score the Luminol out, of course. Guide says we need to reach 27 credits and 8 clicks before scoring. Oh, we're close to that. Well, no, we're not really. So we do Biotic, Biotic, Biotic. I thought Wage would happen here. It didn't. So we did Biotic by simulation. We put back together the Biotic, the Sand, Biotic, your Digital Life. I think a Restore makes sense in the deck, right? Reminds me of the first time I attempted with a Relo Salvo combo. Wait, Salvo testing? There's a combo? I think you could Spin Doctor Shovel and then res the other spin before playing YDL to get 2 more credits. I don't know if the, like just having 2 more credits was the way that we lost on. I think you're right. There's a lot of inefficiencies, but I'm not convinced that we were 2 credits short. I'm convinced we were like just structurally short, but that's good to point out. So now we're on 31, but we only have 2 clicks left and we have all the biotics. So if we do biotic, we're only on 5 and 19. I would say before we did the biotic, what we have to do here is we have to use Spin Doctor to shuffle back YDL and the Vitruvius, and then we have to res the Spin Doctor. If we did that, we would have 18 cards in hand, we would play the YDL, and we would have enough credits. Because as soon as we play the 3 biotics, unless we're going to shuffle the biotic backs, which we eventually did, which was wrong, I think that's already a start. Because I think we need to have the biotics, we need to have the YDL played a second time this turn, and we need the Vitruvius in hand. I feel like that is probably enough to fix the combo. But again, I don't think I'm going to be well enough to put it all together in my head here. But I think here we could probably do it. Guy says Spin Doctor to get more biotic labor clicks before you simulation reset back a YDL. We did do that. We played every single biotic we had access to before we shuffled them back in. So we didn't mess that up, I don't think. So we do biotic. Unfortunately, that's very expensive. I thought we'd get another click off wage workers. That's on me. And then that's wrong. No, that's right. Yeah, I think we just functionally need the Vitruvius back in. I don't think there's any way around it. We just botched it really hard. The write-up says 27 credits, 8 clicks. We're not even close to that. Okay, wait, actually check this out. So before we combo out, so we simulation reset, we have this in hand. So if we Spin Doctor shuffle back the Vitruvius and we Spin Doctor shuffle back the YDL after we play it, we would have 3 clicks, 4 clicks, 5 clicks, 6 clicks. So we're slightly short, but I still think we might have been able to do it. If we just Spin Doctor back here, double. I think I'd have to write this down on paper to really get it through because it's a bit tricky, but I think there's a chance. We don't have 8 crits and 27 though. But like, it's probably close. we just need the Vitruvius. And then obviously we biffed it really bad, but very slowly. If you get 1 from advancement and 1 from installs, so you have the clicks, I think the write-up says you need the 8 up front, not like you need the 8 up in the tank. Because you're right, we still had the triple install to fire and we still had the triple advance to fire. This is why I was skeptical about the credits needing to combo out. Playing biotics gets mighty expensive, it does. Guide is YDL, 3 biotics, 3 spin, back biotics, sim reset. Okay, YDL, 3 biotics. We did not have 3 biotics in hand. Spin back biotics, sim reset, YDL, 3 biotics, Bass, Cheerboga, and then your setup. I wonder if it's actually that strict though, or whether there's other ways to do it. Maybe. Again, not the easiest one to play right now, but I think that's interesting. There's probably something here, and again, like if you can accelerate this combo even more, and like this is the best card draw card in the game, so you generally need all your servers, but you can just trash all your servers. It doesn't actually do anything. This is really fascinating. For those who don't know, by the way, like where this sort of comes from, this sort of thing, is there used to be an ID way back in the day called cerebral imaging that said your hand size is equal to your credits in the credit pool. And so there's so many people that shared these like deck combos in which they would have like, oh, I have 16 cards in hand, obviously at least 16 credits. How do I score 7 from hand? And there were so many ways to do it back in the day. So this is the sort of like revisiting of a weird combo deck. Salvo Rel is easier. You just windmill ontological into Rel and Sanson before you score the salvo testing. Oh, that's really cool. It's just like, unfortunately, the thing with a Rel is that it's unplayable if the opponent has Hermes, like just strictly unplayable because they just undo the thing you did. You also can't do it with Luminal, it needs to be Vitruvius. Yeah, I think Luminal probably makes no sense in the deck. I wonder if you just want any other 4-2 agenda would be better than Luminal. I don't know if we could have scored out any other 4-2 agenda. There's no like click gaining 4-2 agenda. But even a 4-2 agenda that could install like a Bass Cheerboga from archives, that's not a real card. But yeah, the Luminal is unfortunately really, really ugly. We probably should have scored out 2 points before we comboed off. Off, that's not really need the money. Yeah, you don't really need the money, but it's probably not bad. Yeah, Hermes just eats Arella, which is unfortunate because she's like the best combo card. Yeah, maybe off-world office is enough. I don't know. He scored out as a 3-2 gain 7. It's positive. Like there's a chance that you just need weirder combo pieces. It's just like it's hard to get tempo positive agenda scores. Like back in the day, we also had team sponsorship. So anytime you scored an agenda, you built your own board state. I think this also answers the football question. Anyways, I think I hear the oven just go off. So that's going to be it for today. And we might have another stream before the end of the year, but we're not going to have another stream for a couple weeks. Again, Thank you so much to everyone hanging out. Hopefully you had a good year, huh? That's gonna be it for today. We'll be back again, hopefully before the New Year's, but I'm not entirely sure. Again, I just want to say biggest happy holidays. Hopefully you have something nice lined up for the next couple of weeks. Again, I know it could be hard if you don't. If that's the case, hang on green level clearance. There's a lot of really nice people that, you know, want to hang out with you and have a good time. So please, if you're feeling lonely at this time of the year, it gets really easy to do that when it gets really dark. Make sure you're reaching out. There's a lot of nice folks out there. Merry Christmas. Thank you, David. Mega Pre maybe. Oh yeah, Mega Pre's maybe reasonable. The slots get hard. Happy holidays. Yeah. Happy holidays to y'all. Again, we'll be back in a bit. Keep warm or keep cold. It's warm in some parts. Enjoy the holidays. Thank you so much. And thanks so much for hanging out. Friday day stream was actually really enjoyable. I could do it again for sure. Happy holidays. Thank you, Matt. Hey, welcome to stream. Jacob, how's it going? With that, take care, y'all. Mind you, it's AMT on Sunday. If you don't know, it starts at 8 p.m. Saturday. There's other streams going on just in a bit. Jai, I believe, will be streaming in just a moment, if I'm not mistaken, and around 6:30 to 7, depending on when dessert is served. Also, go check out Yusengranesi, who'll be streaming on Friday nights. Always good fun. I think that's all. Take care, yeah. Happy holidays.